Yeah, but not now. She just texted me saying I have a meeting with her now.
Yo, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Tuesday. Tuesday is another day. How's everybody doing today? All right, I'm going to get in straight to it because Will is a little bit busy. Azrael Trades, good morning to you, my friend. Good morning to Henry. Good morning to Trader Dax. Is your name Dax? I would have loved if your name was Dax, not just the asset that you were trading. Guardian Bravo Gaming. First time I've seen you in here. Good morning to you. Welcome. Today is one of the biggest news days of the week. Is it? Is it a really big news day? I mean, yes, technically it is. Today is an interesting day. We have Fed Chair-Designate Warsh testify. We have core retail sales today, retail sales month on month, and then we've just had Claimant count on the pound as well as the CPI quarter on quarter for the NZD. So it's going to be interesting to see what Fed Chair-Designate Warsh has to say for himself. Ciano saying, good morning, fellas. Gold looking good today. Yes, it does. I'm going to bring up a screen share. What does Goldie look like? Goldie Gold, we eventually yesterday filled the gap. It took a while, but we eventually filled it this morning with rollover, just after rollover. We filled it nicely. I think Will's trade would have absolutely nailed it because he eventually got to that point there. Can we remove Will from the scene, please? There we go. Thank you. Gold did well. Filled the gap. We did exactly what I thought we were going to do during the initial stages of London session. We were a bit flat. We started to gain a little bit of traction, a retest, and then a push up higher to try and fill the gap. We did not fill the gap in its entirety during yesterday's New York session, however. The pullback that we had was not a particularly strong pullback. We came back into this slight area of consolidation that we had. Consolidated ever so slightly there, and then we started slowly picking up. And that is exactly what I thought we were going to do yesterday with gold. I said it yesterday morning. Same idea with NAS as well. We were going to have the same kind of price action, slow upward tick, pullback, and then a continuation higher as we went into the New York session. Same thing that we had last week Monday as well, after we had the same gap. Same price action, same gap, same reaction. So yeah, expected that to play out the way that it did. So yeah, looks good. Gold today, we had this long down drought sell-off the whole of the Tokyo session. Initially, it doesn't seem like much, but if you check the highs all the way down to the lows, that's 5,550 points, so 550 pips. So quite a bit of movement. So a lot of points for this. This is a lot. So $55 worth of movement on gold just during Tokyo is quite a bit. Considering that we had the gap, we filled the gap, and then we started to sell off. So not bad. I would want to see whether or not we're going to have continuation. If we're going to have continuation, let's have a look at what last week Tuesday did. Last week Tuesday, obviously after the gap, we didn't quite have a sell-off, and then we just continued pushing up. I don't know if we're going to see that today. I think there is potential for us to try and get back down to the lows of yesterday morning before we potentially start pushing up again. Or if we go over to the 4 hourly, you're going to have to excuse the predictions here. They're going to stay here for a little while. We did have, if you look at this, we do have quite a bit of space to get down there for a pickup to potentially try and react off of. I don't really know how I feel about this as a reactionary point. It doesn't really seem all that strong, but this is just basically the bottom portion of this channel that I'm kind of thinking of us potentially getting back down to Monday's lows to try and pick up. However, if all else fails and we start pushing lower, which tool did I want to bring up now? I can't remember. I think it might be this. So we had this whole section up here that we had multiple reactions, and it could be the start of a potential bearish structure to try and retest these lows down here. It would be nice if it retested this area over here, around 4568, 4600-ish, because that was a pretty decent area of resistance slash support previously. So, oh, come on. We had the breakdown, we had the test, we had test again, another breakthrough, another test, and then from there on we started pushing up. So I would like to see whether or not this area eventually gets tested. It's quite a bit away from where we are currently. So that's about $170 worth of price movement on gold if we continue pushing lower. However, if we end up picking up some buy orders down here from last week, Monday, that would be interesting. We can also... Oh, sorry. Monday's over here. Not this Monday. Previous Monday. If we can pick up some entries here at 4644 to 4681, that would be pretty cool. But I do think we're going to have a bit more bearish action on gold, and then eventually have a reaction. We'll see how that happens. What do you think, Will? What do you think of Goldilocks?
Goldilocks. Yeah, sorry, mate. I was I was mentally MIA, but I'm back now. Honestly,
I hadn't noticed.
Yeah, yeah, fair. Gold's a bit of an interesting one. We had a bit of a drop off over Asia session. Why was that such a tongue twister?
You're
So
a bit flabbergasted at the moment, mate. What's going on?
I'm a bit flabbergasted. I think it's because I haven't sipped my morning coffee yet. I've got it here sitting looking at me, and I haven't taken a sip of it yet. So it's connoisseur coffee.
Okay. Never sip coffee again. You heathen.
Bit of coffee ASMR. Yeah, it was actually okay. I was a bit scared that I put too much milk in, but it's not too bad. Anyway, so yeah, we had a bit of a downtrend in market over Asia session on gold. Kind of thinking that we can have more buys, and I know that sounds like I'm just trying to buy, but honestly, the way the markets are moving, I think that we can see some nice buy movements over here at some point. Okay. Oh no, we have swept Asia. We have swept Asia. That's quite interesting.
Yeah, we filled the gap and then we pushed lower since then. So yeah.
Yeah. So I'm not liking this push here. We got the London Open and it's selling off. We got a bit of volatility coming in. Maybe the London Open wants to try and take these lows. However, if we look at the structure, even if we can hold this low here, that would be mega cool, because what we've done is we've swept Asia with a lot of lacking of volume. We've pushed above consolidation or base. We've had another 2 candle push above here, but we've just had like I said, we've had this big drop, which I'm not too keen on. The big drop has come a little bit sort of. Not hugely keen on that. But nonetheless, if we can hold that and break and close above this area, due to the fact that we came down so heavy, I think I'd need one more confirmation and then look at entering in on a buy around there somewhere. If we don't get that, where would we be trying to come down to? There's all this area here that we could try and come down. So I don't know. You know, it's got a lot of oh god, got a lot of bearish movement over Asia last night. So part of me thinks that it's going to want to try and fill or mitigate some of that. But we'll see. We'll see how that goes.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Now, this was my trade yesterday. You know, I want to see XAU bullish. I want to see gold bullish. I tried buying. I was just a bit early. That really sucked that my stop was so tight. But, you know, that was just my plan. It was a 2-hour trade. But nonetheless, it was even better because I managed to get in on a 3-hour trade and then scaled into a 1.6-hour trade as well. So that was super nice. So I ended up pulling out. I was only risking like $3-ish hundred bucks. I think it was about 0.3% on each. So overall, 0.6% risk, and I managed to bag about 1%. So technically, I bagged a nice 2-hour trade on this. So that was really nice. So it brought me actually, my account was brought back up to above 95k. I think it's like 95.5k now sitting at equity, which is pretty cool. You know, I've gone from 5.5% down to 4.5% down, which is clawing back slowly. Once you get back into like the 2% down, that's like a pretty like 2-3% down is like it's pretty average. You know, it's a pretty average sort of R ratio to lose. 4% down is a little bit heavy. 5.5% down, you're starting to think, oh, it's a bit deep now. You know, you're halfway to your max loss. So truth be told, like 4.5, I'm fine with. If I can try and claw it back to about 3-ish%, 2-ish%, I can start looking at upping my risk again.
Nice.
But yeah, it was
I like
really
that.
nice. Yeah, it was a really nice trade yesterday.
Nice. I'm just going to scan through chat because I see there's a few people that have replied so far. Nikez is saying, morning. Trader Dax is saying, no, my name is not Dax. thought so. It means that you trade Dax, mate. This is like MK90 saying, hey, morning, Richard. Morning to you. And then morning to Will as well. Morning, Will.
Good morrow, sir.
Raphael saying, good morning, Richard. I was lucky to close my gold trade. Lol. Were you in a sell? I can't remember, Raphael. Were you in a sell?
I thought Raphael was buying.
I'm not sure. I can't remember. If you were buying, yesterday has been a bit of a blur for me, so I can't even remember what you were trading. If you were buying and you were waiting for much higher price action, you're getting a bit of a pullback now. I don't know where your stop loss was, but do remind us, please.
Yeah, no, yeah, 100%. I'm pretty sure you were. I mean, you may not have been clearly, but
Yeah.
I really thought you were. Also on the U and GU
Also,
short.
EUG. Okay.
I haven't looked at EU and GU.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm watching gold for the
Nice.
time being.
Yeah. EU started dropping nicely just before the stream started. Like, started getting some volume. GU the same.
Valid.
As well.
Yeah, fair.
Also started dropping very nicely.
I'll say, yeah, Raphael, let me know what you're looking at because you trade very similarly to me.
Yeah.
So, yeah, let me know what you're looking.
MK90 saying, man, I missed entry at GU sale. I had my sell limit and on TradingView it tagged me, but on MetaTrader it didn't and price hit my full to now. Ah, dude, that sucks. Okay, so what price feed do you use to do your analysis on TradingView? And then is it a Fiverr's account that you were trading? And if not, if it was like a brokerage, which brokerage were you using? And then try and see if you can find a price feed on TradingView that is as similar to your price on MetaTrader. And then if you can't find one that's exactly, look at what's the average difference between them. So let's say it's 1 pip, 0.8 pips, that kind of like thing. When you want to have an entry, account for that difference by putting your entry point slightly lower or slightly higher, depending on which direction. If you're buying, put it slightly higher. If you're selling, put it slightly lower, just to account for that potential difference in price feed. Would you guys mind having a look at the DXY for a little bit? Yeah, sure. Do you have the DXY up there? Oh, you do.
Yes.
That is a bit bullish.
Yeah, holy moly, look at that. In fact, let me just get rid of this stupid distraction. There we go. Yeah, wow, that's some pretty bullish movements on the DXY. You know, we can see that we're channeling up quite nicely, and then we've just broken through with gumption, like pure price volume here. Where are we trying to head to? Honestly, the way that price is going, I can see us taking these highs quite easily as well at that. It wouldn't surprise me if we could take out these highs during London.
On DXY,
on the Bixby.
I mean, we're getting a bit of a retracement now after a nice, strong, wouldn't call it just impulsive, but we had...
yeah, let's call it volumetric.
Volumetric, a nice volumetric push. We can... I don't know if we're going to retest Tokyo highs.
Although we have tapped into the 1 hour sort of area of interest, or that supply zone, if you will.
We've got 37 minutes before this this 1 hour candle closes, which means that we can potentially come back to the open of the candle and then potentially push up again. So maybe we can have a retracement to, I don't know, 22. So 9822.
9822.
So like the top of that channel. Because you're having a breakout of the channel and then you need to retest the channel. That's kind of like my argument.
You're coming down to it perfectly as well. Hang on, let me go 22 flat.
So you have the New York highs of yesterday, which is 23. So 98.23, the highs of New York session. So you've broken through that. You've taken the first initial, you've just like wicked the first initial high of London. You're getting a bit of reaction now. I don't know. Maybe it's going to try and push up higher. We'll see. We will see.
I think I'd like to see a deeper pullback.
I would love a pullback on this.
I like what you've done with the 22, the 9822 pullback, but if we can see 9821.5 to 9818.5.
I like 9818. I think 9818 looks good.
Yeah, 100%. I think 918 would be, or 9818 would be the nice little sweet spot. Seeing Kian saying Trump speaking at 2:30 in the afternoon CET, so Central Eastern Time. Fingers off the triggers, guys. Absolutely. Yes. For those who are trading it right now, stay away from that time. I'm going to try and find Forex Factory.
I think today's going to be an interesting one because we have... I don't really care all that much about the core retail sales. The market movers today is going to be Trump and Warsh, because
Trump.
What is Warsh testifying? Is he
fair?
Fair. Is he testifying that he's now going to be the new Fed chair? Due to testify on his nomination as the Federal Reserve Chair before the Senate Committee on Banking, Housing and Urban Affairs.
Oh, so he's going to testify against claiming the title?
Due to testify on his nomination. So, we'll see. Usually comes in two parts. First, he reads a prepared statement, a text version made available on the Fed's website at the start. Then the committee will hold a question and answer session. The question and answer session, I think, is the thing that is going to be the big market mover.
Yeah.
Because people are going to read his inputs, or his answers in this case, and to kind of dissect what his intentions are when he starts as the Fed chair.
Yeah, so it won't be 3 p.m. UK time. It'll probably be like 3:10, 3:15. There'll be a little bit of time to settle into it, and then I think it'll all kick off.
I'll make it easy for myself, and I'll stop trading around about 2, so let's say 12 GMT. I'll stop trading for the rest of the day. There's really no point in
Yeah,
sitting here for
I
4 hours waiting for Trump to talk and then Warsh to talk, and it's just like, nah.
Honestly, I'd like to be done by 1:15. I don't want to be, because like if I say I want to be done by 2 p.m., then the chances of me potentially being in a trade or being okay that I'm in a trade around 1:15, 1:30, knowing there's high impact news coming out, I'll want to, I'll want to try and like navigate around high impact news at 1:30, which is UK time. So, and Trump speaking, what he'll do to the markets at that point, how the markets will react, how that'll affect my trades, whether I actually want to be trading half an hour, like up to half an hour after him speaking, and then knowing that anything after 2 p.m. is just going to be a massive chop between what Trump has said and what Warsh could be saying. So I think I think 1 p.m. to 1:15 would be a nice sweet spot for me to say I'm done.
Yeah, I agree. And it's not that I don't have confidence in my trading ability. It's because I have confidence in my trading ability and my strategy that I know that if I'm going to be trading during that time, I'm not doing my strategy, any goodwill. It's a disservice to my strategy to try and trade during news, because my strategy is not built around trading news. It's built around avoiding news. So
I like what you said there as well. You said it would do your strategy a disservice. And I think a lot of people need to understand that is you work so hard on a strategy, you need to respect that strategy, and you need to, think about it like, if someone does something for you, like, yeah, I don't know, someone does something kind to you and kind for you, or they go out of their way and they do a favor for you, and you triggered my violent nerve. So someone does something nice for you, and then you just go and completely disrespect what they've done for you. And perhaps perhaps they've gotten you an interview at a job, and it costs them a little bit of something. Like it costs them like you owe me a favor, so interview this guy for your job. They've gone out of their way and they've put, I'm putting my name to this guy. And then you just gone out completely disrespected it and said, yeah, I'm not showing up at the interview, like in the worst possible disrespectful way. I think that's how you would treat your strategy if you were to go out of your rule base and start trading news. So it's doing your strategy a disservice and it's being disrespectful to you and your strategy.
Agreed. Tebza is saying, is it a good time to enter gold sell for scalping now, or has it gone too far? Okay, that was 16 minutes ago. So
wow.
the thing is, I don't know what your strategy requires. Like, what is your entry requirements for your strategy, Tebza? So for me, I don't know. Like I explained, to me, I wanted a bit of a pullback and then a continuation higher. So for me to try and scalp lower, I would need to know exactly why I want to and to where I want to scalp. If I was trying to scalp, let's say for argument's sake, from the 50 EMA down to the London low or the Tokyo low, then I could do that. But I cannot tell you how you should or shouldn't be trading.
Oh, dude, I don't know. Like it 16 minutes ago. What time would that have been? What's time now? Okay, it would have been about 1:15.
Yeah, it's around about that attempt at trying to break lower, creating a slightly higher low.
Okay, yeah. So even if even if I saw your comment, then I personally, according to my strategy, I would have said no, it's too late. If you said 15 minutes before that, so if you said like at 9 a.m. UK time, is it worth a quick scalp sell? I would have potentially said, yeah, you can consider it. I wouldn't, I personally wouldn't, but you could have considered it due to the fact that, and the reason I wouldn't have is because gold, I have this whole consolidation, break and close, entry, TP, stop loss strategy. So there's a continuation pattern on gold. So I wouldn't have wanted to trade it. However, we're clearly in a downtrend, downwards channel, pull back up to an area of interest, tapped into it. You could have scalped and tried to come as close down to these lows as possible. However, you would have had to have been severely discretionary trading, understanding that you've got a base here, you've got a consolidation here, and a nice break and close above it. So I wouldn't have been TPing down here, but I certainly would have been watching to see when price slowed up, and then I probably would have ended up taking out somewhere around here if I was to be scalp short in this. But I personally wouldn't scalp short this. But I think your only opportunity to scalp short this from sort of 8 a.m. onwards, maybe not 8 a.m. onwards, because there's a few opportunities from 8. Let's say from like 9 a.m. onwards, since the start of the stream. So from the start of the stream onwards would have been 9 a.m. would have been here. You've not had many opportunities. And truth be told, now I wouldn't buy or sell because we're currently in a range. Why are we currently in a range? Because we can see that we are channeling to the downside. But what we can also see is that we have got lows here. We've got highs up here. It's a range. So we've got swing low, swing high. We tried to push up above here, quite evidently, as you can see. We didn't break above this high, which would have been awesome, because then you could have potentially looked at getting straight in on a buy. But nonetheless, we did try and move as high as possible. We broke and closed above this short consolidation base, pulled back deep, to be fair. It's a bit worrying how deep we pulled back. However, we've also got this leg up here. If we can break and close above something like that, that would be really nice. We're just looking for a bit of confirmation now on the long opportunities, I think.
My only worry with trying to sell this was the fact that that last leg before it basically, what was the time there? That last leg at 9:10 did not break new lows. And the leg just before that one did try and break the most recent 2 high swings. So to me, flat at the moment. I'm looking for a potential to buy up gold. As of right now, not seeing it.
Yeah.
What about GU, guys? Azrael Trades is asking. GU.
Yo, Azrael, what's good, bro? GU is a bit of a tricky one, for me especially. So GU has plummeted. Oh, that is you. That's GU.
But
I mean, GU's
fair.
also
It's the same.
It's the same. Yeah, fair.
Yeah.
So GU, we had. Let me just show you my Forex factory.
Claimant
GU. Yeah, we had the climate account and average earning index today at 7 a.m. So that would have put a little bit of stank on it. But we also had the Dixie, which was extremely bullish today as well. So we had a strong dollar, and we also had news out on the pound. So it probably didn't really help much. It was probably just a little bit of fundamental correlation going on between pound and dollar. That said, pound is going to weaken. I wasn't in this trade yesterday, by the way. This was just something I was drawing out and marking out. Real shame, because had I have taken this trade, I would have been stopped out. So thankfully, I chose the right asset, and that was gold, because I was really interested in taking this trade. Anyway, so yeah, we are moving downwards. We are clearly in this downwards trend on the 5-minute. 15-minute, we clearly and evidently filled this gap. We did move up to a really nice area of interest and barely got into it. However, we did tap in a few times before then slowly moving down. We had this pullback again, pull back nicely into an area of interest on the 15-minute, respected that, not as well as we respected this level up here, but we did respect these highs on this consolidation before consolidating over Asia, and then London absolutely melting. So what could happen now? No, not EU. I'm supposed to go down in time frame. William up it. There we go. So what could happen now? Honestly, I would be heavily bearish on this. I'd be selling this. Obviously, you know, why would you try and catch a falling knife and try and buy this this sort of market? However, the best thing you can do if you're wanting to see buys. So you know, you got to try and understand what your strategy wants at the end of the day. So if you're wanting to see sells, then you're waiting for a pullback. Where is your pullback potential? Where's your pullback entry zones? You know, are you going to go into the consolidation here? Are you going to put a fib out? Fib looks, in fact, it looks like it's at a fib level now. You know, we've also got imbalance, so there's a confluence stack there. You know, so there's an awesome opportunity to be selling the pound right now. However, if you're looking for buys, what are you going to be looking for? Do you want to see consolidation first? Obviously, look, we're at a swing high, swing low, so we're in a current range now. Now, the only thing that this range does have is selling confluence. So what we're able to do now is we're able to look at this range and go, right, okay, there's consolidation here. We've broken out of the consolidation, swing low, swing high. We're currently in an internal range. However, if we wanted to trade this, there is a sell opportunity within the range. So to be buying this would be even worse than buying within a range, because you're actually buying within a sell confirmation range. So personally, I'd be waiting for GU to pull back, fail to break below, continue, break above the high, pull back, continue, break above the swing high, pull back into some form of area of interest. Only then would I be looking at buys, because that's where my confirmation would be. So nice. For me right now, it's either don't buy, sell, or don't trade.
Don't buy, sell.
Don't buy, sell, or just
don't sell, buy. Don't sell, buy, trade.
Don't sell, buy, sell, don't. Don't trade. Sell, buy, sell, don't.
There's commas in there somewhere. No, okay, mate. Do you need to hop out?
Yes, I got to hop out and jump into a meeting. So I'm going to love you and leave you guys. Maybe if I can get out of this meeting quickly, then I'll pop in a little bit towards the end. If not, guys, I love you and leave you. I'll see you in about 2 hours' time. Peace.
Cheers. All right. I'll have a little gander at the rest of chat. Krish Gaming. I have a question, guys. Why I can't buy a 5K account? I tried so many times. So normally, if you have an account issue where you can't purchase one, it's usually one of two reasons. The first reason is you probably already have an active 5K account that's still in evaluation. If you wanted to buy another one, you need to make a choice. You either need to not buy another one and complete the one that you have currently, or you completely trash the one that you have right now. You know, trade it until it's closed, and then only afterwards would you be able to buy a new one. That's the first reason. The second reason is usually that there could be a problem with your payment supplier that you can try and then you get blocked via your payment gate. But that is usually, like I said, a problem with the payment supplier, whomever you're using to try and purchase a new account. What you can do is, if it is the former, if it is the fact that you already have an account that's active and you would like to buy a new one and disregard this one, you can only have one evaluation 5K at a time. Just remember that. You can contact the Fivers at help@thefivers.com, or you can go into your hub and you can click on the chat bot at the bottom right and you can go and log a ticket there and say, listen, I have a problem with my 5K account. I'm trying to purchase a new one. However, the old one is either deactivated, it's not allowing me to purchase a new one, or it's not yet deactivated and I want to deactivate that account to purchase a new one. So that's the steps that you can take. Unfortunately, myself as the live stream manager, I can't help you in terms of dealing with it for you. I can just direct you to the correct people so that they can assist you. Henry saying my DAX 1 hour TF long just missed its TP. Oh, dude, that sucks. DAX for there. Oh, but you still have a chance, dude. Like, you had a bit of a pullback and now a continuation. I do like this, though. I do like that. So, you broke the highs. You attempted, before this, let's put it like that. Over here, you attempted to try and break lower again, which you didn't. So, this is just considered a bit of a pullback. So, I like this. So, new high, new low. So, you're continuing a new bullish structure. You have a base, so a reaction off of an established area. This is an established area. It's a consolidation. You have a breakout at the top. I like this for continuations on buys. Looks good. If DAX is going up, then US 30 should be doing the same. Not all that much. You did wick above there low, but that low did create new lows over here. I don't know about US 30. US 30 does look a little bit sideways at this point in time. NASDAQ should be the same. NASDAQ actually made a new low in relation to that one. We have to break this high, swing over here, and then potentially come and react off of that area of consolidation at Tokyo high for NAS to potentially continue higher. But DAX looks good. Hold it. Hold it, Henry. Hold it. Just let it carry on going. Aziz, I mean gold buy. Now gold buy. I mean gold, like Will already explained, we did try and break lower off of this low that we had. We had small little areas, small little swings that did get taken. However, it is slowed. I do like this for a potential W. So the idea is price comes down, tries to push up, it kind of breaks a little swing, tries to push lower, it does not create a new low, and then starts pushing up again. So a bit of a W. Come down. So yeah, I do like the ideas of buys as of right now. Personally, I would love a little bit of a just a base. So a base meaning as price is making bullish action, we have one, maybe two maximum bearish candles, and those bearish candles is not allowed to fill this whole gap. So if we have a pullback maybe to there, as an example, for two bearish candles, and then a continuation of a bullish candle, it would be great if we could pierce above this swing point as we are right now. We've already pierced above it, so I would like a bit of a pullback and then a continuation, and then I would want to buy gold. That is what I would do with gold. Sorry for taking some time to answer your question, but we did just answer it. Oh, I see Henry has also mentioned the same thing. Make sure you have none active. Awesome, that's cool. SRI Shri is saying gold US direction buy entry 4780 TP1 TP2. Oh, okay. So the entry price is 47. Okay. 4780. So you would have gotten in somewhere over there. TP1 is 48, which is over here. Where's your stop loss? SL is 4680. $4,680. Wow, it's quite far low. Stop loss is all the way over there. That is a massive stop loss. TP2 is 4830. So 4830 is over there. And then TP3 is 4880, which is over there. So a 1-to-1 in total, but I'm assuming you're taking off portions of your trade as it's going up. So if your first one is 4830, no, 4800. What percentage are you taking off at TP1, TP2, and then obviously TP3 is the one that you're letting run, I'm assuming. Because if you're going for 100% to TP1, what kind of win rate do you need to have in order to have this be profitable? because you're taking off at, if you're entering at 4,780, you're taking your first profit at 4,800, which is not that far from where it is, or where it was, let's put it like that, from where you entered. So there's one TP, and then the other TP is 4,830, which is over there. And then the last one obviously being all the way up over here. So your first TP point is a 0.2. So let's do this. So TP1 is equal to a 0.2R. TP2 is a 0.5R. .5R. And then TP3 is equal to a 1R. But because you're not holding the whole trade, you'll probably be taking partials. Depending on what partial you take is going to depend on what your expectancy is for this trade in total. So TP1 over here at 0.2, what portion are you removing from that? And then you can calculate from there. Yeah, kind of just let me know what portions you're taking off, if you are taking off. I mean, if you have a TP, then I'm assuming you're taking off. Or do you have multiple entries? Do you have 3 entries and the one of them is a 0.2, the other one's a 0.5, and then the last one is a 1? It's probably also going to be the same. That was an insane trade. Yeah, that was... How gold futures volume affect the spot price? Any ideas? So the spot price in this case with CFDs is a derivative. So we're taking the price that you're getting with futures, and then we're just deriving with some calculations what gold CFDs is valued at that point. Raphael saying on a long in gold, remember I had accidentally entered. Oh yes, now I remember. That's the one that you accidentally went a little bit willy-nilly with. Also, the EU short is from 117.85. So 117.85. Oh wow, it's all the way up over there. Raphael, are you in Australia? Would make sense why you're in a trade so early in the morning. I mean, banging trade, mate. Banging trade. I'm assuming your stop loss would be just above this swing point over here. And then if you're still in it, I mean, crazy trade though. Crazy good trade, mate. Yep. Okay, we've already checked that one. MK saying we have a few unfulfilled fair value gaps, and there is also an unfilled gap and one daily we filled supply. So I think DXY is going up, but still confused a little. Okay, so DXY. Right, let's just remove this. The fair value gaps, on which time frame are they? Or are you just on the 5 minute? Because on the 5 minute fair value gap, effectively. If it's the 15 minute, obviously you have this one that becomes slightly larger, and then this one falls away. So you'd have one fair value gap. If it's on the hourly, fair value gap is over there. Or are we talking about the opposite direction? You're talking about cells that are unfulfilled. I'm sure you're probably referring to the bullish ones. Pardon me. So we filled supply. So I think DXY is going to go up, but I'm still confused a little bit. I mean, supply is up here. There's a supply. We were not quite there yet, so I don't know. Do you mean demand? I mean demand. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I can agree to that. We did have some consolidation here yesterday on DXY. We did attempt a break back into consolidation. We had rollover, we had a break, retest, continuation, and then a failure to even come and retest it over here, and then a volumetric push-up. So we've gained some volume. The volume that we have now is definitely pushing it up higher. We're getting a bit of a retracement. How deep is this retracement already? We went down to 9822.4, but we're not done yet. So this looks like it's going to be a bit of a slowed turn. So volumetric push-up, slow return. I don't know how deep we can get with this pullback, to be dead honest with you. What price action do we have at the side? There is a very tiny gap down here, but I think we've had a gap pretty much almost every day. Monday, small little gap on Friday, gap on Thursday. We have a gap almost every day on DAX. So I would not be too concerned with the gap needing to be filled right now. I mean, the gap is quite a bit lower. I would have wanted to see a reaction up from over here, rather, to try and, because that's the last time we actually had a reaction, retest, and a continuation lower. So I would have loved if we could reach that and then potentially try to push lower, then to try and fill this gap that we have down here. As of right now, I'm still on the idea of I need a continuation to push up into here, and then we'll see what happens when we react from there on DAX. Miranda, I'm not going to offend you by trying to say any of those words. Unfortunately, Medina confirmation hearing. Oh, okay, cool. Thank you. Gold is trading the open range just now. Wait, okay. Gold opening range. I never traded the opening range breakout, but I kind of understand why. You have a bunch of volume, and then you get the okay. We've reacted with all of the trades that were sitting pre-market, waiting for market to open up, and then we'll just see what happens. It makes a high, makes a low, okay, and when it starts breaking, it kind of like gives you confirmation of direction. For let's not call it the majority of the day, but for the majority of that session. As of right now, we did wick slightly above the Tokyo high that we had created previously. Let's see how much of a pullback we can have. It's not the strongest of breaks. It's just a wick. Price just wicked above it, and then at no point in time did it try and continue to break through. Actually, a little bit of a gap between the candle close and the actual wick, and then no follow-up. These two candles that we have here completely took out what this candle had attempted to do. So we'll see what happens here. That could be like Will said. We could have a little bit more of a sideways price action and then eventually a break and continuation. That's more inclined to what I would like as well. A clear re-establishment of a new trend. Clear. As of right now, no clear trend. 5K account payout maximum or minimum? What do you mean 5K account payout maximum or minimum? The minimum amount that you can withdraw from any account is $150. So not entirely sure what the maximum is. Like you can have it as much as you want. Like if you get to 10%, you automatically get scaled. So when you reach 10%, you get scaled, and a payout will then be requested. So you can effectively say 10%, but like dollar value, that is as much as your account will allow. So if you have 100K, 10% of that. If you have a 2.5K, 10% of that. But your minimum is $150. Unbiased trader, good morning. Good morning to you. Azrael Trader saying, I'm planning to sell GU. I mean, GU did have a proper push now this morning. We're having a little bit more of a retrace. I think this is definitely more than 50%. This is probably like 0.7, close to 0.7. So we're in between the 0.6 and the 0.71 at this point in time. I would have loved to have seen a continuation just sink down. Where are we reacting from? We're basically reacting from yesterday, from this section here from yesterday. So what was the Tokyo highs, which became the New York lows, we basically broke through that and is retesting it now. I do like this for sells. I'm not going to lie to you, Azrael. It does look good for a continuation of sells. Where we reacted is down here. Let's see what this was. Okay, so we reacted off of these lows here. So you had the daily open, which is all the way up here, but you had the continuation trying to push price lower. You broke above, came back. You failed to retest, but you on that you would have. But I don't take those. So you can basically say we had the open of the day, the low, the breakout, the retest, the continuation higher, the eventual secondary retest, not really a retest. This was almost a complete turnaround because you did create new lower lows and lower highs. At the end of Tokyo, going into London, London broke the highs of Tokyo, came back down, retested this area over here. So I'm putting too many drawings on the board. So you basically retested that decision point that you had over there. So as price was pushing lower, this was an attempt to try and break that downward trend. So a decision point and then a continuation lower. You came into this area down over here, reacted off of that break of this decision area, retest, continuation, a retest again, and then continuation. So the idea is pretty good in terms of selling pressure if this reaction that we had here did not garner a stronger response. So the idea is you had slowed action over here, volumetric reaction, and then a sudden turnaround. So I do like the idea that we had tested this supply area, in this case became a resistance point, but we're not getting the follow through just yet. It is giving me the same vibes as what we had here. If you look at the candle characteristics, candle body, small, candle wicks, both sides, no volumetric movements. These are volumetric candles, strong, massive candles in relation to the previous ones. These ones are slowed. So it could be a push down, retrace, and then a decision, maybe try and push up again and then push down, which I don't really like if it does that. I would much rather see it fail to push lower and then start picking up. That's just on price action. That's just on the candle characteristics. But I do like it to maybe potentially come and retest down here, but we do need a volumetric reaction from here. It needs to respect the zone. If it doesn't respect the zone, then I'm going to be waiting, to be dead honest with you. I'll be waiting to see what I would call volumetric candles again, and then a continuation of those volumetric candles to try and push lower. MK saying, I would plan to sell GU at New York and London overlap. Yeah, I mean, generally with the overlap that you have, you do get some interesting moves. And in general, it's not bad. It's generally pretty good. Generally pretty good movements. So I don't trade necessarily GU and EU during that portion. I feel like the move itself is just sometimes just a continuation of what you had established in the beginning of the London session. Not always, obviously. I mean, Friday is an indication of you were bullish the whole day and then you have a retracement. So it just depends on how bullish and how much news you had. Today is a bit more of a news day, so I would not be trading the overlap because that's when the high impact news is going to be. So I'll just kind of like sit on my hands, not trade there. Albert saying hi, a newbie on trading. Dude, we all started as newbies in this industry. It's one of those things. The idea is you want to learn as much as you can and try and find your own style that you can implement. Darren saying, Goeiemorgen. Good morning to you, my friend. How are you? Elvin. Gold sell entry might be around 47.67. 47.67. 67 over here. So yeah, that's the area that I had marked up earlier. Yeah. So interesting that you have the same area. Well, not really interesting, but it makes sense. So failure to push or to create a new low. Wait, no. Let's try this again. You have the low. You re-attempt to try and push lower, you failed. You start pushing up. As you start pushing up, you have a bit of a pullback. Like I said, arm wrestle, and then a volumetric reaction. So you can almost consider this area an area of high interest, or at least in this case an order block, depending on which time frame you'll be getting, but strong reaction after a failure to try and push lower in this area. So that's what I would like to see a reaction from, because previously we had a reaction from it. As of right now, okay, I'm just going to remove this one because it is a bit distracting. Okay. Henry saying I'm holding in to fill the gap on the 1 hour time frame. TP hit on DAX. Congratulations, man. Congratulations. Told you to hold it. Told you. Nice. And then look at this reaction now. Looks good. I like it. So potential continuation pushing up. We're making higher highs and higher lows in relation to the previous highs and previous lows. So far on the lower time frame, it's very bullish. DAX is very bullish. So I don't know if these are like considered deep pullbacks. Not entirely sure. But we'll see. Buys on GBP JPY. GBP JPY. Oh, woof. What a reaction on Friday. Massive sell-off. Slow upward tick. A break. A retest. Maybe a sell-off. Maybe. I don't know yet, though. I would have loved it if it got in a little bit higher, even though this reaction here is not audible. Yo, Pedro, what's up?
Morning. Morning, everyone. How are you? Rich, how is everything?
Ah, dude, it's quiet today. Quiet day today. I don't know where LJ is. I wonder if LJ overslept. I think LJ overslept.
What's his name?
I don't know. I would have loved pound. So GJ, I would have loved it if it came and tested into this area over here, because that was the last time Friday where we had a back and forth and then a strong reaction out of. So as of yesterday was bullish. The whole day was pushing up slowly though, in relation to this sell-off that we had. But I would have loved it if it just went a little bit higher, attempted to sweep these highs, attempted to sweep the highs, and then failed to do so, and then push lower. But then again,
you mean those highs still above your rectangle, or
yeah,
the
these
highs?
yeah.
Okay.
So this whole section here basically, because you had strong bullish movement, and then you had consolidation, and then you had a attempt to sell off, but no follow through, and then a slow upward tick. So I want to see when we get back to that to this area over here, whether or not we're going to have a similar reaction than what we had. And if we do, then it's going to continue trying to push lower. And if it doesn't, it's going to continue this attempt to push higher. And then in which case, we need to try and test these highs in general. So this to me is an interesting area to test first and foremost. As of right now, though, we also do have this area over here where we had a base, a break, a retest, continuation higher, a complete failure to, or complete fall through, and then a retest but no follow-up as yet. So I want to see. I want to see. What do you think, Pedro, on GJ? What do you think?
Yeah, so last week I did mention several times that the end pairs could be close to move to the downside. It eventually happened on Friday. But let me just bring my monitor here. And let me actually start with the yen index. So yes, so I've been moving to the downside throughout last week. A few attempts to try to go higher, a small fake out of this high, then you move to downside until finally on Friday we actually had a push higher, which was kind of around the time also that maybe there was looked like a little bit of a resolution in the Middle East. On Friday, everyone looked to be happy until then weekend things changed. But there you go. We had this first attempt to push higher on the yen index. Basically, everything basically since this move, start of this moving here, every single supply was had been reacted from. So basically, every single sell order had been taken on the way down. So no big surprise that then eventually, once price eventually managed to break one last level of resistance, price could just feel the move because every single supply order has already been taken. And basically came all the way back really close to this previous level of support that you had, now potentially become resistance. So this was the initial move, okay? And usually that's the type of a move that we tend to expect when price is quite strongly moving just in one direction. In this case, yen index to the downside, euro yen, pound yen, it will be the opposite. It will be to the upside until we eventually have a little bit of a correction. Now, the question now is this just kind of a fake move, kind of just a shake off of a few of these sellers or try to attempt buyers into this level, or eventually the sellers are going to regain and try to push a little bit the yen index a little bit lower, which in this case you will take pound yen, potentially euro yen, a little bit more to the upside. So we still don't have that answer. I could still eventually see this low being faked out eventually, but now I need to play with what I see, and what I see is that we do have this demand zone, same thing that we mentioned on pound yen. It's basically that supply level that you just described. Now, when you're looking at the approach as well, is there enough manipulation in here for me to think that this low is already enough, or there was not enough manipulation within this structure to think that maybe this low is still going to be manipulated? If there's no manipulation, then this low is going to be manipulated. It's a little bit how my thought process goes into the reversal moves. And there was maybe a little bit of a manipulation here, since we had a double bottom, we had a little bit of a break of structure. So people were trying to maybe try to go long already from this level. So there was maybe some traders being trapped into this double bottom situation, trying to go long, and with this final fake out, collecting liquidity, and price then reversing. So in that sense, I'm a little bit okay with this move, at looking for potentially price to react from here and try to go, potentially this level could hold and try to go higher. Now, the higher can be maybe just to even try to retest this high, or kind of get a little bit closer to this high. So initially, maybe there's a trade opportunity just to trade within this structure. So that would be initially my attempt. But as we are moving to the downside, we are creating new structures in here. So this is now the new key reference as well as this most recent recent high at this level. So let's see how price may react. Price may have a reaction a little bit from this demand zone, maybe just react from this level and then continue to push a little bit forward. So I want to see at least also this high being taken, and after that maybe you can have a little bit of a team to go higher. So that will be a little bit of what I'm going to be looking for on the index, and it's going to be quite similar, to be honest, when you're looking then at individual yen pairs, except dollar yen, because the dollar yen has been moving a little bit with the dollar, and the behavior has been a little bit different on that sense. So now jumping into
bullish.
So looking now at the pound yen that you were looking at, one of the things also is for me to look a little bit more to the left side. We are still, to be honest, I need to double check if we actually had already taken this high in here, or if we are still actually reacting within the high. But if we are within, it's literally at the extreme of the high. Maybe we can actually just check this. This high is 215.85. Okay, this is basically the highest. I can see it in there on my top left corner. 215.85. No, 885 for me. 250. Is it today's high or the most recent high?
The most recent high was yesterday, was 215.104, and then we had a recent high. When was this? The 15th of April, where we had 215.913.
905. Okay, yeah. For on this broker, I'm using IC Markets. It's 905, so it's actually broke slightly. It slightly took that high. So okay, that's maybe already a little bit of a manipulation within that level. Now, the main difference between this behavior on the pound yen and the euro yen is that euro yen actually end up making, if not mistaken, a fake out of this level before the move to the downside. Okay, so there you go. So we had a range, we had this push higher, and then you had the drop. On the pound yen, we just had the range. Price never really managed to fake out this high one last time, and then we just had the drop. There's a little bit of a difference in terms of price action here. So I would like, for example, to see maybe this level being faked out one more time, somewhere around this level, maybe this high is being faked out one more time, and then potentially moving lower. But I agree with you in terms of this structure that we have at this level. Maybe there's a zone in here that price could respect, and actually it's quite great that we actually have this a little bit of resistance zone in here. So this can be the liquidity, and price then can react just from this level. And in addition to that, we actually started to break a little bit of this level, which can even attract more people to try to sell it from here. So yes, I'm actually going to move this alert a little bit lower to see how price may react actually within this structure at around this level. So I'm with you. So for example, I don't like to trade just obvious levels. And what is an obvious level? It's going to be like this. Like this is literally a short, a big drop, which is a clear supply, even in alignment with previous level of support that becomes resistance. This is such a clear, obvious level that in theory, price could react from it and then react and then move to downside. So if there is an obvious level like this one, I like to see at least some kind of manipulation on the approach towards that level that's going to trap people to trade it beforehand, because not everyone not even looks 2 days before. Many people just look at the charts like this. Okay, so basically what's going on in the last 15 minutes or the last 12 hours. So they don't even remember, or they don't even know that this high is not even reacting yet from the structure on the left side. So they'll be looking at this high as the high that is in place. They're going to be looking at this low that maybe was broken, and they're going to be trying to trade within this range, ignoring completely that actually the structure is a little bit higher. And that's how they sometimes get trapped, just because they don't even zoom out a little bit to see what's going on. Not even like too much on the left, just even the most recent price on the left side. So yeah, that's one that could work. Okay, and that can also help as well if eventually pound dollar and euro dollar actually continue to move a little bit more to the downside. That can help with these moves as well. So yes, I'm going to pay attention to that one. And euro yen as well. Euro yen, again, it's a little bit different just because we did manage to fake out slightly that structure. We left a really nice also zone in here. We actually even manipulated this structure in here as well. Broke the walls, fake out the highs, and you drop. This is, again, for anyone that trades Quasimodo, my dear friend
Senior Victor.
Exactly. He may be with me on this one to try to see if there's an attempt in here to a proper Quasimodo pattern, which again is not on the euro yen. We can look at the euro dollar. It's the same pattern as well that eventually could play out as a Quasimodo, pound dollar as well as a Quasimodo as well. So there's a few Quasimodos going on at this point in the charts, and that signals a little bit of a potential reversal, since Quasimodo pattern tends to be more of a reversal pattern in general in the market. Now there are different levels where we can maybe try to eventually trade for the Quasimodo. I like the extreme. I like price to get a little bit higher. There is maybe some mid-range structure that you can look for. Maybe you can just place a Fibonacci retracement in here, and then maybe you can trade out 61 or 70% retracement. Something like that could work. I actually like the fact that price actually ended up taking this low before moving instead of respecting as a double bottom. I really like that fact. And yeah, I'm going to be looking for eventually price to get a little bit higher to try to short from on the euro yen. And it's quite similar. And the Aussie yen, quite similar as well. In terms of the reaction, or in terms of the levels that we are looking for. So yes, yen pairs, since last week we talked about them. There was maybe a likelihood that we will be close to this kind of a move, and it's happening. Now it could be a kind of a second attempt, and the second attempt could actually be even a bigger trade than the first one. So the first reaction, just to conclude, the first reaction that we usually have, and this is actually a good exercise for anyone that wants to learn Quasimodo patterns, which is kind of the move from the head to eventually break structure, tends to be quite aggressive. Okay, why? Because actually the move before that, on the creation of kind of the left shoulder and all this, tends to be a little bit of a exhaustion move. There's a little bit of a compression type of a behavior, and so that the first move tends to be quite aggressive, and then everyone is waiting for eventual retracement. Okay, but again, just it's aggressive, but usually there is a cap, right? There is a kind of a pause, and aggressive pause as well, just for price to try to go back again to see if actually tends to respect and the supply that was created and that created this push to the downside. And from here, if it actually plays out, we may be at the beginning of a way bigger move. Okay, so this one is more aggressive, but a shorter target. The second move can take a little bit more time to evolve, but it can lead into that bigger move, because the original break-off structure was created with this low. If this actually then follows through and it breaks again, we are into potentially finally a proper market shift, where many people are going to be looking at it already a proper break-off structure, because it's a second low that has been broken, at least in a higher time frame, and many people are going to start looking at this now as a bearish trend, or at least the end of this bullish trend. In here, yeah, that's
makes sense.
Yeah,
I like the fact that we're agreed on EJ and GJ. So same idea, same concept. I think you utilize the like you said, the manipulation a lot more than I do. Whereas I just look at an area, say, okay, we had volumetric reaction. I want to see retest and then a decision.
Yeah.
So I like my decision points a lot more. Makes sense. Relaxation with Naida is asking, what is the name of the blue and red indicator on my chart? So it is just the market sessions by Leviathan. So it is just a sessions indicator. You can go and put in the start time and the closing time of a specific session. London, New York, Sydney, doesn't matter. And you can then have it plotted on your screen. So you can see very quickly, oh, okay, what was Tokyo doing? What was New York doing yesterday? It's just a very quick referenceable range. So market sessions by Leviathan. It is very, very, very simple. So market sessions by Leviathan, and then you can just put in the information here as your own time zone as well. So pretty nice, and then it plots it for you. So you can see blue in this case is London, the pinkish one is Tokyo, and then the orange one is New York session for me. So
yeah, many people use that indicator.
Yeah, there's a fair few of them. I like this one.
Yeah,
I don't know why. It's a visual thing. Turbo FX asking, do people trade DAX on the Fivers? Yes, they do. So it is one of the indices that is available for you to trade on the Fivers. Any account that the Fivers has, they have those ones. I can tell you what is all of the the symbols. So you have all of the majors in terms of the Forex information. So all of the majors, you have a lot of the CAD JPY or JPY, so all of the JPY pairs as well. You get cross ones as well, like Euro CAD as well. So the miners, you get the majority of the miners that you can also trade as well. The indices is NASDAQ, S&P, UK 100, which is the FTSE. You have the Japan 225, which is the Nikkei. You have the Dow Jones US 30, and you have the DAX. So you can trade all of those. Precious metals is silver and gold. You can trade silver and gold with the fivers. Crypto is Ethereum and Bitcoin. And then you can trade oil, Brent crude, as well as Brent spot. So the UK spot price and then the US crude spot. So those are all of the symbols that you can trade with the fivers. Those are the ones. So if you want to do a DAX, if you're a DAX trader, get yourself a Fivers account and A, join the Discord, B, trade DAX.
And this is just for the CFDs, okay? Because now we can actually go into futures, and then it is even wider range of assets. And then, of course, if you do like to trade stocks, then you go to trade the pool, and you're all sorted. So basically, there is no missed asset that you cannot trade with us.
Well, there may be a handful of assets. Like, I mean, who's going to be trading USD ZAR? I don't know. Like, who's going to be trading the Rand? But in general, we have
there's maybe some
wide
funds as well that maybe you cannot trade. Maybe there's some kind of funds or a kind of, I don't know, wealth management kind of stuff that you cannot really trade directly from the fivers. But yeah, you get my point, right?
Magubi is saying, hello, fivers from Uganda. Hello, my African brother. What is up?
Yeah. We do
Elvin
have.
saying,
We do have.
give LJ a sleepy drug to get him to sleep as much as possible. Yeah, I think LJ is, he's overslept. That's all. He's not replying to any of my messages, so I think he fell asleep. So I will carry on to keep you guys company along with Pedro for as long as Pedro wants to keep me company.
No, it's good. All good. All right. So what else do we have in here? But in terms of DAX, since someone asked about DAX and maybe Turbo FX, I don't know if his question was just regarding even if you can just trade DAX or if you want us to analyze DAX altogether. If you do want us to analyze DAX, maybe you can share also your view if you are looking for shorts, for longs, what time frame you would like us to analyze it. But in terms of DAX, I don't recall now in which live stream someone asked me this question about DAX, if it was on the English one or if it was on the Portuguese one. That DAX last week was around this structure. Okay, so it was still underneath these lows, somewhere around here at around 24,200. And I was not sharing my monitor. Okay, sorry. Now everyone can see it. Yes, bad. But what I was looking at was eventually for this move to continue, since we had such a big momentum also on the US indices. I think the DAX could also follow and have a little bit more of a bullish momentum, and I could still see a little bit more of a range where DAX could go through. Okay, so when I look at the market, I look at the market kind of horizontally. Some people look at it diagonally in terms of maybe looking for trend lines like this or channels. I still sometimes I do like to draw my trend lines, but I do look like more of horizontally, kind of where is my previous levels of maybe it's resistance or support, highs that actually eventually price wants to go and close those gaps or just fill those orders towards that level. And this was one of them. Okay, so basically we had this initial range at around this level, and when price eventually went back above this structure, most likely there's a high likelihood that price will eventually fill that range, and that's basically where it was. So we were kind of in the mid range of this rectangle, a bit more towards upwards direction, and there you go. We had that move, and price reacted amazingly, basically to that level. And one of the targets that we could have aimed, and usually that's what we tend, or something, an opportunity that you can take advantage of, is when you do have a little bit of a range like this, and then you have a new structure just above it, is literally both ways. Either try to look for the breakout just towards that direction. And another situation, if you're more of a counter-trend trader, just maybe try to trade the reaction from here all the way back to where the previous level of support resistance was. And that's it. Just pinpoint these two moves, and there's usually a high probability that price can do both of them, either as a long for here and then kind of a short from that side. Of course, you can wait for your confirmations in terms of execution and whatnot. But that's basically what we had, okay? So great reaction from that level, aggressive move, price pause, the reaction, all the way, straight away, the reacting or coming back to the demand zone at the previous level of support resistance. And now the question mark is, what next, okay? Because the two high probability levels that I had in mind, both of them reacted already, and now I want to see if actually it's going to be a follow through and a continuation a little bit more to the upside, and maybe price can eventually go a little bit more to the extreme before looking for sales, or if price actually is going to keep holding this level. At this point, I think price can actually continue to go a little bit more to the upside. We do have this gap that price can close it for the weekend. But we do have also another gap a little bit higher for, this is basically almost 2 months ago. And maybe price wants to eventually close that gap as well. So that would be a little bit more of my expectation on the DAX. I think we could start maybe seeing a little bit of selling pressure, but eventually price could close this gap. And then we'll see if price does want to get to new all-time highs, or eventually it's going to respect this structure and move a little bit toward. Because we did manage to break this structure here with this move to the downside. But it's just tricky in the sense that market is so bullish in a scenario that, in my opinion, it doesn't really require us to be so bullish. But it's a new market that we are trading. It looks like the market is a little bit allergic to any kind of bearish behavior. It just gets so too enthusiastic and optimistic, and just skies rocks, goes to the moon, and any opportunity has. So we'll see. We'll see what we'll have. But US indices, in particular, I'm still concerned of looking for any shorts at this point. DAX, we'll see how we trade from within this level.
I did like Henry's DAX trade this morning. It did look pretty good. DAX did look a little bit more bullish to me than it did bearish. And I agree with you. I do feel like there is a bit more upside. The gap that we had has pretty much almost been filled in its entirety. However, we did not get that follow-up reaction. So that top point that you had with the initial reaction on Friday, leading into Monday, we didn't have the follow-through that I expected to have just yet. So slow upward tick. I think there's still an opportunity to go a little bit higher, test a little bit of that Friday high, and then from there decide what it wants to do. If it doesn't get there, that's fine. We just need to have some sort of volumetric reaction, because right now it's slowed and subdued. It's like it's trudging along slowly. If we're gonna if we're gonna want sells, it will rather put it like that. I would only want sells if we can get like a strong break and a continuation. In this case, I'm just looking at buys right now. Pedro, do you mind giving me just 5 minutes? I just quickly want to make myself a cup of coffee, and then I will.
Yeah, go ahead.
Join you again.
Go ahead. I'll be with our lovely guest in here. Hi guys. So yeah, let me know any charts that you want us to look at. I know that you guys want to look at gold, so we're going to be looking at gold. So let me know also if you're looking for shorts, for longs. Okay, so the best way for you guys to get the kind of the feedback from us that you are here as a host on the live stream is if you guys are a little bit specific on your request. For example, look at gold shorts 15 minutes time frame, or maybe I'm thinking about going long on 1 hour time frame, and maybe you can even share the price levels that you are thinking of going long, maybe what kind of targets you are looking at. So that helps us to be more clear and to provide us with much clear feedback for you guys. So gold, okay, because someone did asked about gold. There you go. Sir Gold, Trader King 23. Sir Gold selling level in 15 minutes. Yeah, that's kind of okay, the question, but the meaning of the question is incorrect, right? Because we're not giving you any signals in here. We're not telling you where the signal or the level is for a sell on the 15 minutes time frame. So we don't do that on this live stream. We are going to share our analysis, our thoughts, but we are not giving any signals in here. So if you want to sell gold on the 15 minutes time frame, I want to hear your thoughts about it, and then maybe I can provide my feedback. All right. So Okay, let's jump into gold. So what did you have on gold? Okay, so recently what we have is that gold has been moving to the upside. Okay, since we created this low basically 1 month ago, 23rd of March, we have been moving to the upside. Okay, however, I think everyone can agree that the move to the upside has been slower and slower and slower as we create new highs. Okay, and maybe finally we actually start to have a little bit of a break of structure, because up until this point, price went up, respected the low, went up, respected lows, continued to go up, respecting lows, continues to go up, respect lows, went up, broke low. Okay, now depending on the time frame, and for some of you that needs a break and close below the structure to confirm the break of a low. I don't really require any break and close, because that can vary depending on the time frame that you're looking for. So of course, if you look at the 4-hour time frame, it was just a week. There was no a body closing below. But for me, it doesn't really require any close and below. Just the structure that is broken, that for me it's already valid. And we are still respecting this structure here on the website, which for me was still important. Okay, this range in here, this structure that kind of was created after it is moved down, created structure, moved down again. So that's still, this high is still valid. And again, for any quasi-model lovers that follows, this could also become a good quasi-model pattern at around this level. So yes, I'm a little bit more inclined to look for shorts on gold at this point, and maybe you can feel a little bit of this range, or try to aim for price to get a little bit lower on gold. Now, I wanted a little bit higher. I wanted this high to go a little bit higher, and price already managed to make a good move to the downside from here. And yes, we do have this demand zone also at this level that could still hold price up. Okay, so if by any chance anyone is looking for longs, I would at least try to look for longs around this level and wait maybe for a new break above this structure to look for that follow through. However, personally, I'm a little bit more inclined to look for actually sales because of actually this break, because of the way price has been losing momentum. Anytime it breaks a high, it just continues to push lower without any kind of momentum to the upside. And I think maybe we could go a little bit lower before we go higher. We also got really close to this round number, 4,900, so that's kind of a valid level as well. So we'll see. But as I mentioned, my favorite level would have been a little bit higher, a little bit closer to this 4,854s. That's where I wanted to look for sales. That was my expectation actually yesterday, as price was moving up. I was quite happy with it, but unfortunately, price just reversed from this level. So yes, any sales in between this level in here, there's maybe some, but I do struggle with them. So I don't really have a specific level since basically today's high all the way here. Is there anything in here? Maybe. I don't know if price wants to manipulate these highs and then go. I'm not really sure. I'm not going to be trading within this level. I'll be just trading if price actually does get closer to this zone in there. That would be my attempt. If price eventually follows through and starts breaking the structure, then maybe we can look for a continuation. I'm not really expecting price to break this low and then to retrace all the way back. I think if price actually ends up breaking these lows now, I think this move is going to be just in the future. Before that, I think price will eventually just continue to at least target this low altogether in here. And in this case, then I just missed the short altogether. Yeah, that's my expectation a little bit on gold. And what I like as well, just to finalize in here on gold, is, again, as I mentioned many times, when you do manage to break a structure, when you do have a little bit of retracement, the second move to downside to actually manage to create a new low. And you had it. We had the initial break, price retraced, and price then created a new low. So to have this shape, it's great because then usually this move tends to happen, or there's a high probability that this move is going to happen. Opposite to, we have a break, we have a retest, we have a double bottom being created. This tends to be a bit more bullish than bearish. Yeah, this is a tip. You can use it if you want. Or you can then check it if you want on your own charts as well.
Aberdolf Linkler is saying, wait, what did you just say about a structure being broken? You don't require a break and close below? Shock face.
I don't. For me, a pip below a low is a structure that is being taken. Now, it doesn't mean that maybe price wants to just follow through that break. Maybe it can just be liquidity for price to go higher and then eventually break. But yep, I don't require any, and the market itself doesn't really like when something is broken above or below. It's broken above and below. They don't care if it is kind of in the 1 minute time frame, if it's in the 4 hour time frame. I understand that then as an analysis or as a technique, people then is going to require to maybe, if it's not broken below, it's maybe a false break. But if you actually start analyzing every single break or false break, you're going to see that maybe it's not a false break, it's actually a break, and so on and so forth.
I mean, then a structure break is literally it had a structure and then you broke that structure. But then that structure then falls into either a break and continuation or a fake out. So
yeah, but it can fake out in the moment to then just follow through as soon as price kind of goes back and reacts from the supply level, for example, that was the origin of that break. But yes, I don't really require that. Yeah.
Okay. So
what is your view on gold? What do you think of gold now?
Gold to me, we were having a look at it a little bit earlier. I'll just tell you what I want to see. So we had on Monday, obviously, this very nice gap, which then eventually we filled this morning. So the gap itself did get filled. I don't... Sorry, I was about to sneeze. I think I'm good. We had no follow through after filling the gap itself, and we had a very nice volumetric sell off during the Tokyo session this morning. Now, yesterday on Monday was exactly the same as Monday last week. We had a gap, we had the open, we had a push lower, we reached the absolute bottoms, we had a bullish Tokyo, we had a semi-flat initiation of London, and then we had the continuation of going high, continuing as we went into New York. Yes, New York initially had the highs. We pulled back a little bit and continued, but it was pretty much the exact same price action yesterday as we had last week Monday. So the idea is I marked up this area over here, which was around 4759 to 4768, which is an area where I wanted price to pull back towards, because that was the last decision point before we had this very strong volumetric movement. So even though we had the low of the day, we failed with these few candles over here to try and push price lower, signifying that we're going to continue going lower. So to me, I want a pullback on gold down to that area. We just did not get there this morning. We reached the bottom points of, or we created the low of Tokyo, and then as we came out of Tokyo into the start of London, we just wicked it, attempted to push up. We broke a singular previous swing point, but did nothing with it. We came back into that bottom portion of Tokyo yet again, tried once more to break above. We basically equaled it with that recent swing point. It was slightly above, as you can see, just a few pips and whatnot. However, we had no follow through. The idea was to come back and then continue up, but we did nothing with it. And as of right now, we're just kind of stuck in this range as you can see, we're just the bottom portions of Tokyo as of right now, this area, and then, okay, misclick. And then this area over here right now, basically this is where we're stuck as of right now. We're not really doing anything with price here. I would have loved to see price come a little bit lower, tap this area over here, and then decide what it wants to do. Come back a little bit lower, maybe then either slow down a little bit and then turn around maybe for some buys, or come down into it volumetrically, break through, that's a bit much. Break through, retest, and continue lower. Then we can see whether or not we can reach these lows of Monday. If we look at the higher time frame on the 4 hourly, I do have everybody's guesses here. We did have this long upward drawn attempt at trying to create new highs. We did get some new highs, even though it does seem as though it is slightly curved, in my opinion. So it could be a potential attempt to try and push lower yet again, and in which case I would like it to come back all the way down to about 4607 to 4568. That's if we can continue pushing lower. Yes, we do have a low swing point over here. That is the wrong button. We do have a low swing point over here, which is around 4661-ish. We can potentially come and retest that one if we do break lower. So as it stands right now, I'm looking more towards sells, but that's only if we can break through that area that I marked out just now and then continue lower. If we're going to continue lower, we have the low of Monday, first port of call. If that fails, we do have previous Monday's low that needs to be tested. And if that fails as well, we'll be coming to this point and then we'll see what we want to do from that area. That's what I'm thinking. That's only if we get the break. If we don't get the break, we'll potentially try and take these highs up over here at some point, because those were the last, like, let's call it significant highs on this upward trend that we had before effectively making a lower high on this morning. So that's what I'm seeing at the moment. That's what I would be looking for. I don't know if I want to see buys all that much because of the fact that it was so slowed here. Yeah, I would actually like to see sells a little bit more.
Yeah, I think gold as attempt to go higher, but as you can see, every single high that you have there is a week only, right? It's kind of get rejected immediately after we take the highs, and it looks like there's a lot of selling pressure immediately after that. So I think we could try to see it. Just one question, because similarly to the pound yen, now on gold. So on the world time frame, as you were analyzing the charts, you have that small kind of decision point at the month zone, a little bit lower. The price hasn't touched it yet on the 5 minutes time frame. But meanwhile, price gets stuck in that range, right? Similar to pound yen, but it was the opposite. It was a supply. When price starts to do this, let's pretend that you do want to look for longs at that demand zone a little bit underneath, okay? Let's pretend that you want to buy it.
So if I wanted to buy,
let's pretend that you wanted to buy initially from that bigger demand zone that comes from the website. Exactly, inside there. Okay. Maybe you can draw kind of one of those buy.
Oh, you mean like one of these?
Yeah, exactly. Just to visualize it. But meanwhile, price gets stuck a little bit higher, right? Price hasn't really got to your level. How do you start? First of all, maybe fearing, and then kind of interpreting the new data that is kind of jumping into it. You try to attempt to then look for longs at the new structure that price is creating. Meanwhile, for example, price maybe just left now at the month zone slightly above, or you are going to still be patient enough to wait for price to go to your level. And if it never gets to your level, there you go. Price goes down.
My style of trading is it's either initiation of a new trend or a continuation of a new trend. Mm-hmm. So in this case, I would need it to either come down to an established zone and then react off of that established zone. In this case, I have deemed this to be an established zone because, like I said previously, there was that back and forth and then a decision was made. So I want exactly like the one that you asked me to draw out. That's pretty much what I would have wanted. I would have wanted price to come back down here and then prove that the original movement was what it wants to continue doing. So I would want to see whether or not this reaction that we had here is indeed the direction that price wants to go in. And that is going to be basically going onto the lower time frame and looking for price action such as this, where you have either a complete slowdown, a failure to produce a new low, so a lower high, lower low, and we start having that little bit of consolidation and then a break pushing higher. So price comes down into this area, it slows down, doesn't quite create new high, new lows, and then eventually it starts pushing bullishly. And then as it starts pushing bullishly, I would get in on that confirmation of the bullish reaction. Now, if we do not get all the way down here, and we eventually do start making a break attempt above these high swings, because we've already had a low and a high, and now basically an equal high and a higher low after a long attempt to push price lower. So this to me is just sideways action, is just currently slowed, just flat. That's all it is. So what I would want to then see is after consolidation or flat slowed price action, a volumetric reaction to try and push up. If we don't get it all the way down here, I would want to see it break this area over here and then start getting more volume. The candles itself must start showing some volumetric tendencies. Larger bodies, smaller wicks. The pullback itself, the attempt at a retrace must be short-lived. Small, I wouldn't call it indecisive candles, but just shorter candles in general in relation to that new bullish attempt that we have. And then once I get a base and another rally, so a re-establishment of a rally, a new base, and then another rally. On that rally, I'll get in. And if that rally ends up being somewhere up over there, I'll just make sure that my stop loss is at an adequate level to try and take the price higher. So those are the two things that I would generally be looking for. Established zone reaction with a complete, I wouldn't call it like turnaround, like just established zone reaction and then establishment of a new trend. And it doesn't matter what the trend was just before it, because you can have bearish, flat, bullish, flat, bearish, that kind of like thing.
Good morning.
Just woke up. I had a nap at like 4:30. I completely overslept my alarm. So sorry.
I was telling everybody that I think LJ is asleep because he's not replying to my messages.
Still waking up. So I was up super early at like my time today. So I had a nap in the afternoon, but I set my alarm for like 45 minutes. I think I slept for like 3 hours.
Yeah, that 45-minute was like 4 times longer than it needed to be. Raff did say, however, that we should leave you to sleep. So
yeah, well, I just woke up and then I saw your message. I was like, dude, what time is it? So,
it's all right. You're only 45 minutes late.
My trades are in profit though that I put on before, so that's nice.
Congratulations! Congratulations! That's what happens when
making money while sleeping. That's the dream. Yeah.
Maybe just give me a sec to like splash my face with water. Like bed, put my hat on.
Dude, go make a cup of coffee. Get your face nice and washed and whatnot. Take your time, man. Yeah,
give me like 5 minutes just to try and alive myself. Come back.
Just to prove that Superman needs to sleep as well. So okay, that's an interesting one. And the reason again to ask this question is because this was a battle I had to deal with for a long time, right? So because we have at least I had a specific level I wanted to trade, and then price would just pause, and it does many times this, like just pausing almost just above it or below the level that you want to, creating this kind of a range. Attempting us to flirting with us to try to go into the trade a little bit early, and anytime I was about to do that, and price would actually then just fake me out, take me out, and then actually react from the original level that I wanted to trade from. And meanwhile, just with too many scars like that, I'm just patient. If price doesn't really at least comes to my level, I'm not going to be trading it, because I'm always in doubt if price actually just fakes out because that starts becoming liquidity. Like when you have a low, a second low, a third low, that can start attracting liquidity. Even when we do have a slightly break above the highs, and then price will just collect that liquidity, and then finally follow through. So actually, I like the answer that you mentioned in terms of if price actually doesn't go, you want to see the highs being broken, but you want to see actually price sustaining at the highs to then create momentum, and not just kind of a quick move up, down, because that's usually when some liquidity can be created and trap even the original anticipated buyers. Anyone that is waiting for a breakout to the upside, and if they enter too early, that can also be faked out because they get trapped into an attempt to as a breakout to the upside, and price just takes the highs and comes back down, stopping out everyone. The same way that maybe if you're starting to get in the trade a little bit too early, then yes, you are just literally placing your stop loss, because if I was about to enter now at those lows, basically my stop loss would be exactly in the levels that I wanted to trade in the first place.
Initially,
so I'm literally just putting liquidity into a level where I wanted to trade it in the first place. And
you're just getting a worse entry point. You're just getting a worse entry point, yeah.
I'm literally putting my stop loss where I wanted to get in, so that's like, that doesn't seem logic at all in time. And it looks like quite dumb to me.
No, I mean, like, if we had exactly this, where we get the break, but then you start making a bearish candle, another bearish candle, another bearish candle, another bearish candle. It's exactly as you explained. It's like you got in slightly too early because you went only on the break.
Yeah.
And I think that's what maybe that's why Abradolf Linkler was like, oh, is that a break? Because you're just breaking above a point, because technically you've got a wick that is higher. Now, if you just look at this swing point that we had here and these wicks over here, that's technically a break. But there's no continuation. There's no follow through. And I wait for that follow through. And I only get in on the follow through because you have establishment, reaction of establishment, and then continuation. And it's that continuation that I want. So in this case, if price were to start pushing lower and lower and lower, it's just obvious that I was either too early. And it's that I try to prevent. I try to prevent getting in on that, just the break. Because, like you said, it can literally just be a little wick above and then it just collapses. And it just faked you in. You got in too early. It goes all the way down to the level that you wanted to get into, and then it starts printing follow-up bullish price action. And it's... In your case, you're saying, okay, you were maybe a little too overzealous. You got in there. You maybe had your stop loss somewhere over there, or you had your stop loss over here. Maybe you were aiming for the top of Tokyo. I'm just using this as an example. Now you get wicked in, and then price just absolutely sinks down. But originally you wanted to be in down here at the bottom with your stop loss just below that range, and then looking for the same TP point. You're going from... Let's say it's 1% risk as an example. You're going from a 27 pip stop loss, or in this case 270 pip stop loss, to a 10, or in this case 100 pip stop loss. But your ratio goes from a 1 to 1.28 to a 1 to 6, just by being patient.
Yeah, that's the key word, because that's what I was about to mention. The key word here is patient, and most are not going to be patient. Especially, for example, if you just look at this morning, and people are actually trading like that on a daily basis. So basically this morning, since 6 a.m. in the morning, UK time, or 6:40 until now, basically price created that small high, and it's been in this range, right? You can imagine how many people are desperate to look for a momentum or some trade on gold. Especially if you have been waiting for an hour just looking. So as soon as you have that potential, maybe even just a break above these highs, or even wait for a break above this structure, they're going to be just jumping into it. They're not going to be waiting anymore. And even if you had an idea that this was the structure that you wanted to trade from, maybe you did your pre-market analysis yesterday night. Yes, this is the level I want to eventually go long. But meanwhile, 2-3 hours into the session, this is everything you see. You even forget that level is there anymore. People are just looking at this level, like 5 minutes time frame. Yeah, this is everything I see. I see this high, I see these lows, and I see this range. And this is everything I'm going to be trading from. Maybe a breakout above this highs, I'm going to jump into it. And maybe reacting from this level, I'm going to be in. People actually may look at this level, maybe, okay, break below this level, I'm going to be longing. I'm going to be looking for shorts as soon as price breaks this level, not knowing that maybe this is actually the level in here. So even if you try to look for shorts in here, price may actually just react from the original level that it wanted to go long from. And now, of course, everyone that's sold in here now is under pressure, maybe getting stopped out as well. Like, that's literally market manipulation. When you think about it, this is a great example of market manipulation. And you see this happening many, many times across different assets. Now, the keyword is here, or the key point is, this usually tends to happen around key levels of reversal. Okay, it's like otherwise, like if it's in the middle, price tends to respect the previous highs, lows, price eventually just goes into with the flow. But for example, this is a good example in here. Maybe people saw this break to the upside, wanted to go higher, price just rejected, goes lower. Price see this low being broken, price tries to go short, price actually just respected this demand zone, price went higher. Good example. But yeah.
I think another thing to also take into consideration is how you would manage that trade, depending on whether or not you got in at your original entry point or you got in at the slightly higher one in general. So if I had an idea that the price would go to, let's say, a specific point, but it did not reach my initial reaction point to say, yes, this is how deep of a pullback I wanted, and then like the example that we gave on gold, I wouldn't manage them the same way. I would not still want to get to the same take profit point, because in this case, my stop loss would be quite a bit larger. So I would probably reduce my risk. And then I would maybe look, instead of for a 1-3, or I would try and get a 1-1 in that case. But that would all depend on whether or not my previous assessments, my previous back-tested information actually aligns with that being a profitable decision. I mean, you can have multiple entry points, you can have multiple means of deciding to get into a trade, but you shouldn't be treating them the same way, and you shouldn't be expecting the same move that you initially wanted if you got in at a different area that you got in afterwards. I don't know if this is making sense. The A+1 would have been that reaction off of that deeper level. And you had your setup. That's the entry point, stop loss, take profit. There it is. So 1-6R. But you decided to get in on a different point. You shouldn't want to try and manage it the same way, because they're two different trades.
Yeah.
The one is a much deeper pullback. So in that case, manage it a little bit differently. So if someone else is looking at this saying, oh, but it's the same, it's also going in your direction, it's going to be managed differently, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's where the edge comes in, right? So being able to understand the difference between those two setups, or the different levels, even though they look like quite similarly, maybe the same movement, but we are treating it differently just based on your experience and your own setups. So that finds your edge, and trading them differently. I think then it ends up making sense completely. Even the expectation maybe of what kind of target you're looking for, maybe how much risk you're going to put into the setup. That's which of the definition of edge, but for each of us, for each trader.
There's one or two good questions, one from Aberdolf Linkler and one from Wardy Does. Interesting. Aberdolf Linkler asking, I know that's a newbie question, but can we clarify what is a break, please? Because it's radically changed our market reading. To me, it's a close below the last wick and a body, but maybe I'm wrong. So I think that's an interesting one that we can have a look at, because I think, Pedro, you just went and threw a spanner into the works by telling him that just a wick is a break of structure.
Again, I don't think there is a right or wrong on this situation. I think it goes into experience and what you want to use the information. Okay, this is basically that's the way I look at it. Is trading is a language, and you can try to read it whatever way you want it. Okay, maybe it's a difference between an exclamation mark or interrogation mark. It can depends. Now, the way I use it, for me, for example, this is enough of a break. Okay, so when price created this week and broke below this low, this is a break to the downside. Okay, this structure was broken with this move. I didn't even need to wait for this one. This is a move. This is on the 5 minutes time frame. As you can see, it's just a week. Okay, it's a break of structure. Now, I'm not saying, and because of the way I trade as well, I'm not saying that because of this week, I'm going to start looking for breakout setups immediately. What I mean is this structure is broken. How I interpret now the next moves, what my level of expectation after this break or after this low is broken, now it's completely different if it's not broken. For example, now I know that there's a high probability if you do actually retrace back that I can look for a sell. Okay, why? Because we did manage to have a break. Now, as I mentioned many times, again, if you do actually even have a second follow-through break, which is this second move, the likelihood for me of actually even looking for a second move, it's even higher. Now you see a break, okay? So we did had this break, and maybe dollar yen was a good example a few months ago. I'm just trying to see where it was. Yep, this is a good example. We have a break of structure. In this case, most likely there was actually a break and below, not just a wick, okay? Because it looks like this is a lot of candles in there. So maybe even a daily time frame, we did manage to have a break and below. Again, another situation is depending on the time frame that you're looking at, as always. So in this case, actually, it was a break, definitely a break and below. So you can actually see a break of potential structure in here. Now, what's the difference in here is actually then price did manage to go down, but we didn't manage to follow through. We didn't manage to break it below it. So that's when I usually mention, if you do actually have a clear low in here, okay, price breaks it, but instead of kind of breaking again, price actually just breaks, but then creates a double bottom. There's actually maybe a high probability that price will eventually end up being, this becomes more of a bullish move than as a bearish move. Okay, when you don't have this double bottom, which means that there's a high probability that actually price now is going to actually take the high before actually moving downside. Now, this is still a break of structure for me, but in the right moment, I'm going to expect this high to be taken before actually aim for a potential bigger move to the downside. Okay, that's a little bit of more my interpretation of this setup. Now there are different interpretations. So what I mean by that is that sometimes, yes, when you are looking at the 4-hour time frame, you have a clear move to downside, and maybe it's just a wick. But maybe now on the 15 minutes, that wick was created with a double bottom in here. Okay? Now, maybe in this case, we are both agreeing that maybe because if you see a wick, you don't see the close below the level. You see the close maybe above the previous low. Okay, but because on the 5 minutes time frame, on the 15 minutes time frame, we actually have a double bottom here. Maybe we are both in alignment that maybe we are expecting price to just continue to go higher because there was no break below it. But I don't really care about the break below it. I care about what's happening after we break it. And also, another part that I care about is actually where this low reacted to on the left side. Okay, if this low broke a low, but it just reacted from something relevant on the left side, and this high hasn't reacted from something relevant on the left side, this actually may be a bullish move, and this is just a collecting of liquidity from this level, and I'm expecting price to go higher. So again, this is just many hours of looking at the charts, of reading price and reading the way I want to read and interpret the market as I do. I know that maybe becomes simpler if you just say it, yes, I need a break and below a certain level to consider it, or even to trade it directly from as a breakout setup opportunity. Maybe in that case, maybe I would like to see also break and below it. If I was looking straight away for a breakout, I don't look for breakouts. I look for price to break, to have a deep retracement, and to have the confidence that then that break, even if it is a peep, actually, if it is a peep, it's or kind of, let's call it 2, 3, 5, a range of 5 pips. If it is a small break, it's actually even more clear for me, because that's actually the moment that people are not considering it as a break. So people are actually going to be bullish, and that actually makes me even more bearish. Okay, so I'm actually literally the opposite of everything that the majority of people want to think about. I'm going to be the complete opposite. So if actually just a small move down, especially, again, I can go into many examples. So if you have a clear structure in here, many lows, price is holding it, and as price is trying to go higher, if price just do this is one of my favorite moves to the downside that you can imagine, that price wants to go lower. Okay, because this what tells me is that what is the reason for price actually is trying to go higher, and eventually is going higher, but why did it then manage to break the structure just before it goes higher? Like, why price will do this? Maybe would you say, yeah, just to collect liquidity? Well, for me, it's actually opening the door for price actually to follow through in the future. Okay, and this is just kind of a retracement before price go, because if price actually wanted to go higher, potentially even break the new highs, price will just hold, create a double bottom, hold this level of support, and continue, and then you break the high and just continue to go higher. Okay, so actually these ones are my favorite types of breakouts, of fake outs, or break of structure that you can imagine in here. Yes, another one, just to finalize it. If you don't have a low being created and now price fake outs at low, and you can actually draw a line on that low that was taken. If price actually reacts in alignment after the break of the low, if price actually reacts to the pip or kind of really close to that structure, in this case on gold it would be, well, we'll see gold in a bit. If price actually respects this level and starts moving higher, this becomes more of a bullish setup than bearish. Okay, so if price actually breaks the low, fakes out it, and then kind of respects that line, this becomes more of a bullish setup, more of a continuation setup to the upside. Which in this case on gold it would be, yes, if price actually respects this level in here quite nicely and starts moving higher, this becomes a bit more bullish than bearish. And now I'll be concerned then to short in here. Okay, I'll be actually concerned to short it if price actually respects this level quite nicely. Actually, I'll not be interested in shorting anymore. Yeah, just a few examples.
Yeah,
LJ, what is I see you did some googling there, and I wonder if that's got anything to do with the break discussion that we had now. Anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, sure, kind of. So if we jump over to mine, what I was going to say is typically, like, say you see that on the 5 minute. Let's hide this stuff for now. That's not the one. This one. It does look like kind of a break, but I think this is where you go to the high time frames, right? Where, yes, you did have that slight break on the 5 minute. If you go to the 15, though, like, you've still got this higher high here that you're really dealing with, right? So that guy ended up with a massive wick. We did get that push through there, but we didn't get the follow-up on, like, a third candle. And normally I want to see, like, on the third candle, on, like, a high time frame, you actually continue that kind of momentum. So very similar to, like, when you have the three black crows, or that's like the bearish setup when you're sort of reaching like a top, you get that third candle that sort of confirms it. If you don't get the third and that starts to go the opposite way, bullish, then there's still, you know, people willing to bid up price. And I forget what the inverse of three black crows is called. Three white something else. Whatever people call it. White... I don't know. Someone will correct me, but old candlestick pattern from back in the day when they used to do charts in black and white, right? So it's a very old classic kind of thing. Now, what I would do is typically then combine it with something. There's other indicators as well you can use, like this, which is basically just shows you some of those, you know, lower highs, higher lows, lower lows, etc., which is very easily visual. When you go to the 5 minute, yeah, you've got them printing all over the place. Go up to the higher time frame, very different. Right now, that should probably change your perception of a break. Keep going up from there. 30 minute, you can see all of these wicks, we're still clustered down here. We haven't established any kind of firm hold with that. Same with when you go up to the 1 hour, now you can see we do have some kind of basing through here, where we're trying to sit above that 200 moving average, make some kind of attempt higher, but we're definitely not there just yet. We could just as easily push right down and come down to some of these lower lows. That's also somewhere I like to, a good idea is to combine it with something like a Kalman filter, right? So even though you've had this kind of small break on this lower time frame, if you go to the 15, where very much the momentum is to the downside. Right, so that's the Kalman trend levels, the big beluga one, which is very good. And basically it'll just show you that momentum shift when you're in that positive setup. Gray, obviously, when you go into neutral, and then red is, of course, bearish. So I think it's one of those things you add the confluence to see that there's actually momentum in price, not just a technical break. Because the market is stochastic, meaning it will go up, down, move around, whoop-de-doo, all over the place, but you have to have momentum behind the actual move, right?
Yeah.
Is the Matt McConaughey part on the Wolf of Wall Street? Did you see this app? How they call it when they're in the restaurant? Yeah.
Exactly. It's a fugazi.
Exactly, fugazi. Exactly.
Yeah. But yeah, so I would then, the thing is, I would use it with some kind of momentum indicator that is then lining up with the break to actually kind of confirm that this isn't just, you know, stochastic randomness where you've had like a technical, you know, tick over something. And then that's also like some of the stuff that Pedro was talking about before, where you get that break, price pushes back higher, then kind of respects that other low, very similar to like a head and shoulders type thing. And essentially that break below becomes either a bear trap or a bull trap, as it's known, right? And then price runs the other way. So,
Hello,
you doing,
Richard Wells.
Morning.
How we doing, gentlemen? How's your morning been?
Great.
It's
great
been a dull
conversations here.
my morning just started, apparently. So.
Somebody
I
had
didn't
a
have
bit
this.
of a beauty nap.
I had a nap and overslept, Rich. So,
Well, now that Mr. Wells is in, Mr. LJ is in, and I'm assuming Pedro is going to be heading out, I'm going to jump the gun and jump out. I will see you guys in the next session with Will and Griff. So I'm going to go and grab myself some lunch, and then I'll see you guys a little bit later. Cheers.
beautiful.
Yeah, man.
See you, Rich.
Yeah, I'm going as well. Thank you very much, guys. I'm having conversations. Yeah, this week I need to pick up my girlfriend from the airport. So I need to go, unfortunately. Okay,
All good,
guys,
all
have a
good.
great session. Have a great session, guys. See you in a bit.
Catch you in a bit.
See you later, Pedro. How are we doing, Rich? I'm still. Oh, why'd my screen go? There we are. I'm still like half waking up a little bit, so I'm still kicking into gear myself. But bear with me. I did got my coffee, so I'm gradually awakening through here. How we doing?
I'm the total opposite. This morning I was wide awake by 6 o'clock because I actually went to bed asleep by 10:30. I promised myself an early night. I managed to stick to it. Dude, I woke up with 7.5 hours unbroken sleep, and I feel like a new man today. So don't worry, mate. Get on the back. I got you covered this morning. I always enjoy these sessions, actually. I always get a very unorthodox kind of conversation with LJ, because for those of you who don't know, LJ actually got a lot more traction in his earlier years with trading, whereas a lot of us, including myself, had to come through the school of hard knocks and do our, pay our dues in the market when it comes to learning the hard way and going through probably quite a long period of being unprofitable. So for those of you who do not know me, I'm the Fivers Performance Coach. I've been trading full time for 8 years, or I'm now in my 8th year, should I say. I lost money for 2 years heavily because I thought, how hard can trading be? I lost a huge amount in the first 2 years. 3rd year was break even, and for the next 3 to 4 to 5 years, however many the maths adds up to, I've made a little bit more than I've lost year on year on year on year. So this is a opportunity for us to lean into those experiences and kind of try and pick through them and say, what's the difference between the things that worked for you and the stuff that kind of didn't. And one of the topics that I'm bringing in today, which I'm curious to hear LJ's thoughts on, chat, you're totally included in this, so if you've got any thoughts on it, let us hear it, is paper trading. Should a new trader come into trading and should they paper trade, or should they say, no, I need a little bit of skin in the market? There's a conversation to be had around, do you put in just a little bit, and if you lose, you then start feeling all the emotions, or do you just solely go onto demo knowing that you're typically going to lose early on? LJ, I'd love for you to start us off on this kind of talking point. What's your thoughts, or what's your experience with it?
Well, I mean, yeah, I started paper trading. I only did so for like 3 weeks, and then sort of felt, I'll jump in. It was going all right. So I think paper trading is good. I think, though, it depends how people approach it, right? It's one of those things where sometimes people take it very serious, and you kind of treat it as though it is your money and it is real, versus other people kind of go to it, start just mashing buttons, mashing trades, and not really being thoughtful and conscious of the fact that they're trying to translate this to a real event, right? And they sort of they're kind of playing about, rather, or often taking massive risk because they're like, oh, look, I just leveraged to the hilt and I just made $50,000 off 10 grand, on something, and they went 100% risk, right? 10 grand either goes to zero or it goes 5x and whatever. And then they feel really good and they go like, oh, I just did that. I could probably do it in real life. but then, of course, when they go to do it in real life, now they got to put up 10 grand. Like, now, the decision making gets a little bit weird, that kind of thing. And plus, you shouldn't be doing that in general. It's just insane. It's not a way to live for a very long time. So I think I definitely recommend paper trading. I think that's the way that you get used to the market. It gives you that kind of time on the charts, learning how price sort of shifts around. And I think it does give you a bit of a buffer and a barrier to sort of, you're learning without risk. I mean, I think it sounds pretty obvious, right? But I do think you should transition.
Let me just challenge that. Learning without risk, is that a thing? Can you learn without risk? Can you learn without discomfort?
I see what you're saying. I see what you're alluding to. I think the point is to get the footholds. At least you can learn the footholds without getting blown out and doing damage to yourself, which is probably going to be more detrimental later on if you just cop that on the chin. I kind of put it like, I think jumping into the market is you're immediately jumping in with all the sharks, like all the people who do this professionally. Markets have existed for ages, and yet you're a newbie. So I always liken it to going to the park. You want to play basketball. You're a novice. You probably want to play with some people your kind of skill level. If you go to the court and LeBron James is there and he just dunks on you the whole time, you're not going to learn too much. So the same thing with, it's not 100% that, because putting in your own money, you can actually do some stuff. But if you're going to make mistakes. Typically, naturally, you're going to get chewed up, spat out. Those are the statistics, obviously. So unless you're going to defy gravity of the stats of the hundreds of thousands of millions of traders over decades of time that have gotten blown out, and think you're going to go to the court and start dunking on LeBron, I don't think that's going to happen. So I think you go that way and you do that for a bit just to get like the basics, learn how to dribble, learn how to shoot, throw some 3-pointers. Maybe you can now learn to dunk. And then it's the application of doing that at people who are, higher skill level than you, where it's going to be more competitive. And then that's when you do want to jump in with real money. But I think you need to learn the basics first. Kind of like going for your driver's license, right? Driver's test, that kind of stuff before you start jumping into a rally car, So I think doing it in a sort of controlled environment is a good idea first, at least to learn how to accelerate and change gears and, that kind of thing.
I love what you shared. I feel like I'm trying not to say but. I love what you shared.
No, you can say but. That's completely fine. That's good. That means we got a discussion.
If you can look at a demo account and use it constructively, and I'm going to say learn to use it constructively. For me, I actually found that demo trading triggered me. For every time I had an analysis and I was right, I just constantly felt this is money I should have made. Now the market owes me money. And what I was doing was just I couldn't get to a point where, Rich, I need you to build a track record for me. And a demo account is a perfect place to build a track record. So I just said, no, I'm going to build a track record in live. And I see that we've got a comment here from Morrow, which I think feeds into this as well. Very similar to my own experience of, where are we here? Very similar to my early experiences in trading. So Morrow says, I didn't paper trade, thought I could nail trading quickly and quit the job, etc. Lost $7,000 in less than a year. It was a steep learning curve, and I'm better off for it. Poorer also. So I guess it's saying, Kurt, can I take the same lessons from a risk-free environment? And I feel that the generic truth would be people value money more than their time. Most of the time, I think people value money much more than their time. So when you say, well, let's move to a demo account, and what I've got is an investment of time, for most people, it's not a big enough trigger to actually learn the lesson. So for me, I moved into the markets in live accounts to basically cement them lessons. Look, I want to feel the joy when a trade wins, and I want to feel the pain when a trade loses. I need to have something in the game that emotionally gives me feedback. Now, of course, I wasn't yet at this level of emotional awareness within my trading. I just wanted to make money. But looking back at it, if I had to do it all again, I would be interested in saying, look, I'm going to put skin in the game in a controlled manner. Now, this is what I didn't do. Much the same as Morrow in the early stages, I put in more than I was willing to lose. Who thinks about losing their entire trading account? You put it in, yeah, I'm not going to lose the whole thing, but you'll be surprised how lower quality the decisions we make when we're emotionally compromised. And being in floating drawdown is a quick way to emotionally compromise, especially a unlearned trader. So I'm curious from chat. We're going to put in chat paper if you started trading on a paper account, or we're going to put in live if you started trading on a live account. Give us a little bit of feedback as to your experience as traders. Did you start on a paper account? Did you start on a live account? I'm actually genuinely curious. A lot of the time in the Discord, we will hold polls around this kind of stuff and get feedback on it. Maybe we'll do this a little bit later on in the week. But majority of traders that I speak to are against going into demo accounts because it is boring, because it is slow, because there's no potential upside. Now, I managed to find a caveat to that. I managed to find a happy middle ground, but it's not what I did. What I did is I put X thousands of pounds into a trading account, and I'm like, that's fine. I'm just going to trade at £10 risk. It didn't make sense to have, let's say, for just example purposes, £5,000 in a trading account to trade at £10 risk. It just didn't make sense. Typically, I need enough money in there to execute and enough margin to be able to pull the trigger on my trade. So if I'm using £10 risk, I might only need £500 in that trading account. Why would I put £500 into an account? Sorry, why would I put 5,000 into an account and only use £500 of it? And what I was doing was it made me feel safe. Oh, well, I just lost £10 relative to 5,000. When I start thinking, wow, I just lost £10 relative to 500, now I'm down 1%. Now it hits different. So I put in a larger amount of money, and it was, sadly, it was bigger than 5,000, and I was trading £10 risk. And I was round about break even. Maybe I was making a little bit, and it just wasn't exciting. I started getting wicked out of trades. Then the market would move in my direction. Maybe if I just extended my stop loss, next thing I know, I'm down £20. And you know what? I'll add into this trade. And now I got back out with £2 of profit, feeling like I'm a winner, which worked wonderfully until the market didn't give me a pullback or didn't give me the opportunity. And unfortunately, my lesson came much the same as Morrow's, where I lost several thousands of pounds in that first period of trading, and I become massively emotionally compromised. And what it feels like to wake up every day and you are floating negative, silly amounts of thousands of pounds, real money, your own money that you worked hard for in the real world. And you wake up every day, and the anxiety when you open your terminal to actually check your balance, and then realize not only has it incorporated a lot of money's worth of swaps, it's also more negative than when you went to sleep. And then to do this day after day after day after day, what it done is it gave me the feedback on this is how I don't want to trade. I don't want to feel like this. I don't want to build a career having to navigate these emotions every single day. Why? I hadn't protected my downside. I was just focused on how much I could make, and I made good money. I made about 25% return 2 months in a row, dumped thousands more in the account, and thought, here we go, let's scale it. Would I have learnt the same lesson on demo? I don't think I would have, because I would have woke up each day and gone, right, I'm down £5,000. Cool, who cares? Let's just put another zero in the demo account and send even more in. And like LJ says, it feels very different when you've got to actually put 10,000 in an account and actually pull the trigger. And is this a valid trade? And what if it stops me out? How will I feel about myself? And there is a massive difference between demo and real for 2 reasons. Number one, they don't always execute the same. On a demo account, you might get filled immediately at spot price. You can't replicate that if you're trading NFP and the market gaps down 50 pips and you've got a buy limit at 20 pips. You're going to get filled at next available price. So there is a mechanical difference when it comes to demo versus real. There's also a massive mental difference which can be trained. But typically in the early stages as a trader, we're not trained. We're not trained to deal with this, and the emotions tend to hit pretty hard. Now, I said that I had found a happy medium. I had only found a happy medium after I had lost huge amounts of money. But my happy medium now is to say, what is the number of money in trading that I'm happy to lose? And that number might be $500. And I'll say, okay, when you lose $500, would you be happy to lose another $500? And if the answer is no, then I know that I'm only happy to lose $500. Then I'm going to take that $500 down and I'm going to put it into smaller amounts. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to purchase or put that small amount into a personal account or put it into a prop firm account. Now, what that does is gives me a very small controlled amount of risk in the game. And it's, okay, I got $100. I'm going to practice my craft with this $100. And if it goes terribly wrong, which for 80% of traders, typically they lose more than they make. So if it goes wrong, I have capped my downside at $100. Now, if that was a $100 prop firm account I've brought, I'm now in a chilled state of execution because I've already accepted, hey, if that $100 goes sideways, it's fine. It's part of my learning curve. And I'm giving myself a big enough window to be able to put a little bit of skin in the game, but hopefully learn from the lessons that I pick up along the way. Because most traders are going to go through a period of months to years before they find their edge in the market. Now, and what we need to do is be able to survive that desert. There's no point going, well, if it takes me 36 months, 3 years, and you've only got enough money to last 2 months, you're not going to survive to get to that profitability land. So it's about, and this is the crazy thing about trading, you don't know if you're 3 months away from being profitable. You don't know if you're 3 years away from being profitable. Now, there are things that we can do, and I believe this through what I do with my job, the performance coaching. There are things that we can do that accelerates that timeline and also increases our opportunity to be profitable earlier. It doesn't guarantee profitability, but it increases our chances of landing into profitable behavior. But you still don't know how long that's going to take. It still could take you 6 months. And so financially, we've got to be able to actually survive this journey to where we get to the point where we make a bit more than we lose, and then we're getting paid for our lessons. LJ, I see you're bringing up some of the comments we got. What you got?
Yeah, I was just having a look with what people are saying with live or paper, because I see what you were saying when definitely going live, like you get the scars, that kind of thing, and you kind of feel it more. I guess maybe it comes down to like a personality type and knowing how you are. Like when I started, so which is probably different to most people, I guess, kind of like you said at the beginning. I full set out, okay, what would I need to make to be able to live off trading, deducted taxes, deducted potential fluctuation in my expectation of the outcome, and also leaving some to compound for growth, right? And so I kind of started with those numbers to begin with, and then tried to see how I could build something that would fulfill that. So hence, for me, I guess paper trading was like an MVP model, so minimal viable product, just like you do with like a business, something like that. And you've got an environment you can test it, right? Kind of like, before you just go into chain stores, right? You get some testers to drink your new energy drink or a soda or something else, and they give you their feedback, like, is this actually good or is it rubbish? And so that, I guess that's kind of how I went with it. So then from there, at least for me, I knew that I had the source kind of already set. I've got the recipe, and now I just have to execute it. So for me, it felt like it wasn't any different. The work was actually in the prior, and more that sort of pain, I guess, was actually trying to build the system to begin with. Like that was more for me. I wasn't thinking about the money itself. right? It was more, can I actually build the system? And I guess that was more my my crux point of trying to achieve that. And I get that sort of I don't know, highs, lows from, can I actually build this thing? And it's putting more back on me rather than the outcome of what actually happens. Because then I go, okay, if I built it, this kind of works. If somehow life changes, and then when you deploy something, it doesn't work, well, you did everything prior that you could with all available knowledge at that time before you deploy it. And then, life always happens with anything. But I think so long as you did everything you could prior and you're genuine on that, for me, then I'm good. So hence, when I go into live trading, I've already done all that prior sort of work and gone through it. And now it's just execution. So,
but don't you think
that's obviously a very different sort of way of viewing things, I guess, right?
I was going to say, but don't you think that's quite ironic? Because probably 80 to 90 to probably 95% of traders will come into trading thinking about the money and what they can make. You came in thinking about, I want to get this process down. I want to get this system down. I want to learn to be right more than I'm wrong, and the money will come later. And you move very quickly into profitability. Do you think that's quite ironic that there's a relationship there? That and hang on, before you give me your answer, consider how the Forex market is marketed. Is it typically marketed? I mean, cast your mind back, and audience, think about this. When you got into trading, what was the thing that encouraged you into trading? Let us know in chat. Was it because you thought, hey, you know what, I can build a little passive income? Was it some TikTok reel that convinced you could retire from trading and retire your whole family inside of 2 years? And I should imagine if most of us give a feedback on this, it's going to be because we were influenced by the idea that trading is actually a lot easier than it is, than it really is, and we're going to make a ton of money from it. And when I go and watch trading content online, and this is why I don't watch huge amounts, because the majority of it is going to try and upsell me the idea on how easy it is to achieve our the results that we want. So is it just an interesting observation, LJ? You came in thinking about the process and not the money, yet you found profitability much, much quicker than most. And I wonder if there's a relationship there between those two.
I definitely think so. So, I mean, I always come from generally like a scientific kind of ish just way of thinking. Before, like, even when I was, as a kid and like sub 5 years old, just that's naturally how I sort of looked at things. I want to pull them apart and understand them, kind of. And then, so yeah, I definitely think, coming back before I go off on a tangent, I think that's exactly it. It's that patience and sort of establishing something that is a business, not going for those like quick wins, money, that kind of stuff. When you do see all the content and even how brokers market things to you, those things in general tend to repel me, like push me away. Whenever someone says something good, I guess I have like a bit of a contrarian thinking process, just as a baseline. If someone says something good, I'm like, oh, it's probably bad, or I'm looking for the opposite. I don't go like, oh yeah, I'll jump onto that. I go, hang on, let's have a look at this, and often as well try and go the other way. So even similar deal when I began trading and I was at uni, and everyone's like, yeah, uni's good, that's the thing you do, and you're gonna, you do this and you'll win and your life will be great, that kind of stuff. I'm kind of going like, everyone's doing this, right? When everyone wants to go one way, I tend to go the other. And I think that's also the thing with macro stuff that I do. I don't just, you're seeing something play out, I kind of call the bluff on things. And that kind of contrarian type thought, analyze things, break it down, and then actually go, no, this is the real situation or stance on things. And I know that because I've actually broken it down, looked at everything, analyzed it. You build up a certain level of confidence in yourself, being able to rely on your own breakdown is actually valid, typically by doing that repeatedly. More times you do it, you get it right, then you can rely on that more and more. So yeah, I definitely think that is definitely part of it. I think the main thing with trading is, patience. I mean, it's typical. It's like Warren Buffett. It's just patience, compound. That guy has those numbers are ridiculous, right? The amount of money he has made in markets, but it comes from that very slow patience compounding type aspect. So that was certainly what I was looking at, and pretty much trying to break down what I can do now and think about where I am in 40 years, not where I am in 4 weeks or 4 hours or 4 days. So I started definitely from that long end, big perspective type aspect. But yeah, I'm definitely strange in that. When I used to play rugby, I used to think about it from like physics and think about, okay, that guy's roughly, 6'2". Has he got a shorter torso or a higher torso? Where's his center of gravity? That means I have to hit him here. He's running at roughly this speed, which means I have to hit him at this speed, and then he's got to fold over, which I don't think most people going onto rugby pitch are thinking about, physics or biomechanics of if they're going to tackle someone. So definitely abnormal, but that's kind of just how I guess my brain, functions. So,
dude, I don't know that normal makes money in the market. I don't think normal does, and well, okay. So just kind of I don't know if you know the answer on this. You mentioned Warren Buffett, and I'm wondering, do you know what percentage of the stocks he bought ended up being profitable? So we could almost pin like maybe a win rate attached to it. And of the ones which were profitable relative, what did he make? Because you might find that maybe only 70% of the stocks he bought was profitable. And you might find that on the ones that were right, he made 100% of his investment of what he was willing to risk. And then we could almost correlate that to trading terms. It was just something that I was thinking of because a lot of you were looking long term, but a lot of traders are getting caught in the short term. I need this result, and I need this result now. And the problem is it feels, and I'm going to have a rant about this in a minute because I think it's super important for traders to lock in a number and commit to their edge over that period of time. It could be a date, it could be a total drawdown number, and until you're willing to say, you know what, this is me, and it's going to suck because I'm going to go in a drawdown of 5R. I'm going to go in a drawdown of 10 or 5% or 10%, but I'm going to commit to trading my edge perfectly through this period. It's the only feedback I know that will be reliable that tells me whether or not it's working or not. Let me catch up with chat quickly. So I see we've got a comment here that says, I paper traded for a year. Ain't no way I'm going live till I don't know what I'm doing. But paper trading doesn't include the psychology side. So it's why I started with a small live account. So it comes back to that idea that if you're on a demo account, you're not getting that psychology feedback. But then when you move to a live account, you're now thinking about the money, which it's that moment where the profit becomes bigger than the process. A lot of us experience this in trading, especially when it comes to leveling up. We focus on, hey, I'm going to get a 5K account. No problem. I'm going to trade challenge because that's my edge. I'm just going to trade it and get the results that it should give. We get live funded and all of a sudden we're acting outside of our plan and we don't understand why. It's because we're thinking about the money. So I would always find ways to cement, how can I focus on the process, not the profit? An example, I hide the P&L on the screen. I don't want to think about the P&L floating up and down. I just want to watch the candles. Or I give myself a pre-trade narrative and say, right, Rich, this is a valid trade. We're going to take it because it's in line with our plan. We've agreed to take the next 100 trades. Let's see what the result is. And the cool thing is I remind myself I'm not trying to be right. I'm trying to be objective. Now, that phrase there is massively liberating for a trader. I'm not trying to be right. I'm just trying to be objective. So if I move the camp from I need to make money into I need to just execute and manage my trade the way my plan says, that's it. I'm the best trader I could be because I'm getting the result that the strategy should produce. And if after a big enough period of time, it didn't produce the result I needed or wanted or expected, then either my expectations are wrong, which we dive into in the Discord calls. We had a conversation around how much do you expect to make per month? Some of these numbers are very high. Some of these numbers are very moderate. I like to set myself a nice low bar to hit so that I can hit this more often than not. It helps manage my expectations. I see we've got a comment here. I want to pull this up. It says, I started trading about 9 years ago. I lost 28,000 in my first year. Now I purely scalp ICT and I find it hard to lose. 12 trades today, 12 winners, all off order blocks, fair value gaps, change of characters, and engulfing candles. I feel like you might have just encouraged a lot of traders to suddenly start going off and looking at scalping ICT. Well, congratulations on the 12 winners, right? And it's the same as when we go through a losing period. We can naturally become very fearful, but then we also get the other side of this. Obviously, if you've been trading for 9 years, you know all about this, where things go super, super well. And then it's like, oh, maybe this trade I'll just size up a little bit. But congratulations, 9 years. And the biggest thing here is coming through a 28K loss, taking that punch, that floors most traders and they don't get up from it. So a lot of people don't carry on in trading just because they lost. They lost too much to carry on. And even if financially they can carry on, emotionally, it's just so hard. I broke down and cried when I had my biggest losing week or 2 weeks. It literally hit me, and I thought, there's no way I can carry on from this. Financially, I could afford to. It sucked, but emotionally, it was really difficult to say, you know what, we are going to turn up. Not tomorrow. I need a week or two to digest, but we are going to turn up and we are going to carry on. So, Wardy does. Congratulations on carrying on after that, and I know from my own experience, it's a rough gig to lose that much early on and choose to carry on. And I'm super pleased to hear, your success and how you're getting traction in trading now. We've got another comment here. Says, I started after I found I was doing well by investing. So I figured, how different could it be? Yeah, it's very different, but I'm also looking at it from a skill to learn. So possible fallback job. Trading is very, very different to investing, especially when we're talking about intraday. I mean, most people wouldn't make an investment and expect to cash in the next hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. A lot of us probably have money in crypto. A lot of us might have money in the stock market or in bonds. And I should imagine we're not sitting there checking our balance every 25 seconds. But with day trading, it moves so quick. I mean, LJ, if you're in a news event, you're not sitting there daydreaming thinking this time next year, Rodney. You're thinking what's going to happen in the next 30 seconds, right? Because your P&L dances around. So yeah, investing is very, very different to trading because trading happens quickly. We can't go from a relaxed state to suddenly we're 100% invested on a trade. Even if we use risk management, the chimp brain still gets excited about, if this trade loses, I'm a failure and I'm going to lose more than, I can afford to lose. It's so easy to get sucked into the noise on a trade by trade outcome. Even this trade LJ's showing on the screen, I mean, great entry, moved into profit. Now it's pulling back. Even just that small pullback is enough to excite the chimp brain to an untrained trader. Dude, you should probably close this. It's pulling back. You were up maybe $4,000. Now you're only up 3.5. And all of a sudden, we've now got all these emotions coming in and they're starting to meddle with following the process. Now, hence I said the word unskilled trader. But LJ is sitting in this trade, I should imagine, like an absolute boss. And was like, you know what? Who cares? Pull back, small back. It's just one trade, right? Dude, you are. I'm going to need you to hit that button because I can't hear you at the moment.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm keeping an eye, but yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'm not going to pull back from that. Just even after we had that dip down, big wick, and then we've kind of tried to put on, but not quite. But that's where, for instance, stuff like this, where you can rely on other indicators or confluence of things, like I have the Kalman through here. Even though this is pulled up, we're actually now printing negative. Sort of red candles as far as that goes. So, but yes, if you're new to trading, you're not going to have those kind of bits and pieces in your back pocket to sort of rely on. So you're going to see this now trying to push higher and sort of jump out, which very much could, or jump out of there, try go long, and then this comes right down. And now you've taken sort of a double loss. You might have actually wiped out a lot of the profit you've made through here by trying to trying to go long as well. But yeah, no, sitting on it for now. But what Shane was saying before, yeah, as far as investing, trading, definitely very different. Like you're saying, Rich, very, very different. They feel similar. I've had a bunch of family members and stuff who are like, oh, I got stocks. you know, I'm a great investor, like all this, and then they want to go jump into trading. I'm like, please don't. If you think you're just going to jump into it like that, yeah, you're gonna wipe out. It is a very different aspect. Obviously, that's not what you're doing, Shane. You're being very methodical and, like you said, treating it as like a skill to learn, not just a video game, which it can feel like. And I don't think that's actually a bad way to put it. I've always felt like I'm kind of playing a video game when trading, trying to just rack up, you know, more skill points or farming gold or something like that, or getting better armor and better weaponry, that kind of thing. But you still have to take it serious at the same time, you know. I think it's a good essence to have. I think that also helps alleviate some of that nervous kind of energy that you can get from, you know, feeling like a loss is like a, like you've taken a massive hit, like it's taking you out, like it's culled you or something. If you view it like a video game where you can kind of respawn, come back, take another shot, and what do you do in video games? Like if you come up to a really difficult part, you just try again, and eventually you beat it. You become better and better and better over time. So it's kind of how I view my trading as well, which also goes back to my old, I guess, gaming kind of days. But yeah, sorry, that was just a random thought that popped into my head.
No, dude, it's totally, dude, it's totally relevant because you can gamify your trading experience, and to some extent, I've done exactly the same. I wouldn't reference it as gamifying, but it is the same process. So I have a document where I ranked myself out of 10 on 10 of the most critical areas as a trader. So imagine you had a character and he has a helmet and he has some body armor and he has some leg armor and he has agility and strength and speed and stamina and all these 10 attributes that makes him the best version he can be. So I ranked the 10 top things that I could do as a trader that would bring me to the highest level I could make. And then what I do every single week is I review this score and I say, right, my helmet, 4 out of 10. What do I need to do to make that helmet a 5 out of 10? Now, in trading terms, it might not be helmet, but it might be strategy. How well do I know my edge in the market? And it pulls us very quickly into what Ben has said. Ben says, I thought it looked easy. I didn't realize how difficult it was psychologically. And also, I love the pure price action trading of it. But some days, and this is key, but some days I will get into trouble. So I systemized it. And that might be the jump that takes you from a 4 out of 10 in terms of knowing your strategy to a 5 out of 10. You might have some gray area within your trading that you say, you know what, I just have this fear and this doubt where I don't know what to do. Cool. That's your next lane. If you can fix that problem, if you can systemize your trading, make it a simple rules-based system where no situation presents where you don't know what to do, congratulations. You know what to do under every situation because it's a simple rules-based system that you've tested in the past and you anticipate can make money moving forward. Execute on it according to your rules. Systemize it. It removes some of that grey. And now that takes the trader from a 4 out of 10 to a 5 out of 10. Now it reinforces his helmet. And you might look at his chest plate and it's like, okay, chest plate, risk management, protects the heart of the trader. And it's, okay, I'm a 3 out of 10. Why? Because I still keep randomly putting in different size trades. I'm very good at saying this is a valid trade, but then I'll just go to some random account and put in 2% risk. Why? Why are you doing that? Your risk management is sporadic. And now what happens is you'll win on the tiny account with 2% risk. You'll feel super confident. You'll go to your main portfolio, your big master account. You'll put in the next valid trade at your standard risk size. And you'll lose. And you'll lose way more money than you'd won on the tiny trade. What does that do? Triggers a trader. So the rot exists from the inside out. And a lot of the time we're looking for external factors to change our lives. But actually, most of the time what we need to do is change internally. And we can build processes that help keep the rot on the right side of a trading system. So if you have grey areas in your trading, in fact, maybe on Thursday in the Discord session, which will be at 3:45 UK time, maybe I'll go into detail on these 10 things that I score and that I feel rank me as a trader to be the best version I can. And my goal throughout 2026 is to make that score out of 100 the highest it can be. Now, I can't score 10 out of 10 for any topic because there isn't a 10 out of 10, but I can get a 9 or an 8. So my goal this year is to get it to 85 out of 100. And I know if I can do that, the byproduct is I will have the biggest trading allocation. I will have the biggest personal accounts. I will be risking the highest amount I can per trade. And it'll all be logical because I have a track record of proving that I deserve the allocation, I've passed the funding accounts the right way, etc., etc. And this is something that's super important for a trader to realize is whether you trade on demo or whether you control your risk and you trade on personal account or prop firm accounts, the goal is to build a track record that you can trust, because in 20 years' time, if you want to be a full-time trader, you won't be able to achieve that if you haven't built a track record that you can lean into. So you might be dicking around right now with $100 in your account or $1,000 or $20,000. But if you want to turn that into a career and have 100,000, 200,000, $500,000, you've got to systemize your approach in a way that gives you a feedback that what you're doing is actually working over the long term. If not, every time you scale is going to feel lumpy, it's going to feel awkward. And you can build that track record on demo. You can build that track record on a live account. There's pros and cons for both, but it's about sitting down and saying, how do I feel? Hey, Louis. It's about saying, how do I feel about building this on a demo? And it will be different for one person as it will for someone else. And it's the same as how do I feel going for 1 to 5 risk reward relative to 1 to 2? It'll be different for one trader as it will for someone else. And the quicker we can discover these ideals for ourselves, the quicker we can systemize and just work on scaling that. And because I'll never, ever, ever trade like LJ, because I don't have the experience that LJ has. I don't have the life experience that he has. He'll never trade like me. We're two different people. We have different risk tolerances. We have different starting stats. And that's the important thing to make. Some people will genuinely come out of the womb with a Fibonacci chart in their hand, and they'll be positioned. Okay, bad example. But some people will genuinely make, yeah, better, but just one big can. Some people will be better equipped to come into trading. Some people are happy to lose everything and say, well, I can build it back up, I'll carry on. Other people are massively risk adverse. I'm a very risk adverse trader. So my goal was to say, well, look, Rich, if you're risk adverse, you're going to have a hard time getting to millions of dollars of allocation or payouts because you're a risk adverse trader. So how can you get to that? I'm not going to compromise on being a risk adverse trader. I can't. It's me. It's my personality. I don't like taking massive risk. So I found out a way that I could still achieve the same end goal, but with very small financial downside. And now I'm super happy internally because I know that I'm not going to go bust. It just takes me a bit longer. But I know the plan, I know the blueprint. But other traders go, yeah, mate, I work a job, I've got $1,000 a month spare, I'll send it into prop firm accounts, I'm full margin every trade, and I'm just going to smash 50 grand payouts. And who cares if I blow up 30 accounts in the process? Like, I could never be that trader. I wouldn't want to be that trader, and I'm not sure I would call that a trader. But each of us have a different path, and the better we understand our path, the better we can position ourselves on it. And it definitely helps when you have boots that are 9 out of 10 instead of 2 out of 10, and when you have a chest plate that's 8 out of 10 instead of 3 out of 10. So knowing your edge, systemizing it, knowing yourself as well. So if you haven't done so, I would definitely encourage you to start thinking about what are the things in trading that will help you reach that next level, and what is the action step you need to take that's going to actually increase that score. Then start repping out the work.
Definitely. I also think that just like you were saying, where people smash out those accounts, you blow 30, you clean up 50K, you've still kind of made like 2 to 1 on the expense depending or something like that. And like you were saying, you would never do that. And you wouldn't necessarily call that a trader. I think going back to the Warren Buffett example, it's not like you can't do that as a type of process as well. Now, I think if you're going into it with that intent, you might have the wrong, probably in for a bad time. But there are those types of traders, which again, I guess comes back to your sort of mentality. So the opposite to like Warren Buffett would be like a Masayoshi Son at like SoftBank, right? Where he takes those massive, massive punts on huge, huge investments and kind of goes all in. Now, obviously, things like WeWork kind of blew up. A bunch of the other investments that he's have taken off. I think just now as well, he's put in another 40 billion into OpenAI, which will potentially have a deliverable on some of the other bonds that he's issued to raise money for this, of like 50 billion in a year or something, deliverable of this or that, whatever. These are massive bets, right? Most people would never do that. Like, he's kind of risking the whole stack every time. He's kind of like almost all in, right? But that's how some people work. And so maybe, I don't know, it goes back to what we were saying about the paper versus live, and depending exactly how you get that, what actually works or makes sense with yourself and your system. Because some people just won't be able to sustain that slower grind, even if they can actually do it. They can't do it, I think it's some people are built for accounting, other people are built for driving F1 cars.
Well, hang on. You say some people can't do it. You think that not everyone could learn and improve their ability to trade?
No, I definitely think they can. I just think it depends on what measure. Like I guess, for instance, even if you compare trading to stock investing, they're very different. Stock investing, much slower, much more turtle-like. Day trading would be considered like the high octane version. And some people think that day trading is just absolutely insane, right? And they just invest in stocks. Now, even within day trading, then you've got some people that throttle things very hard within day trading, and other people that day trade a bit slower, and that's considered turtle-like within its own ecosphere. Say like swing trading, a bunch of people will go, swing trading, no chance. I want to take the trade right here. The next, I've got like a 5 pip stop. I'm looking for the next 10 pips. Then I'm going to enter like 20 trades going back and forth with this right now. And they'd see swing trading, even if it's like a day or two, as like slow turtle grandpa type thing. Whereas compared to a stock investor looking at like 3 months, 6 months, a year, 5 years, taking a trade for 2 days, 48 hours, 72 hours would be nuts to them, right?
Yeah. Did you ever have clarity on how you wanted to trade? Or was it like, I'll do anything that works, I don't care if I'm holding trades for a month? Or were you like, no, I'm going to be a scalper, I'm going to get paid every 10 minutes?
I was just trying to find out what actually worked. I didn't know what worked. I knew of the markets. I knew markets existed. I knew there's foreign exchange, commodities. I didn't really know the inner workings. So I just went to see how do you do it, what actually works, and whatever worked, I would do that. I didn't have a preference or a bias or trying to tilt one way or the other. Just whatever works in general. I also, with what you said before about rating yourself sort of 1 to 10, I think that's also a really good thing that people can do if you journal, that kind of thing, either daily or weekly or otherwise. Give yourself that rating. And I always love to say, whenever you do like a 1 to 10 rating in general, you can't pick 7. Ever. You just can't pick 7. Right? So first of all, how many people are going to rate themselves below 5? Because most people on anything won't rate themselves below 5 in general. Maybe you're very honest and you're like, yeah, my trading was abysmal this week. And you're like, yeah, 2 of 10, right? But typically, most people are going to say it's a bit better than half, right? Because it's also a natural thing for humans to keep going. You have to have some kind of self-confidence. But it's always very interesting when you can't pick 7 and it has to be 6 or it has to be 8, and kind of forces it one or the other.
Wait. Hang on.
7 is like a cop out.
Hang on. Right. Yeah. I'll tell you what we'll do then. We'll do this as a before someone else gets on, we're going to hit them with the L1-2. So in chat, if you had to score yourself out of 10 as a trader overall, and you couldn't pick 7, what would you give yourself as a score? Then LJ, I'm going to turn the question on you very quickly. And the moment someone joins us on chat in a minute, I don't know who it's going to be, but the next person that joins us on stream, we're going to all basically team up on them and say, rate yourself out of 10 as a trader and see what number they pick. I know the score for myself, so I don't mind sharing it. But whilst chat gives us a few answers, LJ, where do you rank?
So I was going to say, what timeline? Are we talking like this week or overall in general?
No, we're just saying, you know what, if looking at yourself introvertedly, looking at yourself and saying, you know what, where do I rank myself as a trader? What would your score be today? The trader you are today, based on your entire skill set, not yesterday, just today. You're going to go and work for some big institution and they say, rate yourself out of 10. What's the score you have to give yourself?
I think I would slip the 8 to 8.5 if we're talking about in my respective wheelhouse. If we go further into like quant stuff or blah, 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 that kind of thing, that gets into a different thing. But considering my respective wheelhouse, what I do day to day, I'd say about Rich is in the background talking rubbish. Other Rich, sorry, Richard Butler. I would say, I think I'd say 8.5. I think I'd be pretty confident, like I could put back into that. I'd be hesitant on going towards 9. I think in some areas I could say like 9. I think in other areas it would draw it back. But yeah, not being able to say 7. I wouldn't say 6 anything. I would say it would have to be at least 8. I think. Being fair.
Okay. So no one's gonna financially audit your behavior to check up on this score, right? This is a self-imposed score. But I'm looking at
hence I think after if I think about a decade plus of trading career, whatever. I think to say otherwise would even just off that basis wouldn't make sense, So hence
this is why we say like audit your behavior, because it's more the behavior as a trader that we're looking at rather than just the P&L. Someone might make 300 grand a year, but you don't know what their trading account is. You don't know how big their trading account is. 10.5. So we got some comments in chat. We got some 6.5s. We got a 6.9. We got a 6.9.
11.
We got another 6. We got an 11 from Modest Mike. The maths is one. We got an 8. We've got, what else have we got? We got a 5, a 10.5, a 5. Now, do you know what? A 6 as well. Just an observation in this. Okay, no, we do. Shane's come in. I'm currently a 3, but I'm determined to get to an 8. So most of us, and this ties into that study that was done, that I think it was like 80% of people believe they are above average when it comes to their driving ability. So the majority of traders in chat, if we say 5 is in the middle, the majority of traders are quite bullish on their ability to trade. Now, I'm all for that. And my score, if I'm totally honest, is 5.8. It's actually out of 100. It's 58 out of 100. Now here's
you reckon that low, Rich?
Dude, you know what? If I put it as
I would have said you'd definitely be higher than that. Oh, come on,
mate. Okay, so a massive motivator for change comes from discomfort, comes from being unsatisfied, comes from having a gap between what you want and what you've got. If I come in and put myself as a 9.5, I'm gonna kick my feet up and say, dude, you've made it. Like I want to be hungry for it. I want to be that guy that's like, you know what? And maybe to someone else, I might be an 8 or a 7. But to me, objectively, and I see what happens behind the scenes, not just in front of the camera. I see that butt ugly, naked sort of coffee breath, get out of bed hair, first thing in the morning when you just impulsively trade. I see that as well. And collectively, I would come in at a 5.8. Now, here's the super boring bit. Here's the bit that nobody wants to do, but this is what increases your score, is you ask yourself, whatever my score is, what's the work I need to do to increase it by just half a point? And you write out a job card for yourself and you become your own manager. And then you go off and you do that work and you underpin it with accountability. And that's the boring part, which we're going to quickly move away from because no one wants to hear that. We all want to just hear that it's going to be all right and we're going to make it work.
I'm curious though, just as a final thing, then, Rich, if you say that number, what do you think is your primary thing right now that is lacking that would punch it up by another, say, 1 or 1.2? Say, if even though we said you can't have 7, right?
Yep.
But hypothetically, what do you think it is right now that would have to happen or change or could be improved or otherwise to bump it up like a point?
Okay, so in my trading, it's all split into 10 areas. So there's 10 different categories that have 10 different scores, all out of 10, and then my total score would be 100. So there are some things that I'm a 3, and that's the easiest place I can get 2 extra points. There's other areas where I'm an 8, and one of the areas, for an example, where I'm an 8 is actually trade copier. What I've done is I asked myself, out of 10, how well are you positioned with the right accounts and how well are they being copied and organized so that you literally can one-click trade and it mirrors across the platform you need. That's an 8 out of 10. Now, I don't even know what I've got to do to bring that up to a 9, but it's going to be a very difficult thing. But when we look at something like time management, that might be a 6, and it would be very easy to bring that up to a 7 and gain a point. So for me, one of the biggest things that actually scores the lowest, now this is ironic because I'm a profitable trader, but the thing that's the easiest thing to bring up is actually going to be my strategy. There is a couple of tiny nuances which create grey area, and in that grey area, it creates doubt. In a 4-hour study, I can go and do the comparison test to bring in a mechanical rules base and systemize the whole approach to know what to do in every single situation. I just haven't had time to completely finish off. So I'm like 90% there, but when I do it, it brings that 4 up to a 6. And then it increases my score from a 56 out of, or 58 out of 100 to 60 out of 100. So every area that I've got out of 10 as a trader, I've also got the actionable step. I can't recall what the trade copier one is off the top of my head, but I know the actionable step. So I've created almost 10 job cards for myself that have 10 separate pieces of work. And I'll be honest, sometimes at the end of the week, I just skim through it and go, I can't be bothered to focus on any of that. My score stays the same. But actually, one of those things that I rate myself out of 10 is your weekly review process. And dude, it's a 4. Why? Because I skim through at the end of the week and I don't want to look. I don't want to look at the thing that actually will bring it to a 5 because there's only so much time and headspace that we have as a trader. So that would be like, I know what the areas are and I know how to bring that score up. And this year, if it's lower than 85, I actually failed as a trader. So that's the focus this year. But hang on, we do have 2 wonderful traders who have joined us on stream. Richard, you were cheating because you listened into the conversation. But yeah, get off the screen. But just kick them off. So we asked chat to score themselves out of 10 as a trader. And I said the next people to join us on stream, we will ask them on the spot. If you had to rank yourself out of 10 as a trader and you can't pick 7, I came in at 5.6 or 5.8. LJ come in at 8. Griff, where would you be out of 10? Richard,
you should have left out the you can't pick 7 thing, and we should have seen like if we got any 7s. You know,
okay,
yeah, right? Because that's kind of like the thing about it, right? You know,
refuse to conform. I'm a 7.
You refused to conform, but in the backstage, you shouted out, I'm a 10. We all heard you.
Yeah, I'm perfect, mate. You guys might be like sitting here going like, oh, I've got stuff to work on, or I'm going to be doing something different this year. I'm going to be a good boy. And I'm like, no, I'm a god.
I'd say I'm like, it's funny. Why can't I say 7?
Blame LJ.
See, that's the whole point of the
Is that the
thing.
default
Like,
response?
That's the default response.
Yeah,
Damn
because
it.
most
Everybody
people
believes that they're a 7.
Yeah, people are like, oh, I'm not worse than half, and then it leaves you with the top 5 points, and then people like, if you really have to make a core decision, is it 8 or is it 6? Right, 7 is like that cop out number where it's kind of good. It's not too bad. But
Yeah,
you're
like you're good, but there's plenty of room for improvement.
Yeah, you're not.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I would say like, if you asked me a year ago, I'd probably say 8, but I think this year I'm maybe like 7.2. Like, I've got the trading ability, I just don't have a good strategy right now. So is that my fault? I don't know.
Yes.
No, there is only so much a trader can do when a trader is not sleeping. And trust me, dude, I'm in the same boat. 8 months ago, my life changed.
What's
and
going on?
there's no sleep. There's
about
no
to say.
sleep. There's no quietness where there needs to be quietness.
No.
And
Have you got a newborn as well, Richard?
yeah, 8 months ago. And I feel you when it comes to life just changes. When you say you're busy pre-children and you have a child, a baby, you now find out this new level of busyness. And trading has to find its new way to fit into that. And it's not always a super easy fit that just naturally streamlines in. I'm same as yourself, just trying to rebuild out an intraday edge that is super systematic and sustainable with a track record. And it takes time to just go and collect all the data and get the right insights to know what to do. And one of the best things I did is just say, and it doesn't have to be a baby that makes life hard. We can go through a lot of different changes in life and new chapters. But one of the best things I did is I just removed the pressure. I said, you know what? I trust myself. Exactly what Griff said. I have the ability, and I trust myself that I'm going to piece this together over time, but it doesn't have to be today. And it's okay if it's not tomorrow either, but I know that I'll get round to it and do it as and when I can. If it's a choice between changing a dirty nappy and trading, then there's priorities that have to come in, and sometimes trading isn't always it, right?
Yeah. And it's crazy because as like every parent has a different experience. Like some parents, they just have a baby that like sleeps all night straight away, and then there's there's others where the baby just doesn't sleep like ever, and you're like, how do you keep going? How are you still alive right now? You gotta sleep. Yeah, that's my experience anyway.
We just had a bit of a dip on Nasdaq and on gold as well, and just had a very quick little gander as to what it could be. And lo and behold, the Tangerine tweet terrorist has tweeted that Iran has violated a ceasefire numerous times, and then the market's like, oh no, sell, and then
now we're basically kind of flat where we were. Like it's a little change, but yeah, apparently, I guess Iran cheated at Monopoly, so like goddamn. Also, though, you guys were talking about having a kid. You got to try having a cat. Trust me, way more difficult.
I have 4 of them. What am I?
Tell me how much does your child cost you so far? All right.
We're talking about time here, LJ, not money.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, in LJ's case, it wasn't even his cat. That's the worst thing. It's like your neighbor's kid coming over and blowing your house up. You know?
Sadness.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Gentlemen, I'm gonna fly out quickly. I'll leave you guys to it.
Cheers, Rich.
I'll catch you soon.
Nice seeing you, Richard.
Cheers, Rich. For anybody that was wondering, on Thursdays and Fridays, Mr. Rich Wells has got a Discord session that you guys can join. It would be... What is the time of that one? It is 3:45 GMT? 3:45 GMT.
I believe so.
It is indeed 15:45 GMT. No, 14:45 GMT.
I hate time zones, honestly.
Time, the concept of it.
All I want from AI is like anytime I say like a time zone or say my own time, it'll translate it into the time zone for other people or something. You know, people talking about like, so you can speak English and then it translates to like Chinese or I don't know, so Mandarin or I don't know, German or something else. Like I just want a time translator. That's all I want.
So that is called GMT, and it's a reference point, and then you are either in
I
front
know,
of
but,
GMT or you're behind GMT. You know, so
but then we got daylight savings, and then they change at different times, and then the rest of Australia
Okay.
has it, and we
let
don't.
me
And then
this. What's the point of
So
having
annoying.
daylight savings time now? What's the point?
I don't know.
Griff
We should
and
just
Will,
get rid of it.
the two of you experience daylight savings time. What's the point?
There is no. I don't think there
We
is.
get
much
an
point, to be
extra
honest.
hour in bed.
Don't we get an hour less in bed? I don't even know. It
In the
just,
summer,
it just
yeah.
ruins
It's
us.
all fine. We get an extra. We get less of an hour in bed.
Do you know what's weird to me? It's because you guys are trying to only work when the sun's out. That's pretty much what it's about. Here in South Africa, if you go to work and it's dark outside, tough shit, mate. You're going to work in the dark. If you come home and it's dark, tough shit. It's dark when you come home. You know, it's just one of those things.
I think it's completely outdated. Like they introduced it. I googled this because I hate it so much. I think it was 1918 or 1916.
It was World War One. They
Exactly. It was to use less coal and fuel by having more daylight in the evenings. But now it makes no sense because, like, you know, I remember as a kid, like, why am I having to go to bed, Mum? Like, it's 9 p.m. and the sun is out. You know, it just
I am
makes no
not
sense.
tired, Mum.
Yeah, it just throws everyone off. It keeps you subservient, working your job, hating your life, and you know, all that.
Yeah. And the thing for me, because
Throws you
when it happens, like Queensland is the only state that doesn't have it in Australia.
Oh,
right?
interesting.
So all it means is that for me, everything is an hour later. So same with like trading, everything. That means I'm an hour up an
You're
extra
awake
hour
one extra
later.
hour.
Yeah. Yeah. Whereas everyone else with their normal days is still on the same time frame. So it means I'm an hour even later in the morning going to bed than normal. So yeah, it just it's very annoying. But anyway,
We also don't observe daylight savings time in South Africa, and it's got to do with the fact that we don't have electricity majority of the time in any way, so it doesn't matter. What are we trying to save? Come on, mate. Come on. We've got other ways of managing the use of electricity. It's called load shedding. So revolutionary thing. We switch off sections of the country at a time, but not all at once. You see, our country watched IT Crowd. And whenever somebody phoned in and said, have you tried switching it off and back on again? We misinterpret that as we should switch off and then on again certain sections. And it just didn't work. And then I think it's 11 years now. 11 years later, we're still at it. So, I mean,
yeah.
but no daylight savings time. 6 o'clock is 6 o'clock, mate. Every day.
It's very convenient. It's annoying as well because my backtesting data is thrown off. Like, you know, 8 a.m. is 8 a.m. 6 months of the year, and the other 6 months, like when you're backtesting, I'm not gonna change time zones back and forth. So I just do UTC like all the time. But yeah, annoying.
Yeah, I'm always like GMT or UTC, which is the same, and then just +2. And then I'll just check everybody else, like LJ is +12 or whatever, +8. And then when Will was in Hong Kong, it was -5, you know, that kind of like stuff. It's just, or +5. It's just, I'm just going to reference that just as easy.
I was going to say, maybe I should just start tracking all of my time not in my own relevant time zone.
Yeah, but how are you going to know when the shops are open?
Well, I'll just reconfigure that. So I'll be like,
two watches.
They close at X at that time, and they'll
2 watches, mate.
I don't know.
2 watches.
Yeah,
Your
that,
left
yeah,
watch,
that or
your left
like
watch. Is your
world
local time.
watch.
Your right
Yeah.
one is, I don't know, GMT or UTC 0, and then you just.
I
go
always
from
have
there.
it on my phone, right? Like all the different time frames, but it's annoying. Yeah, a watch would be better. It's annoying to bring it up every single time and go like, oh, what's this at this time? And you know, anyway. So. What else do we have today?
We
News-wise.
have
It's
Where am I?
what was the US data? It was like a
core
retail
retail sales month on month, and then just retail sales month on month. Then we've got the Tangerine terrorists talking, and then we've got Fed Chair Warsh, who's going to testify.
Yeah, that's the other weird thing. Like, they still haven't sorted out Kevin Warsh, him taking over from Jerome Powell. They are way behind on the paperwork, which obviously now he's doing the testifying, which is where they try and select him. But it was looking like we might not have a change of Fed chair for a bit. So I don't know if they're going to try and speed run that in, or if Trump had doubts on Warsh. But yeah, odd. I would prefer Jerome Powell just to stay on just forever. I like Jerome.
I was about to say
it's better than W. No.
Yeah, but there's a song by a band that says you can't always get what you want. But if you try sometimes, you just might find that you get what you need. So I don't know whether or not Warsh is going to be what you need, but it's a change. And okay, so to be serious, there's the saying that a new broom sweeps cleanly. And it's the idea that a new person that's going to go into a position of power or at whatever position is going to make changes that maybe the previous person in that position was either not willing to make or too comfortable to make. So I don't know if that's going to happen this time, where now you have this new Fed chair and the Fed chair is going to be implementing all kinds of new stuff. That begs to be seen. However, the fact that there is a change or potentially a change coming is going to rattle some stuff, I think. There's going to be some cages that's going to be rattled, and we may or may not like what's going to come out of those cages. But yeah, I agree with you. I think Fed Chair Powell was pretty good.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know. We'll see what happens with Warsh. Like, obviously, his family's like they're very deeply tied in with the Trump family, that kind of stuff. Blah blah blah. So I don't know. We'll see how this plays out. You still have the whole, Fed group to make decisions, but
yeah.
This Trump tweet, can it just keep going down? We're going in the right direction, and now
it was pretty good for your Aussie trade, but I mean,
for like a minute,
the best part of a few seconds. I don't understand what was the point of the tweet. Like,
I don't know.
I don't understand this. It's like, are you trying to antagonize? Are you trying to say, oh, the United States of America was innocent in... I don't know anymore, mate. I don't know. Unless, what happened to crypto? What happened in the crypto sphere? Pretty much nothing. Grand scheme of things, nothing happened. So is this one of his... I want my son to make a lot of money.
Make millions.
With a crypto trade? Doesn't seem like it. What if he woke up and had a nightmare?
Millions.
What if he woke up and had a nightmare, and the nightmare was like, oh, everybody was blaming him, and he was like, no. And then he had to quickly go and tell the world, without telling the world that he had a nightmare, that a run was, and the world was blaming him. Dude, your keyboard is so chunky, mate.
My keyboard?
Yes.
Oh, fuck. Sorry.
I can hear your keyboard go tick, 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 tick.
Apologies. I thought it was completely whisper quiet.
No, I want a thonky keyboard as well. I love the sound.
Dude, I hate them. I find them so annoying because I got fat fingers, so I'll just fall over the keyboard all over the keys. So I have to have a low profile key.
I built it myself. It's heavy.
Nice.
That's cool.
Nice.
Yeah, sorry.
Is
So
it
I guess the microphone's a bit too close.
Is it a aluminium cased or is it a plastic?
That's
case?
mine.
It's aluminium, yeah, and it's even got a brass plate inside to add
Yeah.
some heft to it.
Yes. So it doesn't move around.
Yeah.
That's nice,
Yeah.
Will. I like that keyboard. I used to have one very like low profile like that. Now
Yeah.
I've got like a low profile, but it's mechanical. But that's
nice.
sort of the
Yeah,
lowest
yeah.
you can get with a mechanical.
I want feedback. So I either want a little bit of resistance or I want it to have a thonk. I used to like the soft touch low profile ones, but there was no feedback and I wanted the feedback.
Yeah, my
I've got-
feedback is seeing the letters come up on screen.
Audio, visual, sensory feedback.
That's
all
how
right?
I know my keyboard works.
I was getting visual feedback, but no audio and sensory feedback. I
I
want
think there's
those.
like a condition for that.
Yeah, it's called TISMs.
Yeah, I was gonna say that sounds very fun, mate. I'm not gonna lie.
The keyboard that I've got, right, it's called a Wooting keyboard, and the reason it's so
Oh.
good is like when you press the key down, normally with a keyboard, it doesn't activate until the key is all the way pressed down.
Yeah.
But with a Wooting keyboard, it has like, it can detect
sensor.
how much it's
Yeah.
pressed. So you can have
Yeah.
it like in a video game, for example, you can have it so you just press it like a millimeter and it will activate. And normally as well, if you want to release a key, it has to travel all the way back up
Yeah.
before you can press another key. So with this, like it can immediately deactivate the key as soon as it starts coming up a little bit. But like
There's
it
a
makes
new
it insanely
Logitech
sensitive.
mouse.
So if you're just typing, like it's horrible, but you can adjust the sensitivity in the settings. I love it. It's so good, like for everything, not just gaming. But yeah, it sounds like you've heard of it.
Yeah, you have a new Logitech mouse that has the exact same sensors on the
way, with a
buttons, and they
mouse.
also don't touch. Yeah,
That's
I'll
so
tell you now.
I
fascinating.
never knew
I
it
think
was this possible. Or I never knew it was possible to geek out this much over a keyboard.
That's what you need
I
if you're
never-
playing Counter Strike, right? You know.
Yeah.
You need
Yeah,
that
fair,
quick
yeah,
release
fair.
mode,
It's-
grapple,
It is the
right?
Logitech Pro G2 Super Strike.
To be fair, I did
Logitech-
have, the Logitech mouse.
Your
It was
Logitech
good.
G Pro X2.
Wow, that's expensive.
I got a Razer Naga with the 12
What
buttons.
have I got now? I think it's called Titan.
I got a Razer Death
No,
Adder,
it's
super
a
lightweight.
T-Dag.
I have a Logitech G Pro.
Oh, cool.
Am I the only? I was gonna say, am I the only one with a Bluetooth mouse? I got Bluetooth everything. Like,
Yeah, mine's actually dying. It's flashing
Your,
red.
your mouse is so basic.
Oh
Will.
no!
yeah, no, it is really basic.
It's so
Yeah,
basic.
It's got two buttons on the side for like obviously moving forward and moving back through pages. Other than that, that's all it's got. It's such a basic mouse, but it cost me like 20 quid. So I was like, yeah, sound.
Fair. Yeah, that's why I have
like, I'm
the Naga
not,
for the 12 buttons. Like
yeah.
playing WoW for all the macros, like Warcraft
So a friend of mine has
you know-
and Dota.
he practically
Yeah.
has a keyboard on his mouse.
Yeah, so I have a friend that all of his macros is attached to his mouse wheel. All of it.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. People that have.
Yeah, that.
And he
that's
was
what
playing
I-
WoW
you
as
know what
well.
I
Number of
do want?
times.
Yeah.
Is, you know those like sound? Is it like a soundboard? You know those boards that you can like press a key and it shortcuts.
Mm-hmm.
That are like a lot of streamers have. It.
Like LJ and Griff has got.
Is that what you guys got? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Can I show it?
Yeah.
You should be able to, I think.
Because I want it off the mouse. Though. I want it as like a separate.
Yeah, you get like little. There we go. You can just
Yeah,
have-
yeah, literally, yeah.
Blurred,
Yeah.
but
There we go.
Yeah, so I really want to get myself one of them.
it's great.
Yeah, they look sick.
I know LJ's got one as well, so.
I do. I don't have it up here. I've also got one of those little ones you put on. It's like an extra pad which you use instead of a keyboard, which has a bunch of.
Yeah,
gaming
that's
stuff.
that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
To be fair.
But then this just has like G5 keys. This keyboard was like $550, which is ridiculous. But
Jeez. Wow.
Dude,
550.
Australian bucks.
Yes.
yeah,
so
Australian.
that's
So it's like
They're expensive,
300 and it'd be like $350 US.
About £3.50 US
That's
dollars.
still an expensive keyboard, mate. That is an expensive
Yeah,
keyboard.
it is.
Like,
It
dude,
is.
I'm
Like,
pretty sure this cost me like
yeah.
15 quid. It's Bluetooth. I got it on Amazon. It's so thin, it's practically a sheet of paper.
It's low
Yeah.
profile. It's got because I wanted the one with the numbers on the side as well.
The 100% keyboard, not the 70 or the 60.
Huh?
Mine's a
When you refer
65,
to
I
a
think.
keyboard size, a full size, 100% has the
Oh yeah,
numpad.
yeah.
And then you get
Exactly.
70%, which is without the numpad. And then you get a 60, which is even like more compact, and it's almost like a laptop keyboard.
Yeah,
Like a
fair.
very,
Yeah,
very
yeah.
compact one. So like a 60%. Anyway,
Mine
I
is
wanted to mention
65.
something. NASDAQ has reached all-time highs, reacted just about as the news, well, let's say the tweet came out, basically, over here, and now seems to want to attempt to retest the all-time highs. LJ, your thoughts?
Yeah, I don't know. I want to see some more downside overall first, to be honest. So the thing is, right now there's a bunch of the technical sort of players that have had to, or funds we're talking about, like CTAs, that kind of stuff, that have had to buy into this momentum right after we've had this massive drive. The other thing that, we talked about a while ago with the TGA and liquidity, that has been loosened. So we've got more dollars in circulation. It's also holding up the repo market better, which has now put us. We were sitting below that stress point for costs to get leverage in markets. We've now crossed that threshold to where it's much cheaper. So a lot of the levered players, it's now cheaper to gain that leverage to enter into the market. Plus, we've had this massive run up, and people trying to follow and catch up on that trade after being under invested. However, I would much prefer to see a bit of a pause here. I think even if we do get some of these highs being ran today, I'd say we're definitely due some kind of, I don't know, even like a 25% pullback or something like that. If we think about it in like a Fibonacci sense, 23 to 38, I think right now we're running a bit hot overall. Basically a pullback towards the prior all-time highs, right? I think continuing this run just hard is a bit much to ask for.
Yeah, I mean,
Understanding that, yes, I think, like I said a while ago, I think the situation, the war is basically over as far as markets are concerned. I think we'll get to some kind of light type deal. Now, that doesn't mean that it's going to be fully fleshed out. We'll go back and forth over months, but as far as the hard risk kind of points are probably mostly out of the way, especially even though we've had the tankers kind of attacked and that kind of thing. When we had the start of the war, Iran was full destroying tankers or ships, right? Whereas now they're shooting at them or boarding them or doing that kind of thing. They're not taking them out completely. So they're trying to deter them, turn them back, versus outright destroying them. So we definitely have kind of progress from there, that kind of thing. I still think, and yes, the forward-looking data for the US definitely much better. Stocks were quite cheap after the pullbacks, but I think this is getting a little bit over-exuberant to a degree.
Are you suspecting
now.
a bit of a sell-off coming very soon?
A pullback, like a reasonable retracement, yes. I would have expected that today, to be honest. I would have thought we'd keep continuing. I'm actually surprised after Trump's tweet that we've just been bid up, to be fair. I don't know if that's in anticipation of the data coming out later on. Retail sales, I do expect that to be better. That's held up quite robust overall, despite everything going on. So I would see that as better. I don't know if that's going to be like the final flash in the pan. We get a bit of a blow off top, bit of a bull trap type thing, come back lower. But yeah, I don't like longing this right now. As same with the options level for today is much lower. So yesterday's was higher, and we did come up to meet that, and we pushed beyond. Today's is down at 26585. So yeah, I just don't. I don't know. Continuing longs from here looks a bit scary. I gotta say.
585 is roughly around here.
Yeah.
Interesting. Interesting. I don't like buying at all-time highs. Even though I do believe that potentially there is a chance for price to carry on pushing up, however, I think historically the idea of reaching all-time highs, there's a bit of a retracement and then a continuation, or even a much deeper pullback and then only another continuation. So to me, buying at all-time highs has never been the most fruitful of purchases. Let's put it like that.
Yeah, historically, the data is buying at all-time highs on a break. In terms of like stocks and holding that for much longer than we're talking about is definitely very fruitful. It does.
Yes.
It does
Intraday
definitely
trading.
run.
Intraday trading taking all-time highs. Yeah.
And also, even with that aspect, I think that will be the case. I mean, I was talking about last year how I thought Q1, Q2, we're going to have massive liquidity that we built up basically being deployed. We've got some of the other tax stuff coming through. Forward financial conditions should look very good into end of Q1 into Q2 for this year. We were talking about this literally a year ago, and we're basically seeing that. That's on the back of why people were eventually willing to step in as soon as this Middle East situation calmed down to any degree. Everything looks very good. That said, it's just we still do have some of that stuff in the background. So the pace, it's one of those things of the question of pace that we're actually at, I think is a little bit hot right now. So hence, yes, I would prefer to see, look for that topping point, bit of a pullback, bit of consolidation. So basically just consolidating the gains that we've had before another runoff. Continuing to storm higher at the pace we are is a little bit worrisome for me. So that's it. Give me a sec. I just got to jump up. I got to put my dinner in to cook, and then I will come back just so I can eat something later. But yeah, I'll come back. I'm plenty awake now after my nap, so I'll come back. But give me a minute.
About to say.
That's great. It's I've been getting notifications all week like my investment account is like higher than ever because I buy S&P 500 every month, just like on automatically, and it's nice. I didn't realize it was at an all-time high. That's great, but then I also have to buy it in a couple days, so that's also not great. Like I know the direct debit will be coming out soon.
To be fair, I was thinking that with the S&P
close.
this month. I was like, huh.
Okay, it's close.
Do I wait? do I see if there's a dip coming? I was like, no, I'm just gonna keep on like.
I mean, we're effectively there at all-time highs. We're effectively there.
Yeah, exactly.
That's great.
So, so when it comes to portfolio management of buying shares and stocks and stuff like that, do you do averaging?
Yeah, I dollar cost average. So I just whatever I've got left at the end of each month, normally several hundred, just a couple hundred really, and my wife does the same. We just have a direct debit that goes into, in the UK it's VUAG, VUAG, and that is the accumulating Vanguard equity fund for the S&P 500, and it's great. My 10-month-old has got £1,000 now because I've done like £100 a month, and I think it's at like 1,100 or 1,050. So they've made some good gains. They're going to be a very happy like 18-year-old one day, I hope.
That's if the S&P continues.
Yeah, I mean, if it doesn't, then we've got bigger problems, I guess.
Yeah, fair.
I mean, then your 10-month-old's £1,050 of equity currently stored in a 15-year yield. Griff, you were talking earlier about saying you don't really have a strategy right now that seems to be working. A while ago, you were talking about changing potentially your strategy to be a little bit more intraday rather than a swing one.
Yeah.
How far have you gotten with that so far?
I've not gone far at all. It's so sad. I haven't been able to find the time to dedicate to trading, unfortunately. It's like Richard Wells was saying earlier. It's just I genuinely can't find the time. Like, the only way I'd be able to achieve it is if I maybe woke up 30 minutes earlier in the morning and tried to squeeze it in there. But I think I might die if I did that. So I shouldn't.
I might just cease to exist.
Yeah, I'm just holding out, you know, like, I'm young. Like, I'll be like, I justify it as in, like, you know, I can continue developing my strategy in like 6 months, you know, in a year when my life is a little bit less busy. Like, I've always kind of, when I was younger, I've always been in like this big rush to kind of make as much money as quickly as possible. But these days I'm just like, if I can kind of achieve the success that I want when I'm in my 30s or 40s, like, that's good enough for me, as long as I get to have a lot of time freedom, like, when I'm older. But yeah, sadly, right now, I'm not able to do much beyond just trading live the strategy that I've already got. And that strategy hasn't been performing particularly well. Although there have been some good trades recently. They've been in the middle of the night. So I've not been able to take them.
Wow, that would have been so amazing if I wasn't sleeping, like in the middle of.
Yeah, like, normally before I had a baby, I would set alarms in the night when it looked like a good opportunity was coming. But I'd have to be mad to disturb my sleep these days because I get so little of it. Yeah, that's my current situation. So yeah, I just get to talk about trading, and I get to trade the strategy, which doesn't work particularly well right now, or it works well just when I'm inactive. Yeah.
I think if you're somebody that is used to getting a lot of sleep, and then all of a sudden your sleep gets disrupted, you kind of realize the value of sleep. If you're somebody that never truly had proper sleep schedules, and you start getting into like a little bit more circadian rhythm sleep, naturally waking up and then that gets disrupted, you're like, wow, that sucks. So you don't know what you've lost until you've lost it, kind of like thing. So
Yeah, it's crazy.
in your case, sleep, yeah, I understand. I used to work shifts many years ago, and then you just don't have a sleep schedule. You have a sleep schedule, but it's the turnaround is so quick that you never get an opportunity to get used to it. So having the
Yeah.
ability to go to bed every night the same time, waking up in the morning every time the same time, that's the kind of rhythm that I love, because I've never had that, and I've had it now for the last few years, and it's just like, oh, this is amazing. So if I don't have a day, or if I have a day where I did not sleep well, dude, I struggle.
Yeah.
My trading just goes.
It's so fascinating, and like, it's like you said, it's interesting how like adaptable we are, because I do all right, I think. Like, last night I went to bed at 11, and then I was woken up at midnight, 2, 4, and 7. So I got 1 hour, 2 hours, 2 hours, and 3 hours. Which, you know, if you add all of the hours up, that's good, but you're not really getting the opportunity to get like proper like deep sleep, you know. So yeah, I have to really prioritize very carefully what I do in the day, because I'm limited on my energy, and like, I take naps, but I work, so I can't do that. Maybe if you guys wouldn't mind, I'll just go to sleep right now. Just take a nap right now.
The thing is, I don't think that even if you tried, you would fall asleep right now.
Yeah,
I
and
jam.
you don't.
I jam.
It's not beneficial. It's not deep sleep, you know. Sorry, what?
Yeah, it's like you get a little nap and whatnot. Yeah, it's like 10 minutes. It's a power nap, but like your brain needs that deep sleep. It needs REM. It needs that real good restorative sleep. And if you're constantly getting disrupted, you're only getting snippets of it. And to disrupt someone coming out of REM sleep is also a big problem as well. It's just it's a spiral. It's not good.
The way
Challenge
that
accepted. Okay, Akram. He's gonna be like,
Just falls asleep. Yep. Ta. Off.
I don't know if I've told you this before. My brother MGN has the uncanny ability of falling asleep wherever he wants to.
That's
So-
amazing.
We were young lads, like 15, 16-year-old. We were doing LAN parties, and myself and another friend of mine, we had to go play rugby at our local school this Saturday. But the Friday night, the whole gang got together and we all LAN throughout the night. We woke up, went to go and play rugby, came back home, and my brother, I kid you not, we were playing, I think he was playing Need for Speed or something, and his hand was still on the keyboard, the game was still running, and his car was just like against a barrier, just like moving against the barrier.
They're casually doing
And
donuts.
he's, I kid you not, he's like,
That's hilarious.
and he fell asleep like that.
That's amazing.
We're like, how?
Imagine he was actually driving like insanely well while he was sleeping.
He's there. He's there like winning tournaments.
The way that I
Unlock-
kind of justify this lack of sleep to myself is like I've gotten used to it, and I think that when I get the one day that I get a full 8 hours, it's gonna be like Goku like taking off the weights, and I'm just gonna be like, and I'm just gonna like,
Or Gara. Yeah.
I'm just gonna have all these. I'm gonna
could
be able
zoom
to
around.
just master like 3 trading strategies in like 2 days. You know.
That would
back.
be amazing.
Yeah.
Welcome
What
back,
are we
LJ.
talking about? Sleep stuff?
Yeah, we were talking about sleep stuff.
Yeah, we were talking about how you, LJ, and you, Griff, are absolutely horrible at sleeping.
Oh,
You
yeah.
guys suck. You
I
really suck at
wasn't.
sleeping.
I was great at sleeping. Now I have no choice but to sleep horribly. Yeah, I regret that I'm not able to share like more progress with my trading strategy ideas. Ideas are all I get to have. I don't get to practice them very rarely. So yeah, one day I'll be able to come and share some insights and some findings. But until then, I'm afraid it's just like, hey, here's what I noticed in the live market, and oh, here's some psychology experience from the last 3 years. Yeah.
We gotta start sharing our progress on our sleep instead of
Yeah,
trading.
sleep
It's like,
score.
hey guys, here's my sleep score today.
My sleep score today was average. Oh.
-3.
Dirt. Yeah.
My body battery did not pick up from yesterday. This is a problem. I wanted to say that what you could always do, Griff, is you could employ someone to
sleep
formulate
for
a
me.
strategy for. No, I mean, you can employ someone to formulate a strategy on your behalf, review it, and then be like, nah, do it again, and then you can just carry on with your day. I would suggest LJ. He's a great candidate. I'm joking.
I'm joking, or I'm joking. LJ's not a great candidate.
I kind of did
Yes.
get my friend to do that for me. But yeah, that's the mean reversion one. He's been getting into that for a long time, and he's just trading that now. But for me, I just haven't been able to get the same results he has, and I don't know if it's because my friend he started trading maybe 2 years ago, and he's done all right, and he got the basics, and I think he's pretty good. And then a year ago, he started working on this mean reversion strategy, and I kind of joined in with him, and he's continued that. But then he's been getting these really, really good results, and I've just not. And when I've done the same kind of amount of backtesting, I've not quite got the same results. And I don't know if he's kind of backtesting with a little bit of a bias, because he's maybe a bit newer. Like, I don't know if he's like, oh yeah, I would have taken that winning trade, or like, no, I wouldn't have taken that loss, and maybe just subconsciously backtesting that way. Because when I did the backtesting, I entered every single valid setup, and then I kind of filtered them out. Whereas he kind of was filtering live, as far as I understand. Like, he already had the kind of conditions. So yeah, I don't know if the backtesting results he's got are super accurate, but he's given me this big he's given me this big review sheet, which is amazing, and he's written a note next to every single one of the trades that I took that he didn't, and every single one of the trades that he took that I didn't, and yeah, it's a very detailed review. Fair play to him, and I just need to review that. I just need to review that in my spare time, whenever that may be.
What is spare time? Is it something you can eat? That's probably what's going on in your mind. Now, the reason why I was asking this is because you had a strategy that worked for, like you said, the longest time, and obviously lifestyle changes and whatnot, and so other like factors played into you potentially needing to change your strategy.
Yeah.
And then getting to a point. But the funny thing is, one of the reasons why you wanted to change your strategy was because of timing. Like the amount of time that you had available and when these things were happening. But the funny thing is, you're not getting the time to even change the strategy. So the reason why you need to change the strategy is preventing you from actually changing the strategy, which is a little...
That's a funny paradox. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a bit of a paradox there.
Yeah, I didn't notice that. That's funny. Yeah, it annoys me that I have to come on here and say, I've done nothing again. I haven't been able to. It's a real nuisance because that's not who I am. I have so much I want to give, but I'm having to give in all these other places at the moment, which is fine. But yeah, we'll have more interesting trading insights in the future, hopefully.
I still don't know why you don't take you're only on the hour trading strategy and you just condense it down to a 15 or a 5.
Because
the exact same thing and just
trading. Yeah, it's the back testing that takes the time, because I'd have to back test that to make sure that it works on the 15, you know, to feel confident.
Or just don't bother back testing. Just think,
I was about to say, yeah. Alternatively, just drop your risk and YOLO.
Yeah, just live test it.
True. Yeah, I could.
I mean, I wouldn't recommend to anyone that has time they do that at all. But Griff is a seasoned enough trader where he could probably get away with dropping his risk and doing that.
Yeah, you guys are always trying to bring me onto those filthy lower time frames.
The filthy 5-minute time frames.
Those filthy 5-minute time frames.
It's filthy for a reason, mate.
Yeah,
because it cleans up.
Yeah.
No one goes on a night. No one when they're young goes on a night out and goes, "I really want to pull a boring girl." They want the spicy girls. They want the baddies. Get down to the 5-minute time frame with us.
Yeah, come and roll in the dirt a bit, mate. Come on.
See, I'm actually
act like the pig that you think we are.
See, I'm down for it, but then trading the 15-minute, that's even more time consuming than the 1 hour, because the 1 hour, I just check once at the end of each hour, but then checking every 15 minutes is crazy. Well, not for you guys. You guys are checking every 1 minute.
Have a word with your AI see if they can automate it.
Yeah, somebody said that in chat as well, getting AI to automate it. Henry did.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's highly possible. You've got quite
Get alerts.
Ideology. Get alerts.
Get alerts. The problem is you don't know what it is that you want to alert to.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, alert me. What? I don't know. You come up with it.
I want a break. Where's the break? I don't know.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, it'll be somewhere. Yeah, I don't know if you guys have heard of Callhook Pro. It's a subscription. It's like I think it's $7 per month, but it's a webhook you can link with TradingView notifications so that you get a phone call rather than just like a ping on your phone. Which is really
just to let you know, you've hit stop loss.
Yeah, it's literally that. You can make it say whatever you want. So, like, for example, when I needed to wake up in the middle of the night and I didn't want to just wake up every hour to see, have we broken the high yet? Have we broken the high yet? I could set an alert at the high, and then when price triggered that TradingView alert, it would send me a notification to my phone, but then Callhook Pro would also phone me up and I'd get a notification, you'd answer it and it would be like,
you don't have
to
like a really sarcastic
say the high's been broken.
Hey, Griff, you're such a good trader. You've lost money. Yeah.
I would be livid, mate.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you would not be able to piss me off more.
Yeah.
Like a phone call in the middle of the night just to tell me, hey, by the way,
you suck.
Stop loss.
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't set alerts at stop loss, of course. I just set alerts for entering into positions. So,
okay.
yeah,
Okay.
like I have an
even
EA
still-
which manages my stop loss automatically, so I don't know when I'm tagged in, when I'm tagged out. But like, yeah, it's just for entries. But then having to enter at the end of the hour, so I might get the phone call at the high break at like 1:30 a.m. and then I'm like, okay, I set another alarm for in 25 minutes, or I just decide to stay up for 25 minutes, and then I enter, at like 1:55, 1:59. So I actually had a good amount of practice for waking up in the middle of the night before I had the baby.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
call it
I'm
pro.
not
Just,
gonna
Yeah,
lie.
what now?
If you need
I'm
your
not gonna lie.
notifications to be loud,
I would be so annoyed
yeah.
if I was in the middle of a nice little sleepy sleep and I get a phone call telling me, yo, that alert that you just set, that alert that you set like 6 hours ago, it's there. And then I'd get up,
Right.
I'll come and switch everything on, lights, I don't know, smegma in my eyes, just like, switch the PC on, get blinded because obviously widescreen. Try and figure out. Okay.
Look, I've set a notification. We can see if it works now.
Okay.
I get a phone call.
I'll do this.
I only set notifications when I'm already in a trade
Yeah, same.
of like certain levels that get tapped or.
Otherwise, I'll
whatever.
forget about them, and then I'll like 2 weeks later, my phone will ping at me, and I'll be like, I haven't. Like, what's that about? I'll look at it, and it'll be like, you have hit a breakout point, and I'm looking at the trades. I'm like, no, I haven't. I was like, what are you on about? And then it turns out it's from like 2 weeks ago. It just hadn't hit it, and I was like, fair.
That's what wakes
'Cause
me up.
I normally set them like if I'm in a trade and like I have to go walk somewhere or whatever, like go to the shop, whatever it might be, and then I just it gives me like a text message saying like Aussie dollar has hit XYZ.
Dude, it actually tells you that. Can you?
Yeah,
Sorry,
I
I
get
did the
through my-
notification while you were talking, but yeah.
I get that through my broker though.
Yeah, fair.
Um,
I get emails from my
Sorry.
broker when I hit TP stop loss or I get an entry, and I'm like, bro, why are you emailing me? I was like,
Just
What
send
is
me
this?
my monthly report and get it over with.
yeah,
Mate.
literally, yeah, like send me my monthly and then go away. Like, why are you emailing me that I've just been entered into a position? What's this? The 80s? Like, come on.
Yeah, I don't know. If
Yeah,
you
that's
can
Could
hear
have
it.
been a fax.
Yeah.
Could have been a
Yeah,
fax.
yeah. What are you
Telling
gonna
that.
fax me next? Like, come on.
You just hear that fax noise. In the middle of the night.
Rip it up. You have hit stop loss. Oh, great.
Thanks, guys.
Funny.
You woke me up for that. So, oh.
Yeah, I don't know.
Where is it?
Sully, hello, Sully. What's good, my man? How you doing? I'm a new trader. Big welcome to the Fivers family, my man. The most interesting place you'll ever go. You'll learn a lot here, but at the same time, you'll have the best banter of your life. So, welcome to the only place you're going to need to be for your trading journey.
Wait, where is that? Where is that photo from?
I kind of thought that as well.
Wait a second. He stood on my bridge. That's my bridge.
Hang on, yeah.
How
It-
dare
it-
he?
That's the
Sully,
view
if
from my
you go
balcony.
under the bridge, Sully, you'll actually see Griff streaming.
Yeah, come on. I'll come up there now.
Yeah. Wait, man.
That's what I was trying to say because that looks very similar to a spot here in Briz as well. So I was like, hang on, is that?
Is Sully maybe in Brisbane?
I don't know. It's 10 p.m. here, so probably not really, right? Maybe not.
I don't know. Henry's
But,
still awake.
Yeah, of course, but I don't know. Henry's a mature
Henry's
trader,
Henry.
right? How
Look,
many
any
younger
trader-
traders are going to be up at 10 p.m. trying to do it?
I don't know.
Okay,
You're more,
maybe they
more
would, actually,
likely
maybe.
to find
That's
younger
fair.
traders up at 10 p.m. than others.
As a new
Yeah,
trader,
fair.
did
probably.
any of you
Maybe.
really like just sit? Okay, it's time for me to be awake. I'm gonna do my trading and then go to bed, kind of like thing. Or did you always kind of like sit much beyond that point? But like, okay, well, technically I go to bed at 8 p.m. and it's already like 10, and just still sitting in front of the chart trying to figure out stuff as a new trader.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair.
Dude, I've been up till like 3-4 o'clock in the morning just trying to learn how to trade. You know, I remember I would be having like 2 hours sleep a day.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, obviously, we already know what the answer is for me.
I was going to say, yeah, LJ,
I'm weird.
you,
There's
you
no
run,
point
you
me
run
even
on
answering.
power banks. I don't know where the
Yeah.
inlet is. I don't want to know where the inlet is either. but somewhere on LJ's body, there is a USB-C where you can plug him into a power bank, and he just doesn't sleep. He'll just run on. Run
I
on
mean,
energy.
for anybody who wants to know, LJ joins us for poker night on Fridays. And while we're all like, okay, guys, it's time to go to bed. It's 12 o'clock or it's 10 a.m. or whatever. He's like, oh, I need to wake up. It's 6:30.
Yeah,
like in the
Like
morning.
the next day on Saturday. It's like,
yeah, I remember one time we were having a couple of drinks playing poker, and I was like, dude, like I'm so tired, man. I was like, I'm gonna go to bed. It's like 10 p.m. here, and LJ was like, oh my god, yeah, it's 7. It's on a Saturday. I'm like, what the hell? It's like 7 a.m., bro. Go to sleep. And he's like, nah, I'll probably just go out and do something now. I was like, dude, you're nuts.
We don't realize LJ is just drinking like diesel. That's what he's running off.
Yeah.
It's not
It's
coffee.
just a diesel generator.
You'd assume it was coffee, but it's just diesel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
dude, diesel's expensive now. God damn.
Yeah.
Oh, I know, same here. It's like
Expensive
£2
to
a
run the
litre
LJ.
over here.
I
Even
don't
unleaded
actually
is like
know.
159.
I don't actually know what's the current diesel price.
LJ, how many trades per gallon?
Oh, mate.
So US dollar, it's $2.15 for standard unleaded. That's not V power either. That's just standard unleaded petrol.
Like petrol. Yeah.
So
Is that
you're
per,
in South
that's per
Africa
gallon?
right now.
Is that what you said? Will?
Say again, mate.
Is that per gallon? Did you say?
Yeah. That's per gallon.
Yeah.
No, that's per liter. Yeah, that's per liter.
Sure.
Per
I'm pretty,
litre.
well.
I got
How
shoot
many-
off, guys. Sorry to interrupt.
That's all right.
I gotta go get some lunch. And LJ, don't forget your dinner's in the oven.
Yeah, I know. I'm aware.
Nice talking
I've got
to
a
you
timer.
guys.
I've got a timer.
Okay, good.
Set on. Yeah.
Yeah, nice to see you
All right,
boys. Have a great rest of your day. Thank you.
Yeah.
You as well, mate.
Bye.
Cheers, Griff.
See you, Griff.
Currently, we have two different pricings. It's inland or it's coastal. Obviously, inland is a little bit more expensive than coastal, but inland at the moment for 93 unleaded, which is our standard petrols that we get 93 and 95. 93 is 23 Rand 25, which is equal to $1.42 a liter.
$1.42.
A liter, yeah.
Hang on, no, what's that in $1.42? So that's, dude, that's a pound a liter.
Yeah.
Yeah, for us for petrol, I think
Bro,
it's sitting around I don't know, 280 Australian.
What's that
a
in
litre.
dollars?
But that's for like the bad petrol.
Oh, the
That's
Yeah,
like
like
91.
the
Like, we've got
mud
90
that clogs
Yeah,
you
if
in.
we have 91, 95, 98, like octane. Right, so
Yeah.
91.
What's your 95?
$1.43. 1 cent more.
Ours would be like about $3, like $3.05. I think 98 is like $3.30 or so at most places. It's dipped back down now, so there's some places that'll have it for like $2.80 for 98. But yeah, so it's basically $2 per liter, roughly.
Yeah, dude. So
Yeah, you guys are getting skinned, mate.
that's still cheaper than the UK.
Wait, dude, Henry, you got $2 for 91 near where you are. Aussie, what? The cheapest one near me currently is I think 238, and that's always the like the place I go to because it's like the cheaper one that's always cheaper than everyone else. Other places, yeah, they're another like 60 cents a liter higher still, so closer to 3.
Dude, this is crazy. Our diesel price is so we have two variants of diesel price. We have a 500 parts per million sulfur level, and a 50 parts per million sulfur level. The 50 parts per level one is the better quality. It's 26 Rand 11, which accounts to $1.60 per liter.
So that
that would be. I think ours would be about $2, like in dollar terms, about $2.20 per liter.
Yeah, ours
No,
is
it would be a bit more,
$1.60.
$2.40 per liter for diesel right now.
Yeah. How much was a liter before? I think the last one that I saw was like 18 Rand, which was roughly around $1. So we had about, I don't know, like, wait, let me confirm. The previous one I think was just over 20, and then the one before that was just under, or just over 18. So let me confirm that.
Yeah, I think we were before I moved to Hong Kong, it was 130 a liter, which is $1.76 for 95 unleaded.
Oh, dude, last month okay, so 95. Let's go with 95. 95 last month was 23. Well, this month is 23.36. Then it was 20.3, then 20.1, then 20.75. So, yeah, about a 3 Rand 6 cents increase, which is a 15% increase since last month. And diesel increased from 18 Rand 60 to 26 Rand, which is a 40.3% increase in diesel prices.
My taskbar has disappeared again.
It's okay, mate. It's okay.
We'll see if it restarts. But no, I was just bringing up fuel stuff. Okay, now my whole screen is frozen. I don't know if you guys can still.
We can hear you. We can't see you, though, mate.
Okay.
I'll go back to mine.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think my computer's freaking out. I might have to restart. It does this after a while.
You go and restart.
Okay, give me a sec. Yeah, I'll come back.
Going back to the markets real quick. What you looking at, Rich?
So this is gold, and that same level that I marked up this morning. We had the low of the day at Tokyo, or at the end of Tokyo, beginning of London. Then we had this attempt at a push up. We did not break that high. We've only just broken it now within the last half an hour. We've been stuck in this range the whole day so far. And when we eventually had the break, I thought, okay, before we had the break, after this news event tried to push price lower, I thought, okay, it seems as though there's more inkling to try and push price up now, because even that sudden news event could not push price lower than the low point of the day so far, or at least the low point of the London session. And the idea is, if we're going to potentially break, which we then had the break, have a bit of a retest and a continuation, potentially to come up to the highs of the day. We'll see how that works, which then also is in line with where that gap was filled this morning from Monday. So the idea is to see whether or not we can actually continue pushing bullishly on gold. And the same idea was happening with Nasdaq. Nasdaq, we had the all-time high break. We had the news event that tried to push it lower. We came into the same idea, the top section of the London session where we were struggling to push out of. And then we had the break entirely, break the new all-time high, close above, and then have a retracement down. And my idea was to kind of like see how deep of a retracement we could have before maybe potentially continuing to push price up. But I don't know I don't like the idea of buying at all-time highs, to be dead honest with you. I really don't like it. The whole day so far has technically been a bullish trend. It's a soft bullish trend, let's put it like that. It's not as volumetric as, for argument's sake, Monday or last week Friday was, as an example. It's showing bullish tendencies. We were close to all-time highs. It made sense that we would, kind of like react and try and push lower, because the all-time highs was very close. I mean, this gap that we had here was not a very big gap for all-time highs, and the all-time highs was made on Friday. So I'm thinking of looking for a buy, but potentially cutting my risk significantly and just seeing where it goes. Just let it run. But I'm not quite sure where I want to have an entry. We have news in half an hour or so, which is called retail sales, and then retail sales month on month. The question is just whether or not that is going to be the market mover, because we do have Trump speaking today, which is most probably going to talk about
That's the info. That's in half an hour as well.
Is it also in half an hour?
Yeah, that's awesome.
I'll as well.
Check. I'm sure that's in half an hour as well.
So we can assume he's probably going to be talking about the war effort and all of that kind of like stuff, pertaining Iran. So I don't want to participate when that happens. And then with Warsh also doing his testimony, I don't know exactly what he's going to be talking about. So I'm also skeptical about trading then. So I'm kind of just sitting with this idea of, you know what, just let it go. Just the movements were there. It wasn't the best price action. It's not entirely what I wanted for the day. It's at all-time highs. I don't like trading at all-time highs in general. So maybe I should just give this a skip and we'll try again tomorrow. That's kind of like the idea that I'm sitting with. So I'm not really bothered by NASDAQ at the moment. So I'm trying to look at other stuff like gold. That's why I was like thinking about potentially looking at taking a gold trade should this one start breaking and start showing a bit of movement. But then at the same time, I also thought, Trump speech, Warsh, Red Folder News, gold might be impacted. So I'm just like, I don't know. I'm a little bit on the fence at the moment for trading. And it's...
Warsh won't really matter. That'll just be the general questions they have when they have to do like a new Fed chair. It's irrelevant.
Yeah, I'm just saying that with all of the stuff that's currently going on, with Trump going to speak now, you never know with Trump.
Yeah.
So
I agree. I
kind of want to just sit back. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm talking over you. My bad. What I was going to say is that since we had that Trump tweet that did give that spurt of volatility, like even just watching Financial Juice, right? There's been very little that has come in general. Normally you have bits and pieces sort of flooding in general from all over the market. We've only got a couple posts since, right? It was very abnormal, especially given this time. I still want to lean on the downside.
On NAS or gold.
Yeah, on NAS. Same with like currencies. So I think like dollar up, NASDAQ down, that kind of thing. But right now we're still sort of eking up. But gold, I don't like the fact that we're stuck at that prior high as well. I still have a preferred lean to the downside for gold. But we are gradually creeping up. So I did also hedge out my Aussie dollar trade, to be fair, for that reason. So yeah, exactly with that trend line that I was looking at. So once we broke above it, we had that small like one candle that dipped lower. Yeah, that one. Yeah, that's where I hedged at the base of that candle.
So you were still short.
I'm still short, but I'm now hedged out. So I'm still short, yes. I'm hedged out on the short. So I've got a long sitting there as well. So if I show you.
I was about to say.
Oh, yeah, Siri, yeah.
So the stop loss is relevant because it's like it's a hedge, so it's actually just sat there like flat, no stop on it. But yeah, so I'm looking at this 200 moving average. Obviously, the only thing is we've tapped into here, which is the underside of that sort of cluster, local cluster. But I'm wondering if we hit the 200 moving average just by those lower wicks and then kind of come down. I can't see this gradual move higher as like high conviction either. So that's why,
yeah. That same feeling. Like, I don't feel like the market is convicted at the moment.
No, I think we're very much in stasis. I think we had I saw a comment before I had to restart as well somewhere if I can find it. Basically asking why the market's kind of been chopping, low volume, low sort of activity. It's mainly that we're pretty fairly priced right now, given the current situation. We don't have new impetus from financial data, right? Sort of red folder news, your CPI, your employment claims, that kind of PMIs, that kind of jazz. We've had no new Fed talk. The geopolitical situation is now kind of just at like a bit of a locked point where nothing's either getting worse or getting better. It's kind of just stasis. What is there to do as far as repricing assets? Very little, really.
Agreed. Next week is going to be a doozy, I feel. Because we have month end, probably a resolution of sorts to the, I don't know, like the geopolitical unrest that we have of some sorts.
Well, tomorrow's the end of the ceasefire, right? Wednesday.
Yeah.
For the 2 week kick on. So.
Yeah, and then we have bank rates for next week. And I don't know if there's going to be any changes, but if there's going to be a kickoff of sorts, it's probably going to be then, let's say next week.
Like you said as well, it's the month's end as well, and it's the first month's end after Q1 finishing, so it's the Q1, the Q2 month's end.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
Q1 was last month, mate.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's the first month into Q2. Yeah,
the first month of Q2.
Month end after the start of Q2. I don't know if I explained that quite correctly, but yeah.
So wait, do we have NFP?
We have
Friday,
it's
on the first
Thursday,
Friday of the month, right?
Yeah, we have on Thursday unemployment claims, employment cost index, core PCE, advanced GDP, and that's it for the dollar on next week Thursday. We've got fund rates, FOMC statement. Yeah, next week. Are you talking about the first week of May?
Hang on. Sorry, just had to clear my throat. So normally NFP is always the first Friday of the month. The new month starts basically on Friday next week.
Yeah, we do.
So hence I was just double checking if that's actually NFP, but it's not. It's the week after, it seems.
Yeah, we have on the 8th of May, we've got unemployment rate, non-farm employment change, unemployment, hourly average earnings. We have that next week, not next week, the 8th, the first Friday of the month. Technically the second Friday of the month, but yeah.
I kind of got to decide if I just scrap the hedge now. Was in profit, now we're actually going negative. So
NASDAQ is starting to sell off a little bit.
Yeah, I think I need to stick with my original thing. Whenever I go against stuff like that, I'm just going to scrap this. Yeah, hang on.
Is there anything coming out at all? Because we seem to have a bit of volume on EU as well. It's a 4. No, it's not. No, never mind. It's only a 6 pip move. It's not actually that big.
I'm checking financial juice now, and I'm not really seeing anything. But it's like
I can't
LJ
really
was
move-
saying just now. It's not really
Probably
much.
move up for EU.
Financial Juice says we had weekly employment claims.
US
Is that
ADP
not
weekly
listed
employment
on?
change. What?
Because we do now have that weekly. Like they changed to a separate weekly type system like 2 months ago. But I'm not seeing that on the calendar.
It's a
Normally
yellow
that
folder.
does show up.
It's a yellow folder.
Mine's not showing it at all.
If you scroll down on the left-hand side, just
On Forex
above
Factory, financial juice.
on financial juice, just above US retail sales month on month, you'll have Trump phone interview with CNBC, and then just above that, it says US ADP weekly employment change. Yellow folder, and
Yeah, it is there.
Yeah, fair. Yeah.
we have it on Forex Factory as well. So 2:15 my time, so that would be 12:15.
Yeah, it'd be
ADP
12.
weekly employment change yellow folder.
Yes.
That's weird though. That is weird.
Yeah. I was going off my personal broker, which normally has all the weird stuff that is sort of not on Forex Factory, that kind of thing. Which, and so I was like, okay, that's not on there. Financial Juice does have it on the
Yeah, they do.
left-hand side, though. So
I'm kind of like sitting on my hands at the moment because I don't really have a directional bias at the moment.
I
For
did like
any-
the idea of longs on gold, and even EU is setting up quite nicely. EU was setting up quite nicely for longs as well. In fact, we're actually within the entry area as well. I don't know if you want to bring my chart up. I'm having to like jump in between. Legend. Right, okay, so like I said, guys, it's probably quite weird. You watch me look down all the time. I'm on my laptop at the moment because my router's crashed. So I like the idea of longs in this area here on EU. However, with the way that this dropped down into the entry zone, I'm like, oh, actually, I'm not too sure about this. Same goes with gold. Gold, I wanted to see if it could come down into this area here. But again, the way we just sort of tanked down into this area, I'm like, oh, you know what? Actually, I don't know if I want to be involved in this. Plus, like what I said about earlier on when it came to Trump speaking, I didn't want to be in this after sort of 1:15. But these were my only sort of points of analysis for today. I think EU is the most valid, but again, I just didn't like the way it crashed into the entry area.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you. I don't like it when price like sharply moves into a direction and then rebounds off of it. I want it to slow down and then maybe consolidate a little bit, or at least show a propensity that it's when it has an opportunity to potentially continue pushing lower, that it doesn't, and then start pushing bullish.
And then you almost get that break above as well, which is almost like an added confluence of strength and volatility, or volume almost.
Henry saying, wait for news, pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, 100%. Well, we've got 8 minutes now until news comes out.
Till our uncle in the Tangerine terrorist business.
Absolute waste of time.
Yardley is saying, is AUD CAD and AUD USD having the same correlation? I don't actually think I've ever checked that. Best way to do that is literally to split your screen, and the one side you look for
I would say not typically, but potentially right now. given a lot of the concern recently has been around oil, and so obviously Canada, they're a commodity country just like Australia, but one of their primary commodities is oil. Australia is other things like iron ore and copper and other things, and then also the US is basically energy independent with oil, gas, that kind of thing. So they would tend to move more in sync. So at this current time, they would be more aligned, but typically not so much. But they may have a higher correlation right now.
I mean, from last week, it seems as though there's a bit of correlation, but general...
They've got some directional
Yeah, it's some directional
correlation, but not, it's not going to be the same sort of percentage move. What do you think about that in that sense? So momentum, perhaps, but in terms of price and percentage gain, probably a bit different.
It seems as though AUD dollar has got like the more inflated move versus AUD CAD. Same directional movement, just subdued. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, today's turned out to be pretty quiet.
I thought
I
that.
thought we might actually kick off a bit more, which is concerning me that later we will, because
Yeah,
tomorrow's
I'm
sort of
saying
game.
New York
I feel like
session. I think that's where it's going to be.
earlier was, we had some reasonable activity. It was pretty normal, pretty whatever. Just sort of waiting, but so a bit quiet, but still some general movement. Now it's starting to feel more eerie. I don't know.
It's like there's a
like
about
the
to have a
past
jump
kind of
scare.
hour. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I feel like
Yeah.
we're waiting.
Yeah,
for
it's like
the
I'm
next
saying. It's
event.
like it's quiet, maybe too quiet.
Yes. Weird. It seems as though I did analysis on AUD CAD, and I cannot remember doing analysis on AUD CAD. I've got drawings here, and I'm looking at them going like,
I
when
didn't draw
did I
these.
do this? I mean, to be fair, we did have this lovely. It was on the daily, like
That's when you find out
downward-
your wife's a full-time trader. She's a USD CAD trader.
She's been killing it on AUD CAD.
Yeah.
It seems as though we did break above this channel that I had and basically retested it, and seems as though it wants to move up. I don't know what analysis I did here, however, so I'm like looking at this going,
You don't know what any of it means.
who logged into my TradingView account?
I was going to say, I actually do have some on mine as well. But I think that, like, Org CAD is always that random asset that we get asked about. Every time I'm like, who is trading Org CAD? It's so strange.
I definitely had
there's a couple of
analysis.
guys that do, but I'm always like, why?
It
never an asset
almost
I
feels
would
like it
look
should be an exotic pair.
Yeah.
Yeah. I did something in January on it, and then something again end of January, beginning of February. So that's probably what happened. I can't remember this.
Because it's the same as mine, Rich. This is what we had. I've just got this big arrow up to here, but I guess it clearly played out.
I mean, it
fair
did.
enough.
But
Yeah.
I'm like that Gandalf in the Mines of Moria. I have no memory of this place. Oh, okay. Anyway, I have no idea, mate. I honestly think that you're correct in what you're saying. It's a bit eerie. It's weird that there's this weird silence. But then again, I'm also feeling like we've been desensitized to a degree.
Oh, yeah.
Where we expect a bunch of stuff to happen, and when it doesn't, we're all like, "What's going on? What's going on? Why is nothing going on?" It's weird. It almost is like Pavlovian, like ring the bell. There's no bell being run, and everybody's like, "Am I gonna get dinner? What's going on here?" You know?
Yeah.
Nasdaq.
Guys, I'm going to have to skedaddle and love you and leave you because my Wi-Fi's still being a pain in the backside. I'm on my data at the moment, and my Wi-Fi's still not coming back. So I've just received some information from the guys, the technicians. So I'm going to try this now before I got technicians coming out on Friday, but I told them that's not acceptable. As I need help before that. I was like, I need my Wi-Fi. So they've sent me some information. I'm going to try and do that now. And hopefully it'll be working for tomorrow.
Well, I hope for your sake that it works for tomorrow, mate. Because you without internet is a problem. LJ, why did you just flashbang yourself?
In all fairness,
so it's my emails. Yeah.
In all fairness, I've got data.
Very bright.
I've got unlimited data on my phone, so I mean, to be fair, I can use my data. But it's just none of the stuff records or does anything it needs to be doing. So.
Oh, dude, I've got my food. Hang on.
All right. Bye.
LJ is so scattered brain. Like,
he just entered into a side quest out of nowhere.
Well, mate, you could hop off. It's no problem. I'll carry on with. Well, by myself until LJ comes back.
No, it's okay. I'll chill with you for a minute until LJ
We do have Samir and Victor joining us.
Also,
soon,
we've got Trump speaking now.
We do.
It's
Do be careful, everybody. Do be careful.
Yes. The Tangerine Twitter terrorist is now speaking. So he's now the Tangerine just terrorist, I suppose.
He's a tangerine talking terrorist.
Yeah, exactly.
US data, the US retail sales month-on-month actual was 1.7 from a forecast of 1.4 from the previous of 0.6, so an actual gain, which is pretty cool. So I think where's the other one? Yeah, the retail sales month-on-month would have been an increase. The core would have been an increase as well. So overall, it should have had a bullish reaction. Let's have a look at the DXY. Yeah, I mean,
Sounds about right.
Bit of a reaction.
Yeah.
Abradov Linkler saying he is playing CS, and I know that Raffle asked earlier about Counter-Strike, and was the answer. I used to play, I just don't play anymore.
Yeah, same as that. I used to play. I'm pretty sure I've still got it on my computer, but I just don't play it.
Yeah, I don't anymore.
Sorry,
Look at Samir, mate. Look at him just sitting in the background.
I was wondering where Samir was. I was like, where is he right now?
He's doing what you're supposed to be doing when you have internet issues, mate. Take your stuff, go to... Oh, I forgot, you live in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, I'll go stream with some sheep if you like.
What's up, Samir? How are you, mate?
Hello guys, I'm not in my setup, so I'm in a cafe right here. So I'm sorry. I'll be streaming from cafe.
How cool is that? See, that's why I want to get myself a laptop. Is like in
No,
days
100%. That's why you need a laptop.
I go to, I don't know, a Mug and Bean or a whatever shop and just go and sit down and be like, okay, I'm going to be important.
I'm going to be one of those guys who shows up and just speaks normal tone at a cafe.
Sorry, guys, I'm not allowed to say anything too much. There's a couple over there.
Yeah, literally, yeah. But then you always get that one person that's like, hey, guys, yeah, I'm just doing this. It's like, dude, why are you shouting? Like, what are you doing?
See, I need a good laptop then that will last more. So I've got that one, which is good, but it's like a gaming one. So without being plugged in, it lasts for like 45 minutes and just dies.
Legitimately same as this.
LJ,
they have this issue actually. The MacBook have good battery backup.
Yeah, my wife's got a MacBook and she showed me the specs for it, and I was like, wow, that battery power is legit.
Yeah,
It's pretty good.
Like this one's really good when I can take it somewhere, and I also need to, like you were talking about, Will, like get those the like screen extension.
Yeah, screen,
so you can have the other two. Because that's the other trouble. Like obviously the screen's so small, and to have like stream up everything else, you're like flipping between everything, and it's
Well, that's literally what I'm doing right now. It's a pain in the ass. Like, mate, if it wasn't for my laptop, I wouldn't be able to stream right now because my Wi-Fi is completely crashed in the house. So I'm using my data and my laptop, and because I've got unlimited data, it can handle it all, and it's class. But the only issue is I am flipping between stream and different screens, which is a pain in the backside. And I got to keep it plugged in 24/7, which is another pain in the ass.
Yeah.
But again, it's because it's a gaming laptop. You know, the graphics are fantastic, the processor is fantastic, everything can cope with streaming really well until you unplug it, and then it's like a fat man running a marathon. It just gets out of breath after like a mile.
Yeah,
you know, it's like, yeah, we can't handle this.
And the only other trouble for me is like, even if I have that and I want to go to like a cafe, the time it is for me here to stream, like there's nothing open.
Yeah,
like true. What am I going to like go sit at like a McDonald's? Like their Wi-Fi is not is not usable, right? No. Even if you use it on your phone or something, you can barely get onto Google, right? It's so slow. It's terrible.
Yeah,
absolutely. At least in Australia, I don't know if it's different in.
No, yeah, it's the exact
like
same.
Japan
told,
and
in the UK McDonald's, you probably wouldn't want to put your laptop on the side.
Yeah, that plus you'll get like
a
tax and that kind of stuff. You got to have a VPN, everything.
Yeah,
I'm using a power bank here. I'm using a power bank as a battery. I have plugged it in, so hopefully, this laptop doesn't die. I don't think so. It is gonna die because it has a really good backup. So let's see how it.
2 minutes later, he just goes.
Just disappears.
Yeah. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna have to love you and leave you. I'll see you all tomorrow morning, first thing, where hopefully I have Wi-Fi. If not, I'll plug like a pile of things into my laptop, so I'll have the big screens up. All right, guys, nice one, and I'll see you all later. Peace.
See you,
Cheers, Will. Enjoy. Yeah, sorry about dipping out like that.
Domino's has good Wi-Fi, Henry. Apparently. All right. Well, they also close, but they are open later. That's fair. I don't know if they have Wi-Fi though.
We used to have a very nice Mug and Bean here, which is a coffee shop, basically that international coffees and then small little cafe meals that you could get, and they always had outlets, and you can literally just plug in. There you go, just outlet and Wi-Fi.
Because there used to be heaps more like gaming, like LAN gaming cafes, like internet cafes. But obviously these days they've all basically died or gone bankrupt, whatever. I think there's only one left in the city, like one good one. The other one's closed early at like 7 p.m. or whatever. They're not actually open late.
We don't have one anymore. It just died.
I think we still have one. I'm not even sure if we do.
I know gaming cafes are still very popular in Southeast Asia. That I know.
Yeah.
They're still quite popular.
I think there's still a market for it. You just have to get the economics right. Which especially places like here, like the rent is going to be astronomical for it to really make sense. It's very hard. Anyway.
Raff saying, Trump, we're in a strong negotiating position with Iran. I'll believe it the moment Iran retorts by agreeing or disagreeing with that.
Yeah.
Audio's okay, right? I'm just confirming.
What, your...
My voice or my audio coming from...
Yeah, it's good.
Okay.
It's really good.
Okay.
Perfect.
So All right. I remember yesterday we did some gold and other pairs. I think my prediction is not going good. I'm seeing here. I think I don't know what market I was. I think it was 4900. I chose this the 4900 mark. So we still are away from there. Right now it is not looking good. So I might can lose on my prediction there. I think
Is this on
LJ picked up.
USD?
No, it was gold actually.
Oh, okay. I was about to say. I was looking at it now.
I think LJ did AUD USD.
I did, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, I'm just responding to. We just had some more headlines, so markets moving around.
Hello, Victor.
How you
Hi.
doing, Victor?
Yeah. Trump tweeting again. It was about 4 minutes ago. Not wanting to extend the ceasefire. I think that's what's we are referring to. That's
He's
coming through on.
actually got a speech going at the moment.
He said we're ready to go in with
Indeed.
military into Iran.
Yeah,
So-
he's speaking on CNBC at the moment.
You can share your screen if you want to. Yeah.
So I'll.
Can we bring it up like live or something?
Yeah, I'm gonna look for the CNBC speech at the moment.
It's not on Bloomberg, which is weird. I have to bring up CNBC itself.
No, on I have one for ET now. I don't know if it's actually live right now. Murnau CNBC TV 18 is also talking about it at this point in time.
On ET now, okay. So I'm wondering if I just close my short here after that tip.
What asset?
Or are we gonna keep dipping? Aussie dollar.
I don't know. Nasdaq was pulling back a little bit.
But we're not kicking on. You know?
No, we're not.
So, I
Not
mean,
at
that's
all.
why I'm wondering if I just take the profit I have and then.
We failed the retest on gold though, but we did with that sudden news event come back into that area that I wanted from Monday. We did wick into it, but
Yeah.
no reaction as yet.
Yeah. It's looking weak for euro, Aussie dollar as well. It's
Wait,
dollar
wait.
strength.
Sorry, Victor, but it says on the stream it says text POTUS to 45470 for updates from the White House.
Yeah, President of the United States to 45470.
Text POTUS if you want to sign up to propaganda. There you go. Like, what are we talking? What? Like,
Text
what kind of
POTUS.
updates are these? Like,
to get
I don't-
into the inner circle.
I know that's what I mean. Or it depends when he gives you like the tweet headline saying like, okay, he's about to announce something. He's like, oh, you know, the S&P is very undervalued right now, and then he, you know, tweets something or like he did with Palantir the other day as well. Like maybe you get the insider trading,
Yeah.
stock tickers, right? Oh man,
Mutilination. No gender, mutination. I can't even screw it up as much as he screwed it up. Mutination.
oh yeah, you have it up on stream. Sorry, I didn't even realize I was watching it.
Yeah,
Ever.
I mean, you can't
Sorry.
hear it from my stream.
Yeah.
ET is a scam. As in this ET now. This
What even is ET? Is that like Entertainment Tonight or
Oh,
something.
ET played
Something like
that on 24-hour loop. Oh, okay.
Wasn't
This
it
might-
about the
India.
Steven Spielberg movie in the 80s?
Okay, so this might not even be the actual live current stream, is it?
Let me check here.
Normally, Financial Juice posts like a live stream of it.
So which one is it? Is it CNBC TV 18? Is it the Mirror now? I don't actually know.
It is on CNBC. Oh wait, yeah. I can only find.
He's talking
people-
about Warsh at the moment.
Actually, can you just go? Okay, hang on. What am I doing? Just go to. Surely, if I just go to CNBC, like the website.
Yeah, this is the CNBC.TV YouTube channel, so I don't know if it's this.
There you go. What am I even thinking? Obviously, yeah.
Squawk. So he's saying he would be disappointed if Warsh, if he were to be, like, I don't know, if he becomes the new Fed chair or whatnot, if he doesn't cut rates.
Yeah.
He's going to have to journey down to a place called Iran. Are you listening to it as well, Victor?
Hello, Victor. I think he's muted.
No, I didn't have audio, so I didn't hear you guys. Did you guys say anything?
Oh.
Just now I came back.
Yeah. We were asking you whether or not you were listening to him, but because you went like this, and I thought maybe you were listening to it.
No,
as
my
well.
my headset sometimes disconnects, and it takes me 15 seconds to reconnect. And in the meantime, I can't hear anything.
Oh, okay. Well, can you?
But
hear
I'm
us
not
now?
hearing it. I'm not able to hear the stream that you're showing right now. If that
Yeah,
was
I
the
mean,
question.
No. I mean, obviously, we won't be able to hear this. But like, I thought maybe you were listening to it as well, like you were streaming it
Oh,
on your
my
side.
Yes. Yeah. No, I am not. I did try to find it, but wait.
It's on. Yeah, I got it on CNBC slash or not slash live TV on YouTube.
Yeah.
What is he saying? By the way, I'm not. I haven't seen it.
He's currently talking about the impact of attacking Iran and how even if they brought down the stock market or they bought up the stock market, bombing Iran would then destroy the world and then the stock market would crash. It's basically what he's saying. And now he's talking about B-52 bombers and, best in the world.
All right.
I can hear it now. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, he's an interesting fellow. Let's just put it like that. He's an interesting fellow. Louis is asking Samir, "Are you in a jewelry store?" No, that's just what they're. That's just how gorgeous their
bougie
shops
cafe.
are. Yeah.
I'm not in a jewelry store. I'm in a cafe here.
But was this?
So yeah,
Didn't
I
he
have to
have
stream
a
from here because
speech?
I'm sorry I didn't got you.
Um, according to Forex Factory, there's a speech right now, right?
Yeah.
But it's
Yeah.
a phone interview. It's a phone interview
Yeah.
with CNBC. It's not a regular speech.
Yeah, it's an interview conducted by the CNBC. So telephone
Yeah,
interview conducted. So it's the one that he's currently speaking on right now.
yeah.
I mean, should this theoretically move the market? I mean, he's just effectively just having an interview, maybe potentially just rehashing stuff that he's already tweeted about, or should we
I think
expect?
yes, I think so because
Yeah, it
it
would. Yeah.
sets the tone because Trump is the big X factor in the sentiment.
Yeah, and tomorrow's
And
D-Day, right?
exactly. So whatever and he gives out all kinds of messages, sometimes mixed, but he gives out messages are like signals,
Mm,
like his posture, his tone, and things he mentions, his arguments. You can get a feeling where he's going to, where what's he's thinking sometimes. Even though sometimes he changes flip flops, but it's still you get some information. I think that can be
mm.
market moving. I think so. Yes.
It's like reading under the lines, basically, like what he's saying and how he's saying it, and tone of voice
Yeah.
and
Well,
so on.
the thing is, over this, like they've moved more troops, so I think they've got like 80,000 now, and to realistically do a ground war, you need 100K troops to realistically push that. They've now got 80,000, so it went up from 20 to 60. Now it's at 80. Right?
I mean, it is a build-up of forces
Yeah, and
already.
the
So
thing is, yeah, it's whether it's going to be like a game of chicken, right? You know, they're cruising and then who dips, or if we end up in the type situation.
Is that the game of chicken? Is that what it's called?
Yeah, game of
You're
chicken.
going,
When you're driving
you're
like
going head to head.
yeah, for instance, like you have two cars driving at each other, and either someone pulls out or you just go for a head-on collision,
yeah,
right? Or someone dips, and then hence
yeah, the one that dips
person
is the
that dips
chicken.
is the loser. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
he's the
it.
chicken.
But
So right
isn't
now,
isn't it called the game of dumps?
it
Probably
has
depends
other
on where you're
names.
from. Yeah,
Yeah,
you could have other names for it. Yeah,
yeah.
we call it
But,
a insurance fraud. Where we're from.
No, that's not even chicken. That's more like a normal car is driving, and then you are a person on the sidewalk, and then you just jump in front. I don't know. It's like inverse chicken. It's like you intentionally.
So, okay, I don't advocate for this at all, but like as young kids, you used to go into the street and play chicken with cars coming past. Dumb, really dumb. Like, not smart.
So that's not financial advice, Rich. Right? That's what you're saying. Not financial.
No. It's the opposite of financial advice.
Oh. Gosh.
Yeah.
So if you guys in chat, if you guys have questions or anything, right now I'm listening to this in the background because this is actually going to be important. We don't have much else as far as economic news. He's also giving some general comments on Kevin Warsh. We do have Kevin Warsh's
testimony
before Congress, which is more of a technical thing where they always have to ask questions and they basically vet whether he's appropriate to take the job. Generally, it's just a bunch of really dumb questions, and the politicians use it as their own personal airtime to speak to their own local people and bring up certain issues, and then everyone just ticks the box and says yes, go through. So
yeah,
but it is still relevant in the sense that the Kevin Warsh thing should have been pushed through some time ago. The paperwork should have been done, should have been signed off, and we're still not there, which is also interesting. I assume Trump hasn't found. Maybe he's not 100% happy. Kevin Warsh has, even though he's family friends with them, he has signaled that he's not going to just do what Trump wants. And so maybe Trump has pulled back on potentially putting him in. But I guess we're coming up to the deadline, and Trump goes, well, no one else better I can put in that's at least potentially somewhat aligned with what I want. So
Yeah. Trump.
I don't know.
Trump is
I still just,
child, mate.
yeah, I still just get the general. We're in a very. Today is a bit weird. It's a bit eerie. Like I said, we're just some weird flux position.
Yeah. Anyway, I am going to,
Silence.
on that bombshell, love and leave you guys. I think I don't think that there's much that I can do in the market at the moment. It started raining. I had to go take down some washing. So I'm going to just love and leave you guys. Go and make myself some dinner and whatnot, and then I'll see you guys tomorrow for a nice Wednesday edition. Enjoy, guys. We'll speak again soon.
Alrighty.
Take care, Rich. Take care. Thank you so much.
I will also
Victor.
jump over to Victor's string or Samir because I will probably bounce as well. Been hanging around for a bit. My dinner is now sitting on the thing. It's slightly burnt, but I'll just have to deal with that. So I'll see you guys again tomorrow. Leave you all in the lovely capable hands of Samir and Victor. For now, peace out. See you guys. Stay safe. Ciao.
Take care,
Take care, LJ.
LJ.
Bye.
Thank you.
All
Samir,
right.
streaming from
Now it's
the luxurious background you're in.
it's
How's
a
everything on your
cafe.
side?
I was having some electricity issues in my home, so I have to come here. I found a cafe which is a little bit quiet, not that much, but still, I'm managing here. So tomorrow I think I'll be back to my usual setup. But today I'll be streaming from here, guys.
Nice. You're waiting for the open. Are you already in looking for a setup? Do you have a preference on your US 30 possible trade?
All right, I can see my screen is already there, so I'm just gonna run through the analysis here.
Mm-hmm.
If you go to the 4-hour time frame, we liquidated this high. And if I go to the 30-minute, we are coming close to the VWAP. So I have a couple of scenarios for today's NYSE session. If we come closer to this VWAP, and if I see some reaction, then definitely I'll look for buys. But if we liquidated this again, then I'll probably short this move right here. So this is my two trade ideas. But again, it doesn't mean that I will enter blindly. I need some confirmation. And the confirmation that I follow is 1 minute trend line patterns or trend lines, normal chart patterns, all these things. So I'll just wait for either liquidity to the upside or, kind of a pullback. And then I will wait some kind of reaction here.
I see. Okay. All
I
right.
hope
We
you.
are
I
35
hope
minutes. Go ahead.
I hope I explained it because I'm using one screen only, so I'm not used to it. I hope you was able to see my drawings here and there.
Actually, we I don't think we did. We only have a static
Okay.
screen. It's
Now,
not.
now can you see? I'm moving the chart.
Now I can. Yes, but
Okay,
there
okay,
wasn't a
okay.
lot. Okay.
So I was saying pull back here, little bit of slow momentum, definitely looking good for buys here. But
Mhm.
if we pushed higher, it can be a liquidity, maybe again, but I will wait for some kind of confirmation. For me, confirmations are 1 minute trend line or chart patterns, which is very basic thing. I'm doing this from like 2-3 years. I'm seeing this. Actually, my foundation started from this thing only. So at the end, I have found my way, which is chart patterns. That's it. Paired with couple of confirmations, can be VWAP, can be market structure, all these things.
Nice. All right. So, what do you think about gold? Since we had yesterday, and we typically have a lot of people wanting to check gold, wanting to trade gold, want to know our views on gold.
Can you see my screen? I'm showing
Yes,
gold right now.
yes, we are. Yeah, I can. Yes, go ahead.
So to me, I was thinking that we have made a wick of this daily candle. We have also covered a small gap. So I was like, we may can be pushing to the upside, which we did the last daily candle. But
Hmm.
if I go to the 1 hour time frame right now, definitely we are seeing some selling momentum here. We have filled this whole gap. We are coming to the downside. I think I'm still bullish based on that daily candle, unless we break this area and we close below this area. So I will say I'm still bullish, but I don't have any entry confirmation right now. So for that, we go to the lower time frame. Can we? It can be 15-minute. I think if price closed above this area, it will also be closing above the VWAP. So I think that can be a good buying opportunity, aligning with the daily candles and all those things. I'm still
I see.
considering
Hmm.
buying, but I don't have a confirmation yet. Let's wait for the 15-minute time frame and let's see how price behaves around this area. And if you have to plan for sells, then if price closed below this, then we will wait for another pullback, which can be something like this, and then we will plan for sells.
Okay.
Or we
Mhm.
go above, can be a good buying opportunity. Stop loss can be below this. There is a good targeting range. You can easily go for these highs. I do think this is a big possibility because the daily candle, which was on Monday, looks good. But again, we have some kind of speech right now. So definitely these type of things, this analysis can be invalidated unless until we get the confirmation or we get a signal from the market. I think you should not be impatient or take some random trades.
Yeah. I'm gonna be showing my chart also on gold to give our viewers a slightly different perspective. Thank you, Remy.
Right.
What I let me check here. We have yes. So what I have is the let me check something here. Okay, so on the higher time frames, we just now, not now, but I mean 21 days ago, calendar days, we created that structure. You can expect just because it's a fresh structure, and the lower border of that will create some kind of selling pressure. So you want to be watching that for the coming days and today and coming sessions. If you go to the weekly, you can ask yourself, did the weekly react to that structure yet? It hasn't. So that tells us that it's likely unless we have new information. With the information we have, it seems like the weekly is not at all impressed with the lower border. That means that there's no indication that the market is reversing yet, at least not on the weekly. The daily time frame, however, there is a slightly mixed picture. One is that since we left the a weekly structure below right here and start pushing higher on the daily time frame. We have been creating actually it's holding up. If you look at the 50 EMA, this is the 200 actually. On the hourly, you can see that the market, only when we went on to retest the daily structure here, we were able to close below it. But previously, we had that little retest, and right now it's looking very suggestive that it's holding up. Look at that. You cannot close below the EMA. It seems to be a dynamic support, and the market just now closed 4 minutes ago, and it was again just leaving a wick behind. That can be also only because it's not ready yet. The other thing that we can see is that the daily, as the market is pushing away from the daily, you can see that it comes back and is unable to push much further from the lower border of that daily structure. Why do I say this? You can see it right here, the market coming back, bouncing on a dynamic support, however, is unable to close above, right? It looks to me like it wants to go from this daily order block to something lower, and we don't have anything to the left side on the recent price action. So it probably means that the market is going to be looking for, if it doesn't hold that EMA, that level, that area, then it's likely to be looking for some other support. And possibly, since we already had a retest of this area not too long ago, it will need something a little bit deeper, perhaps the structure below. So I would be less, we have some major differences in the tone or the headlines coming out. I would expect price to be pushing lower to get into the demand zone, and from there we'll have to see whether or not it's able to mount something similar to this again, which makes sense on the higher time frames, because as I said, it looks positive. The fact that market was not completely, look at how it was able to interact with the monthly structure there. It didn't have an issue. It didn't react to it very acutely. So it looks to me like it's getting ready for eventually going higher. Perhaps after retesting this structure, or who knows, something lower, it will be looking for higher places. At least that's what it's projecting right now. But tomorrow, we might have more direction as to where it wants to go. My stream was stopped for like 1 minute, really. Okay. I okay. I hope we're it doesn't happen again. But on my side, so I don't know which part you guys missed, but let me know in the chat if that's the case. If you're missing some parts. We lost a little bit of your connection, Samir. You're kind of pixelated, and I think we can't hear you. You might be muted um, or otherwise unable to to let us hear you. Okay. On EU, let's take a look on EU. So what do we got? We had the open of last month. That's this level that we talked about yesterday. You need to be looking for that level. If the market, whenever we are above, it will be perceived on a higher time frame as a. Actually, let me check. Maybe it's me that I can't hear you because of my headset. Yes, I think it is me, not you, Samir. So let me check here. I think we lost Samir as well, but hold on. Let me reconnect here. Okay, I'm back. Supposedly. So all right. So this is the line. So whenever we are dipping below it, as we are currently, it will be seen as a level. Oh, was it? Okay. So that means it's not only on not necessarily on my side. Hey, David, how are you doing? Nice to see you here, uh, as everyone else who is very active in the chat. There you are. That's Samir. People have been asking for you We can't hear you, or maybe I can't hear you. I'm not sure, but I cannot hear you. Let me test in the background if it is. Maybe it is me. Hold on. Yes, I can hear you now. Okay, let me check. Yeah, I'm having some difficulties here. Let me check what I can do because I can't hear you. No sound indeed. Um, that's not great. Let's see what I can do on my side here. Yes, I can hear you now, I think. Samir.
Now it should be fine, I
Yes,
think.
yes, yes. Okay, all right. So we have, can you guys confirm you guys have a voice in the chat?
Fine now,
Um,
guys. Chat, let me know.
okay, all right. So I was explaining that the level that we want to be looking on the higher time frame is, thank you, Louis, thank you, is 1.1761, 65, 68.5, I mean, which is the open of last month, right? The candle. And we're dipping below that level currently. So that's something you want to be considering. Let's
Yeah,
see here. So we
yeah.
go to, I can hear you, yes.
Okay.
So on the weekly, we did tap into a structure above, and you can see that we do have a reversal pattern like so. And we do have a couple of, and that's why we have the whole weekly structure, which is quite wide because it's not just one, not two, but actually three overlapping structures that indicate with some in here, we could have some selling pressure coming in. So it hasn't happened yet, so we can't act upon it, but we can be ready for that possibility. On the daily time frame, if you refine that bigger structure, we have three structures which are much tighter. And we did get some nice reaction. One, actually this candle, and the second candle, or the third candle, the second combination, also indicates that, you know, at least in this area, which overlaps with the entry order block on the daily quasi, there is selling pressure coming in. But quite quickly, and that's maybe, you know, indicative of, you know, the market condition, the sentiment, it is, you know, uncertain. The market seems to not really know, you know, where it wants to go, and that has to do with the conflict, right? One moment the strait is open, hours later it's closed, it's open, it's closed. You know, then you can see that in price action as well. We're creating both structures close to each other, and but we're not going anywhere. That indicates to me that there's indecision in the market, and the market is waiting for clarity to see if there's going to be a second talk or not, and what it means for the situation. And from there, you know, you'll see it will be breaking probably this range, you know, it's been trading within. But until then, you're likely just going to be seeing zigzag, waiting for more information. So that's something you want to be considering if you're trading this pair, and actually all major pairs, all the majors, the dollar pairs will have something similar to that effect. That's the daily. So currently, I would be going long. I would be going long from, yes, going long from this structure and going short from the above, not to go for a breakout, not to do that, just to go to the next structure. And so it's going to be something of a day trade to trade within that range, since we don't have any information yet on you know, what the market actually is trying to achieve. On the H4, we go deeper. So you do have that quasi, but at the same place, the quasi indicating a break of the structure, but there is nothing, right? So that's the mixed signals that I'm talking about. It tells you it wants to break down, but it doesn't tell you, where the entry is, where's the most likely place for it to reverse from. This is a fresh order block, did have an immediate reaction, but it's not an entry order block because it is not between the lowest point of the pattern and the highest, the head. So that is, you can still trade it, but not part of the quasi. What else do we see? There has been, the market is, there is a fresh order block here that we just tapped into right here. And I'm waiting for price to come back and create something. I cannot trade this anymore since of my rules, but I'm looking for something in here, right here, that the market will be able to give us that. Actually, I do see on the hourly there is an outside bar. So let's see if we can get a trade from this area. So that would be an entry on the 1, and that's indicated it has been squeezed, or, and if we go to the 5-minute, all right, it says there's actually, this is quite nice. I like this. So yes, let's take a look. Trying to find out here if there is a valid entry, and there is, but there's no entry order block to me. So I wouldn't be, the structure indicates a possible reversal, which is this, right? That's the reversal for the movement up. But there is no entry here for me. So it's a structure that indicates the market is likely going to push higher into, if I were to take this trade, which I can because there's no entry order block, I would target this structure. And I already mentioned that, as long as we don't get clearance or clarity on what's likely, in what direction we're going with the conflict, we're likely just needing, our eye will be just looking for going long here into the structure above, nothing more, not looking for breakouts or anything like that, meaning probably just going for this hourly structure right here, or the one before that. It depends on how much time and how much range and momentum there is in the market at that particular time that I'm getting in. So let's mark that, and this and one as well. All right. So that's we have 14 minutes to the Open, the U.S. Open, that is. Let's take a look at.
So you got involved in any trade today, or you are just it is your fresh?
No, I not on my main strategy. I didn't get any signals, but I did take 3. Let me check. 3 scalps. Actually, 2 scalps on EU, and I'm already, their scalps. I'm already done with that. I'm checking here, but I didn't get any signals here. So I'm looking. This is looking great. If it wasn't for the fact that these structures are on the hourly and the 2-hour are no longer fresh to me. That's why I wouldn't be able to trade. I wasn't able to trade this area, not this time around. I was expecting something earlier to happen, but the fact that it hold on, check here. The fact that it is creating this structure with alignment tells me that that's where I want to be getting in. On the 5-minute, there isn't anything that I can trade. On the 3, the Open. All right, so that's a nice area here, and actually this is already a quasi line that we can look for. So it needs to break that line in for me to get interested. and actually there's an internal quasi right here. That means that I would rather take that. Yeah, there's no entry there. Okay, so here's something I would definitely, that's no longer active. The structure is here. Yes, I would be looking for, maybe I can actually take the trade on the stream today. So there is a bigger quasi right here, which you need to take into consideration. That's the 2-minute, and also there is a smaller one. And if you take this one, we're talking about this being the area which it needs to come back to. That's on the 2-minute, not on the 1. And another one here where I would be triggered to get in. It still has to indicate to me the entry signal, and it still needs to break out. Actually, this is a bit more complex because the structure here, there's two structures close to each other, and as long as this isn't broken, only the small structure is only the small quasi, the internal quasi is valid to be taken. And in that case, I should make the structure smaller, because the bigger quasi yet isn't yet ready. So that means that this becomes, nope, that's not an entry. That's not an entry on the smaller one. So we're talking about this.
Somebody's talking about spread. I'm seeing the spread right now. Euro USD, you have 0. GBP USD, you have 1. I think it is not too much. On major pairs, it is 0 actually. I'm just seeing 1 or 0. I don't think there is any problem in spreads, or spreads are too wide. I think it is
Yeah,
very normal.
I don't see that either. I'm gonna take a snapshot of the the spreads, and I'm gonna put it on the screen so people can see. This is on my MT5 just now. You can see the spread on euro dollar and on dollar yen, and also some majors, either was 0, 1, or very low in any case. So on my side there isn't. I don't see. Oh, talking about NQ and probably okay. So that would be on the black arrow. Then could you check that? Do you have that on your screen, or shall I check that?
I have it on the screen. This I'm on the laptop, not my normal setup.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no problem. I can check it on my side. Okay. Let's see here. We do have the indications. Let's look for the metals. At least checking the spread. So there is
By the way, guys, we have 8 minutes left for the market open. So I'll update you guys if I take any trade. Right now, I'm not looking at anything. I'll just wait for like 5 to 10 minutes after the session open. Then I will let the price settle down. Then if I see any pattern, then definitely I'll love to share it with you guys.
perfect. Yes. Before we were looking at the reversal pattern. It didn't activate the quasi yet, but now it did. So now we can put the fib all the way down to the head of the bigger structure, and that's the preferred structure, not the internal one, but the bigger this being the quasi now, right? So that means that this becomes the quasi. and we're looking for, at least I'm going to be looking for if price comes back to retest these levels, and if it expands more, if it, this is included into the fib area in the future, then I can trade this one as well. But I would be looking for something like that, and especially when the market after the market open, you can see swings in price, and if one of these swings get into the area, that would be something I'm very interested in. Looking very clean here for a reversal pattern. I just need to get the pattern that I use, trigger me, which it hasn't yet. It has it's a 15-minute quasi, but I don't trade that. There is a 15-minute quasi. You can see it here, which is now there. Look, this is the 15-minute, and it came back and it did squeeze, but you can see clearly that that's the 50-minute it's reacting upon. So we'll see how it goes. On the 5 minutes, which is the largest entry time frame that I use, it is still not coming back to the area that I'm looking for. So I'm gonna be waiting for price to do so. Also, we can check the 30-minute, because if this is going to be a reversal, you should see it not only on the 15, but maybe in maybe in half an hour time, start seeing bullishness coming to the market, or bearishness being taken out. Meaning, for example, this order block should be taken out on the 30 minutes. That means in 5 minutes. It doesn't have to happen right now in this candle, but I mean, there is a opportunity for it to do so. In about 4 minutes, we should take a look. It looks like it's not ready to do that, but we'll see. We'll see how it reacts eventually to that area. I'm interested in price coming back to the entry levels that I can actually trade from. All right, so market is coming back. Let's see, we have one big candle that's on the 1. Let's see, on the 5-minute, we don't have anything. There's nothing on the 5. On the 3, this is not tradable. That isn't tradable either. Let me take this off. Yes. It's on the 3. The 2, there is these two, which I already indicated, and the 1 is it valid? That's the question I'm trying to answer.
I'm seeing you are talking to yourself. You are planning the trade. I think this is what trading is all about. As you can see, Victor is analyzing the charts, and he's preparing his entry. And you can see how a professional trader reacts when it comes to taking the entry and all the things here. So, guys, I think this is the reality of being a full-time trader. All these practices, all these questions a trader asks to himself when he or she is about to take any trade.
Yes. So I would be interested in taking this trade, and I would, in this case, I would go to the
Okay.
hourly and target
me
the
see.
next structure, which is that. This would be something that I'm interested in, 1 to almost 5. It's a very tight, only 3.3, but that's only because I don't have the trade on yet. I'm not into the trade yet. I'm just looking for, this is the area that I'm looking for, and I don't need. We'll have to wait for the open, but I don't need, if the market keeps this compressed, I don't need a lot of space for the stop. It'll be below the area, but I need to wait for. Okay, so this is looking great. Let me switch back. All right. Look at that reaction right there. Love it. Okay, let me switch back because I think this needs to be the other way.
Will you just use the limit orders, or will you wait for
I'll
the
wait.
candle?
Yeah, I'll enter with a market. when I see what I need to see.
Okay, that's
Right,
awesome. I think that adds the extra
look at
confluence.
that. Look at that. That's the
Yeah,
kind of reaction you want to be seeing. So I'm still waiting for the. Uh, let me check on my terminal on my background. Right.
I can see you have this second rectangle, and
Mhm.
inside that also you have a very small rectangle. I want to
And
know like why you have marked it there because I see a big candle. I think it is based off of 2 minute time frame. I can see possible
uh,
entry 2 minutes.
you mean this one?
No, inside of this particular rectangle that you have just marked right now. Inside of this
Um,
rectangle.
there are many rectangles on the screen. I don't know which one you mean. Does it have any markings, as in
Let me see. It is around 1.17590 if I'm not wrong.
517
Yes.
590? Okay, so you mean
Yes.
uh, this one?
Yes.
Okay, so yes,
Exactly.
this is a this structure is on the 2 minute, and the so I need the signal needs to come from the 2 minute. That's what it means. And I'm already in the market, the trade
Okay.
got in around here
Let me.
after the
I cannot
break.
comment. Okay, the market opened right there. Yes, market has opened, guys. I'm just seeing US 30. Victor is seeing Euro USD. I'm eyeing on a shorts on US 30. I'll just take a short, but I don't. I need some confirmation. Let me go to the. Yeah.
The trade the trade didn't give me the 1 to almost 5 as we seen before. It is quite low actually. Uh, normally I let me see how many pips. Normally I don't go for 11 pips, so I'll have to check this.
Okay.
Let me double check this. That means that I'm not gonna be targeting this. I'm gonna be going for a bigger target. That's way
Will you
too
will
close
you
by.
trail your stop loss or anything
Nope.
like that?
Nope.
Okay.
Yeah,
For me,
I'm
I'm
gonna
just
be
waiting.
going for the next level. Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'll wait for 10 to 15 minutes for the indices market to settle
Mhm.
little bit because I've seen if I try to enter right at the market open, have been a disaster for me. For basically, I have seen a very low win rate, so I'll just wait
Mhm.
for 5 to 10 minutes at least, and then I can plan my trades accordingly. And I remember yesterday, guys, on the futures channel, it was an amazing trade. Me and Dave, we executed the shots at the same time, and it was amazing. I got cut off because the electricity issue was there, but I'm sure Dave must have captured a decent amount of profit. And let's see what we get today. I'll wait for 5 to 10 minutes after the market open. So basically, right now, I'll wait for 5 to 10 minutes, and then I can see. Maybe you can go to US 30.
Yes.
Okay. Can you go to 1 minute time frame?
Sure.
Okay, we are seeing wild momentum here. I'm seeing some inverted head and shoulder. I think if we can break that, can we continue to the upside? Yeah, something like this.
We expect something like that. If we can continue higher, if we take that level,
Mm, it seems a decent pattern, and I do need some other confirmations, maybe on the 15 minute or
it looks
or
it's still open. So it's the open. So we gotta be a little
think
careful.
inverted
But
head and shoulder.
it looks decent for a, especially if it closes
Uh,
with such a big lower wick.
I'll wait for uh, I'll wait for 8 minutes more, guys. I'm not gonna be foaming here. If the trade plays out before that, let it go. I don't want to take any foolish decision here, so I'm just gonna wait for at least 8 to 10 minutes more, and I will see what the price does. Oh wow, the Euro USD is doing amazing. moves here. Let me see on my side. Let me see 15 minute. I think if it closes above this 15-minute area, it is also on the 5
We're
minute.
we're showing your chart now.
So I was saying if we close above this area, I think then it is a then we may can tap these areas, which is this fair value gap, which was never filled. So that can be the play for today. And even if we see this to me is a bullish leg. This can be a pullback, and we might can continue bullish because I have mentioned this couple of times. I don't like to use the past information. I like to use what is happening in the current market structure right now. To me, is the higher low, higher high, higher low. We maybe can continue higher. We can even fill these fair value gaps, and let's see. But we need to close above this. Let's add more confluence. Okay, only 2 hour. It's even more better. Why? Because we have taken this liquidity. If it would have gone to the downside, it should have rejected right from here. But we closed above, try to retest a decent size candle here. So I think we may can test this area. And if you look at this, just observe this candle. This candle doesn't have that big of a wick. Let me go to the 4 hour time frame, 1 hour. Yes, very small wick. So I do think we can make a wick here, which I've explained a couple of times. Yes, seems decent. I'm just going to the time frames here. Am I missing anything? No, I think at least till this area it should continue if we close above this. But I'm gonna look at US 30 because I like to trade that pair. And right now it is very tricky. I'm not seeing any good price action. So I'll just wait for 5 more minutes and see where the price goes. Karthik, views on US 30. To me, it is a little bit choppy right now. I'll wait for 5 minutes more. Then we may can see from where we are getting the volume, either to the downside or to the upside. This trend line looks decent actually. Let me delete everything because this trend line do look good. If I draw this, yes, we can fill the gap. Seems decent. I think I might can short here. Stop loss can be 90 points. But the gap is way too much. Yeah, risk to reward is not making sense. If I keep it 50 points, then maybe. But that's not the way I trade, so I'll just skip it here.
Okay.
I'll
Well,
rather wait for a buying opportunity if we reject.
Mhm.
Yes.
No, I was gonna say
I was
on
saying,
NQ as well.
yeah.
Go ahead.
No, you can just say I was saying if he rejects from here, I might can look for buying opportunity.
Okay. The NQ, maybe I can switch to my screen, if that's okay with you. Let's see. We have on NQ. Let me first go to EU. So this is the trade. We have someone in the chat as well who also took a trade. Raphael Betancourt says, Victor, enter long. That's Mark what Raphael has gotten. 63.2 was his entry. There, the stop was at 51.3, right? 51.3, and a bit more of a bigger target, a 92. I think I saw 91.3. Okay, all right. So that's there.
Mr.
That's
Hashi,
basically Raphael, which is very similar to what I which is a couple of pips below the head, which is a nice one, a very nice one. I did mine. But basically it's the same, very similar trade. Don't know when you entered, Rafael, but I think it's a great trade. Even if it hits stop loss, I think it's a that's why I'm in that trade as well. You have the H4, right? This is the my reasons why I like this trade. One is, yes, there is a bearish order block that is, anytime, even now we could be pushing through, because we're leaving that daily. So that makes sense. But at the same time, the price created a daily. That's why I mentioned you don't want to be going, you don't want to be holding this too long, right? Just want to go to the very, very next level, because you have opposing structures. They're gonna be kicking in whenever you get to the other side. So you have the daily, and we are now retesting this fresh order block on the daily time frame. Awesome, I like that. Yes, I like that very much. So, and on the H4, we do have the fresh order block that is now was created. This is the immediate retest, so that doesn't count. Goes and comes back for the initial reaction, the first reaction, which is that. That's, to me, that's the sign that I need. And we got then on the H1, we got the outside bar right here, and that gives me these two lines, which give me the reason to go look for an entry here. And when I go to the 5-minute, there wasn't a structure, and that's the reason that I'm looking for to get an entry from this level, but it needs to come from a quasi, right? So I use the order blocks for the area, the overlap of the right alignment in time frame. But to get my entry, I need to actually have a reversal pattern on the lower time frame, the 5, 3, 2, or 1, or multiple of them. And this didn't serve me as a quasi before, because simply from this point to this, or actually this point, there wasn't the structures that I needed. So I had to use this instead as the quasi. And we did have a reaction when it started going up. We did have price coming back. Let me indicate it here, because it was on the 1-minute. We did have this, right? So this was the quasi actually that got me into this trade, right? So it was this. Price went through it, and only after, not before, after it broke, it indicated to me I want to go much higher. And then I waited for price to tap into a structure and then react, because it can still go down. If it doesn't react, I don't want to be part of it. But if it does react, that's the final piece of the puzzle that indicates that we're gonna be going much higher. In this case, the stop is, beg your pardon?
I took a buy on US 30.
Okay.
You can complete, then I can show why I bought and all these things.
Yeah. And then so the structure, to me, everything lines up. I don't know if this trade is going to go to TP. We never know, right? That's the whole thing about trading. But this is what we are supposed to do. That's what we control, right? What are the reasons we get into the trade? What is our plan, our trade plan? Did we backtest it or not? Do we have the data that validates this trade to be followed? And then we follow that plan. I go through the time frames looking for that alignment. I get in and I let go of this trade. I lose more often than not. So I need to live with that. And as a trader, we all need to live with that reality. So I get in, everything is set, and then I have to accept whatever comes next. And so that's a nice trade in my opinion. Regardless of the outcome, I follow the plan. The other thing that I wanted to show was, oh yes, the stop is quite wide in this case, and the reason for that is because we have one big actually a very big entry order block on the 1-minute, and it was only touched on the upper border, and I had a good reaction. So you get the whole area before the order block, plus the order block, which consists of this one big candle right here. Actually, it's a little bit lower, because there's another order block that overlaps, and that's sometimes that's it is what it is. and we just have to follow the plan and put it where the strategy is telling us. So we're going to be seeing, and during we have about 17 minutes. This trade I'm going to be holding for the rest of, potentially the rest of the day. I mean, until TP, and if not, then I'll close it before in about maximum I will hold this trade is, well, it depends on a couple of other things in the future, but this will not be an overnight to begin with, right? So either there is a move, needs to move, even if it doesn't hit my TP, I will close it at the end of my time limit. And if there is no move, I'll close it as well, right? So if it just keeps on, holding around here, I would just exit at the end of the time limit that I have for this trade. Okay, so I'm expecting a move here, and if that move doesn't come, then I have no reason to be in this trade anymore. Regardless if I'm, in a loss, regardless if I'm a positive or not, that doesn't really matter anymore. This is not a actually, there is a daily reason to hold this longer, but the fact that there is such a tight structure in the opposite direction means that I cannot let this run for a daily target. The daily target is this. This is the daily target. So from this structure, so there's no reason. It's not gonna be. I can't hold this for longer than what I have right now. Right, the target would be something around 80, 1780. If I had to, and which is basically my intraday target. Does not make sense for a macro target at all. All right, let's go to your screen. And while you're talking, I'm going to be off the screen for maybe 1 minute or so, if that's okay with you, Samir.
Yeah, it is fine. In the meanwhile, I'll chat with the lovely viewers and let me explain my trade here, why I bought US30. So the idea was very simple. We broke this low. I was waiting for the confirmation. VWAP is bullish, 15-minute time frame, printing higher highs and higher lows. 1 minute time frame. I saw a consolidation here. Once we break this consolidation, I took a buy here, and there was another confirmation, which was this trend line for me. So I was like, this consolidation make and break, and we can get impulsive leg to the upside, which we clearly are seeing right now. Beautiful entry, and let's see now. My take profit is somewhere around this area, which is my 1-to-1 area, somewhere around here. I don't want to go beyond the 1-to-1. I have seen if I try to go beyond it, I have not found success in it, so I'll just stick with my plan here. Nice trade, Raffle. All right. Yeah, it is very simple. Trend line breakouts, consolidation. That is it. NAS, big shot right now. Let's take a look at NAS. It is also moving the same way, I think. No, it is opposite right now, actually. If you go to the 15-minute time frame, I don't even want to analyze this pair because I have a very low win rate in this pair. But for our lovely viewers, let's do some analysis. Okay, this was having no wick, this candle. So we might be making a wick here, but again, the VWAP is bearish. I don't want to go against the VWAP. I will go against the VWAP if we see something like this, something like this. Then you can go against the VWAP. So this is one of the setup that I have, and it really works. Okay, I'm about to hit the TP, guys. Here, I'm just gonna close the trade. Let's close it here. Okay, and there you go, guys. I just triggered a take profit here, and amazing. This was done live here. Amazing day. Now I need to make profit for 3 days actually. Then I will be eligible for a payout. Nice trade. Yes, as I mentioned. Okay, let's take a look at chat. I'm in euro. Okay, you are in euro. Let's take a look at euro USD. Yeah, we rejected from the VWAP. We need to close above this so that I can say maybe we can continue bullish. I am not gonna take a look at euro, but we can take a look at gold actually, because gold is a very popular pair among actually everyone. Let's take a look at gold here. Okay, we are coming at this area. Now we need to see if we close above or we reject from this area. Looking at the volume here, we might can break out of this area. 1 hour time frame. Yeah, it is very tricky. We broke this low. It is very hard to analyze gold right now. If you go to the 5 minute time frame, this was the trade which is already gone. If you took the trend line breakout, stop loss could have been here. You secured the 1 to 1. If you miss this trade, now selling is not a good option. I think if we do something like this, then breakout buys can be the play for today. But US 30, beautiful play, man. Amazing. Beautiful. I can't even. This is just perfection. Look at this. Look at this, guys. Trendline, channel, VWAP, liquidity, closures, candle closures in our favor. That's it. I made around. I'm not gonna say the numbers, but yeah. Is that 1 to 1? Yes. Henix, it is 1 to 1. I have found success in 1 to 1. So here I am, 1 to 1 trader, But
That's
Victor,
how long did that take?
target.
Uh,
Let me see. It took like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Almost like 10 minutes. That's a beauty of, okay, 7 minutes actually. 7 minutes. Beautiful trade. And chat is missing you because they are saying me I'm a 1 to 1 trader. So now we have Victor here.
which is just fine. I mean, there's no hierarchy in the risk reward ratio
Yeah.
ranking. Does not exist. I trade negative risk reward as well as very high risk reward ratios at the same time. It's
Yeah.
it's
I
not
think,
important.
yeah, I mean, if the thing is working for you, you just continue doing that thing. And I'm not gonna lie, I've tried testing things here and there. Again, I didn't found success in it, which means I am good with the thing that I'm doing here, which is 1 to 1s, trend line breakouts, and all these things. By the way, your Euro USD trade are like this pattern. This is a very
Sorry to. Oh yeah, let me go back to yours because I was just about to show the same thing. Samir, I thought.
yeah.
Go ahead. Show.
I was referring to your trade only, this Euro USD. I like this trend line breakout. Amazing consolidation. We are showing impulsive move here. If we close above this, definitely I am expecting bullish momentum, and we can even break this VWAP here. So this is a very decent, kind of a falling wedge here. If I would have seen this thing on US 30, this is my entry pattern. I would have entered here.
Mhm.
My stop loss would have been here, and I would have gone for 1 to 1, something like this. But as we
Mm.
are at that middle of the VWAP, so this is a risk for me. Let me draw the 200 EMA, and let's see what EMA is doing here. I'm just gonna take 10 seconds here and wait here, guys. Let's see what 200 EMA. Okay, we are bullish. So definitely, I can expect a breakout of this. Yes, makes sense. Very good trade here. Very clean pattern. And now it comes to the probability. It doesn't mean if I mention that it is a clean pattern, it works 100% of the times. Nothing in trading is 100%. So always keep your risk management in check. And as the situation is going on, guys, please don't hold your trade over the weekend or over the day. We don't know how much we can see basically gap ups and gap downs openings. So please, I will insist that don't hold your trade, over the weekend or throughout the day. Just cut your trade, secure your profit. That's it. Or even if it is
Yeah,
a loss,
there's.
just you can continue
Mhm.
next day.
We have in about 8 minutes. We're gonna have the testimony of the Warsh that's going to be released. The text of it. So that's going to be moving the market likely. If there's something in there, I mean, that could be bullish or bearish for the dollar, and inversely for the euro dollar. So we're going to be looking at that. It is going to be at the end of this stream, And while we are waiting for more action, let me switch to my screen. While we're waiting for more action, we can invite you guys for our Discord
Very nice.
session they're going to be having today later on. If you want to, if you want to be among other traders and you want to learn from them, you want to see how they do things, maybe you are already a profitable trader, maybe or maybe not, and you want to see how others are making getting their income from the forex market, from trading, then join us and I will show you, just like we do here. We go in great details in how we trade, just about my complete strategy. I talk about it. People ask me that on YouTube all the time, if I have a specific video or not. And I do have some webinars that I've given in the past on our YouTube channel on the Fivers, which cover order blocks and in risk management. But this is the place on YouTube. You can get me, every day, the last few sessions, last few hours of our stream, and I'll you know I'll open. I'm an open book, so I'll open up and tell you all about it as well in our Discord, if that's what people ask. So join us. There's gonna be a free account given away today, a 20K bootcamp account, completely free. So you don't want to miss that, man. Who wants to miss a chance to win a free account? Yeah, don't miss that chance. Fabian is asking, how do we join the Discord channel? You have to have an account with us, right? In the account, because once you buy an account, the dashboard where you access the account, that is where you will find there's a little menu there. You will see the icon for the Discord community, and that's it. It's completely free, but you have to be part of the Fivers community, in the sense of you have to be part of the family, have to get an account, so you get your access to the Discord. This actually, the giveaway is to celebrate the fact that we are so pleased with the community that has been built by the community. The Fivers laying the infrastructure, but it's all the members under the guidance of the Fivers that has created this wonderful community that has served, and I'm very positive will serve a lot of traders going forward as well. We grow all the time, constantly. So it's you don't want to miss that great opportunity to be part of our community. All right, no problem, my friend Fabian. Let's see. We have someone asking about the Raphael says, another 50K for Samir. Raphael, do not spill the beans.
Okay.
Do not spill the beans.
Pass
Do
it.
not.
Yeah.
Do not. We keep it as discreet as possible. We don't share Samir's secrets.
Yeah.
All right. So we have Pravat Kumar Sahu, who
Pravat.
says, trade 1-to-1 scalp thing and a multiple trade having 1-to-2, which is better? Please answer. All right, so the question, I'm going to read it again because I read it a bit too quick. I have a question. Having only 1 or 2 trade with 1 to 1.5 risk reward, or having scalping thing in multiple trade having 1-to-2, which is better? I'm not sure I get the question completely. If you
I think
mean Pravat, to take multiple entries at the same setup, like getting in, once you're in a little bit of profit, you close it and get it in again. That's a way of trading. However, you need to build stats to see, because given the information you're giving us, at least here, I don't have enough to understand which one is better for you, because I don't have the whole. I need to know, for example, what your win rate is. Not if you're talking about risk reward ratio and you're not giving, we don't know the win rate, then we still don't know, profitability. risk reward on its own is doesn't mean much without the information of the corresponding win rate, right? You can have 1 to 20, right? That doesn't make it at all profitable on its own. You need to couple it with win rate for us to understand. Um, and with that, I can give you some more information. But so let us know in the chat if you have those stats. We will be. I will be.
Okay,
Okay. All
Prabhat is
right.
saying,
So
yeah.
yeah, it was actually about a day. Okay, so multiple trades in a day or 1 to 2 trade per day, not multiple entry. Okay, thank you for that. That's information that can help us. It depends. You have Samir here, who is very profitable, and he swears at trading just one trade in a day. Sometimes I think you take two trades, but that's like the maximum for
If I
you.
take that in a long run, it has been not good for me. So if I see, if I follow my plan, in my plan, it is one trade a day. But sometimes you try things out. I also try two trades sometimes. But in the end, only my actual trading plan, which is one trade a day, that gives me or that brings me result. So in short, I will say maybe my mindset is that I don't know what in the universe is that, but I perform the best if I take one trade a day. I have tried two trades a day, three trades a day, and it has never been turned out to be in my favor. So I will encourage. Maybe you can follow this practice that I follow for 3 months and see if you see the change. Or if you didn't see the change, we have I think Richard. He has something like best of three. So you can also follow that practice. So you can take some kind of piece from every host we have here. So try to make your own way. That's what every trader do. So I think you should also be on that path. You should improve yourself. You can take one thing from me, one thing from Victor, and try to make your own thing that way. Because I think in the end, you are gonna do that only. So we are guiding you in the right way. What you are going to do. So I'm telling you prior to that. So you can take one thing from me, one thing from Victor, one thing from Rich. So try to make your own thing. For me, one trade a day works best for me. I've tried two trades a day. Still, I do, if I make some good profit, I try to test the thing, but I know it is not gonna turn out good. So I should completely avoid it now. I think I should not run any test anymore.
Good, good. The thing is, you know, to me, it needs to be measured. Whatever you do needs to be measured. If you haven't measured is then it before, meaning by measuring I mean collect the data, assess the profitability when you take your strategy and you mold it into a trade plan that takes multiple in a day, or you mold it into something that's only one a day. Measure both of them, and that will tell you, because there's so many moving parts and so many variables. Your psychology, the strategy in itself, market condition, all of these things fluctuate, and there's not one correct answer for everyone. So my advice is to measure it. Samir has done so. That's what he talks about, the experience. He has, collected the data through his years, looking at what works for him. And you should do the same. And for example, I don't take uh at least well, I have one strategy where I take one trade a day in a specific asset, but typically I don't that's not the case. Typically I will have multiple trades on one. I actually do it differently. I could have this, for example, this structure, this setup, and take one entry here, one entry there, and maybe another entry here, and they may or may not share the stop loss. So I even do it differently. And these setups could come in, multiple times in a day, and I'll take all of them as long as it fits the trade plan in the trading window. So just like risk reward ratios, it's a spectrum, and you can be profitable in any part of that spectrum and you need to find for yourself where does your strategy thrive, and where do you as an individual psychologically, mindset wise, thrive as well. Is it on one end, or is it in the middle? Is it shifted a little bit to one side? But it's up to you. We have reached the end of our not our end of our structure. I was gonna say end of our stream. Samir, let's see. All right, so the trade will take some more time. I don't like the fact that it wasn't able to close above it. Same thing as with the this level, which is a level that we have seen reaction from before. It hasn't been able to close above it, so that looks a little bit not great, but that does not mean that I'm gonna be closing this trade yet. And on the 1 hour, I would have liked for market to have closed above this level, which it didn't. So it doesn't mean I need to abort this trade yet, but it's at least the market isn't having the continuation just yet. So, but it still looks good on the 30-minute for sure. I like that, and I'm gonna be holding this trade. I'm not gonna be closing it before stop loss unless time nears my deadline, means the end of my trading session is reached. That's the only reason. So I'm gonna just let it go and see what it does. I think it's still looking good for a continuation, for going to retest this structure and likely something more. Who knows? We'll see. But that's it for today.
Yeah, it was a lovely stream. I took a trade, amazing. It did a take profit in like 7 minutes. And I think, guys, you should take this advice that I mentioned very seriously. It has shown me the results. So that's why I encourage you guys to follow my path. I'm not really forcing it on you. I'm just telling you, maybe you can try this thing for 3 months and see if it works for you. Then you're gonna thank me. If it didn't, so what? You can move on. You can try other things. And yeah, my closing word for today will be follow your trading plan, identify what your A plus setup is. Once it is done, I think your trading will be changed. You're going to see payouts and your trading will be smooth. And with that being said, I will see you tomorrow. And I'm sorry for any disturbance here because I'm not in my usual setup. But tomorrow, I think it will be fine. And guys, thank you so much for tuning in, and I will see you tomorrow.
Perfect, Samir. No worries. This is live, so we'll have to do whatever is possible to make sure our viewers get our whether it is from a cruise ship, it is from a jewelry store, or wherever you may be, maybe 30,000 in feet in the air. We appreciate all your efforts, Samir. Thank you. That's
Thank you
shows
so
what
much.
kind of person you are. So thank you. That's it for today. I'm gonna say in on behalf of everyone here at the Fiverse, thank you for watching and tune in again. Don't forget the free account you can win on the Discord session in about 40 minutes, 50 minutes or so. See you there, I would say. Take care. Bye bye.